https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
24/7 Go Globe Evidence Fishing Part 20.
It's ceased to be a ball at that point.
No, okay, you're not mad. You're not thinking one. Okay, have you ever seen like a tennis ball or a basketball? You got the lines on it.
Yeah.
Follow one of those lines. How it takes a slightly different path.
Mm-hmm.
That would virtually be infinite.
Well, no, you come back to the point you started from at some
Yeah,
point.
but you would take a different path, so you wouldn't exactly be on your track.
A movie.
Your track would be slightly off.
Sure, but on a ball, if you started from one place and you just kept going straight, you would eventually get back to where you were.
Yeah, on a ball that you would curve. You curve different directions, and same thing on the flat Earth, you'd curve too.
What?
Wait, are you doing the flat Earth or globe Earth?
Yeah, I'm just letting you know. On the flat Earth, you're also curving. You're just curving towards the inside. On the globe, you're curving.
Possibly,
both. On both
fine.
models, you're curving. It just all depends on when you reach your limit. On a flat Earth, you would have a limit, but you don't know what that is. On the globe Earth, you would have no limit because you would constantly be going around in circles.
Anybody else?
Well, on my flat Earth, like it would just be flat but infinite. Like it wouldn't have to curve anywhere.
And you would curve towards the center as you reorientate yourself around.
Maybe we mean something different by curve. But I guess what I'm asking you is, like, if you live on a globe, what is its circumference?
Yeah, it varies on what lines of what line you're on and where you slice it. Are you slicing across the equator?
Yes.
Are you slicing the Tropic of Capricorn? The Tropic of Cancer? So yeah, it would be what's your on flat Earth? What's your circumference at the equator?
At the equator? I'm actually not sure. I suppose it would be. Ooh, I'd have to do the math.
About 25,000 miles?
I'm going to say bigger than that.
Like how much bigger?
24,901 miles.
No, I'd have to do the math. I'm trying to make the flat Earth fit with a particular
Are
observation.
you unifying, dude? That's quite noble of you.
I'm gonna say it's, let's say, double that.
Okay. You just use kilometers to be more.
Like 40,000 kilometers?
Yeah, 40,000. Yeah, you got more.
Let's say 80,000.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that'd be too big. That I wouldn't be able to get on board with that.
Why is that?
That's too far.
Why is that?
It just seems like that's a lot of distance for around. I'm not really sure where you're coming from on that.
Well, I mean, that's just my model, but I'm wondering about yours. Like, as a globe earther, how big is your equator?
Yeah, I would say less than that.
Oh.
So like 60,000?
No, like for miles or kilometers?
Kilometers.
Yeah, like 40,000 kilometers.
40,000
around the equator.
Okay.
How did you get that number?
Where did I come up with that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say if you slice a ball of a radius of 3959 around the equator, that's what you'd get. Depending on remember, it's not a perfect sphere; it's an oblique spheroid, so it does get a little bit bulgy there. So there is going to be, that's where you get like the 75 kilometer extra. Because what they did was they took a measurement. That's where they come up with the meter. They used the meter to determine how far it was from North Pole to the equator, and it was slightly off, and that's because of the the curve and the bulge.
But I presume no
So
one
the National
actually.
Geographic did this in like God, what year? I'm trying to blank on the year. I'd have to look it up to see what year they did it. It was like 1934 or something.
Okay. So I presume no one actually like sliced the Earth in half. So this is just like
No, there'd be like a
Maybe
God
Muslims
point of
did.
view.
there'd be a what point?
That God level view.
Okay.
If you could hold the Earth as a physical object, cut it in half or wrap like a string around it and then like measure the string.
So this is just a guess.
No, it's based on how far the meter is in the kilometer.
On how far it is from north to south?
Yeah, from the North Pole all the way to the South Pole. It's how they kind of gauged out the meter.
Oh, I see. So they measured the North Pole to the equator, and you're just sort of turning it sideways and wrapping it around.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. But how do you know it wraps around?
You wouldn't. That would be like the God level point of view.
Okay, so you don't actually know it's round.
Oh, well, sure. We could, and you don't know either. So we're both speaking from a point of not knowing.
Well, I mean, I would say I don't have to know.
Well, yeah, then you don't have to know.
No, I don't have to know that you're right. You have to know that you're right, right?
Or, right, it's just whatever the experts say it is in the history of the meter. So it'd be like going off the meter. How far was the meter determined to be? 3.2 feet or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that works out to North Pole to South Pole. Roughly.
Earth equator to the North Pole measured at sea level. It's supposed to be the meter would be 1/10 millionth of the Earth's quadrant.
There you go. Yeah. Thanks for the. Yeah. This nice. You can Google this stuff if you don't.
Sure.
I mean, I can read it. I can read Google off to you, but you can look it up too.
Well, okay,
you can get this
SI
unit. You can get this SI unit, and you can accept it or reject it. It's your choice.
Well, it sounds like it was just an like they're just presuming that it's round and using that measurement to come up with like a size, but the size doesn't tell us it's round.
It would tell you the distance,
Right, but not that it's round.
which is what you wanted to know.
Okay. So we know the distance of the equator, but we don't know that it's actually wrapped around the ball.
And then how far would that be is what you were looking for too.
Yeah, so I'll take the size, but the size still presumes a ball. I mean, if you're saying that the equator is the widest part of the ball, that kind of presumes that. Okay, so here's another question, I guess. How big is the what's the lower one? The Tropic
of Cancer?
Cancer is the lower one?
No,
or the
Capricorn.
Yeah, Capricorn.
That sounds about right. What's the circumference of the Tropic of Capricorn?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I have to look it up, but that's hard to determine too. These are imaginary lines. How far is it for you?
It's larger than 80,000.
36,768 kilometers.
And how do you know that?
Because I'm looking it up.
So how do they know that?
I don't know.
Okay.
They asked their ancestor spirits.
Okay, so they don't know.
How do they not know?
Well, this was kind of an exercise for crit, but I think
no, you can jump in. You got someone who actually thinks globe. They can really do it.
Okay.
So they claw and go ahead. He's got some questions for you, and you can ask him questions too because he's supposed to answer as a flat earther. So any question you have for flat Earth, go ahead.
Let's see. Who found the Earth? Yeah, who discovered the circumference of the Tropic of Cancer or the Capricorn? That's what I'm trying to find right now. It's so weird. In school, they used to teach us that there was like a North Pole, just like there's a South Pole, like an actual landmass, and they didn't correct it as the years went by.
They told you it was a landmass?
Yeah.
I think I found that out pretty early.
I remember looking at Google Maps going like, what the hell? Like, it's not there.
Yeah, I don't know if I learned it like in school, but I certainly learned it early, I think.
Uh-huh.
So, Claw, are you a globetard?
No, I'm smart enough to just say I'm on the fence because you know what? Flat earthers have got it, and they get really testy when you kind of just have a different either for or against opinion. So they got it. It doesn't matter to me what the shape of the Earth is. I think that flat Earth is a good stepping stone to discuss with people in order to kind of expand your ability to maybe question certain narratives that are going on, and you know, you can move on from there, I guess. But I just say that I'm permanently on the fence because, you know, if the Earth turns out to be some like fucking weird shit, yeah, go for it. But I just like fundamentally believe that the stuff that NASA gives us is full of holes, and people kind of just jump to conclusions a lot. And this is one of the conclusions that they've jumped to due to inaccurate information or incomplete information.
So you don't think that like a flat Earth is all that you experience? Or?
I'm open to the possibility, but I don't think that's really.
Well, I'm asking you, like, you experience a flat Earth, right?
What do you mean?
Like bodies of water lay flat,
Oh, yeah,
like
sure.
bodies of water. Yeah. So every observation that you make of reality is of a flat Earth. So, where's the opinion at? I don't. Like, how are you going to disagree with that?
Well, you see, it's a matter of perspective, and we're very tiny.
Okay, but if that's all we experience, and then you don't have any evidence proving a globe,
Well,
and why would you believe anything like besides
wow,
what you actually
this
experience?
is cliche, dude. You don't need to gaslight.
Is that so? Just nothing. All right.
Clearly, I believe it ties into maybe a lot of we have a lot of collective psychological issues to get over with before we like figure out what the shape the Earth is, because it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, a lot of vaccine damage.
And if I was, you know, the people in power, if I was them, basically, I'd be throwing people kind of these boomerangs so they would fight amongst themselves for their entire lives rather than get anything done.
Like, you think flat Earth is like a psyop?
I don't know. I'm open to the possibility.
They're just open to everything.
I'm open to most possibilities.
Sounds like you're open to everything.
Well, no, I hate a lot of things.
So you're not going to defend a globe, then?
I'm not going to do either. No, I've heard it way too many people just do it for years and years and years. And to be honest, it's
All right.
it's just like being distracted. It's a one big distraction, and there's better things people could be doing with their time.
Yeah, we could be talking about vaccines.
Yeah, but it's like, can you imagine, like, at the end of your life, you'd just be like, oh shit, I wasted all my time and I fell into lockstep with everybody else because, you know, they threw us these little tidbits that we would fight over. It's kind of
Yeah, like researching the truth.
Oh yeah,
Huge waste of time.
and yeah, there's some anomalies out there. I like anomalies, and I like reading about them.
So, Claw, you still working on the Tropic or
Oh, the what?
the Tropic?
Oh, like who did the circumference?
Yeah.
I think that was Eratosthenes.
Okay.
Oh wait, let's see. Augustus, Horologium of Augustus. Who's this guy? See, people think that, like, when did they say the meter was invented? And they say the 60s or something?
I don't know.
Yeah, apparently that it is, but Egyptians used the royal cubit and like to measure the thing. It came in like fingers, palms, and the distance between your tip of your finger and the elbow. Let's see.
Yeah, Eratosthenes used something else, I think.
I
But
can't remember his stadiums. He used the length of a stadium. Yeah. I guess it really doesn't matter what you use as long as you use them correctly.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool.
So, I mean, I guess if that's the answer, that would kind of just keep us going in circles of it's, yeah. So I guess the next question would be, if that's the assumption, how do we get, like, how do you know that it is round?
Well, people have apparently circumnavigated and all that stuff.
North to south?
Sure, why not? Or at
Like
least partially, and you can kind of infer that it's going in one direction. You go around the Horn of Africa, you kind of come up the other side.
Have they ever traversed Antarctica?
No, not like they or me.
They, anyone.
I'm not sure. Probably wasn't it Admiral Byrd? He tried to give it all away.
No one's done it. What we're looking to say, you got to look at north to south, and then back up. So over south.
Yeah, no, they actually have. But
when?
I was supposed to be a flat earther, so.
When?
You lost the plot.
I know. I couldn't.
You broke character, dude. God, you got to start all over.
I couldn't do it.
No, it was a good first attempt.
Like, you be the Glover next time, and I'll be the.
You did a good job. I mean, normally, compared to how you've been in the past, I was surprised you're able to do it at all. You got such a moral claim, like flat Earth is morally wrong. Like it's hard to.
Who said that?
For some.
Certainly not me.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Weren't you the guy earlier saying that like flat Earth is like the reason why like humanity's slowly sinking into like
I don't know who said that.
You never have heard me utter those words.
Oh, okay, maybe it was the other guy then. There was another person here. There's two of you who were here at the same time who were. Like it was okay for globalists to look up where that guy lived and everything because he was doing damage.
Oh yeah, that's fucked up. I have heard that line of rhetoric from globies before, that it's somehow a moral crime or a threat to society's good if you espouse these kind of things.
Well, I think
Like,
the
dude, there's flat
concern
earth
is just
terrorists.
anti-scientism in general, not like flat
Actually
earth
saying that it's
specifically.
dangerous for children, for people to be denying the globe. Dangerous.
Get their kids taken away.
How
Yeah,
is
that
it
was
dangerous to
if you
deny the
guys
globe?
know. Yeah, if you guys know a guy called Gem Panda, he did a thing called the Children of Flat Earth, and he wanted to gather information on flat Earth families and then turn that over to Child Protection Services to get the children taken out of the flat Earth
I've
houses.
seen videos like that
That's
where people
fucking
do
evil.
podcasts and stuff on
Yeah, that's
flat Earth.
pretty extreme.
And this guy's sitting in this lady's in his wife's kitchen with a basketball, like trying to like explain flat Earth on the camera for like probably like the 900th time. And she just walks into the kitchen. She's like, "Get out of here! I got stuff to do. I don't have time for your bullshit." Just ruining the marriage. It's like, I'm gonna have to teach my kids about this, so, like when they come of age and stuff like that. It's like, you're not even gonna go near them with that shit. Shut the fuck up. I will leave you right now. Classic.
Yada yada.
I asked one of the famous Globers one day, because he always put like his. Anyways, he was talking about his daughter at that moment, and I asked, "Hey, what if your daughter one day comes and say, 'Hey, Daddy, flat earther now?'" He said he will disavow her. He will have nothing to do with his family anymore.
Yeah, I remember that. That was really. I was like, that almost seemed like how vitriolical like Southern evangelicals are towards like gay children. If a child comes out as gay or trans, and really, it got me thinking. Like, Southern evangelicals talk about gay sex more than gay people actually have sex. It's kind of like a lot of these atheists
That's not even close to being true.
It's like a lot of these
That was a
atheist
great
anti-flat earthers talk about flat earther more than flat earthers do.
That's
really
right.
sort of. It's like, wow, dude, get a hobby. Holy shit.
Gay
I
people are
honestly
actually having
never
so
talked
much
about it until
sex
this
that they're
channel showed up.
creating new diseases. That's how much they're having sex.
That's a lot of sex, dude. That's like the Moors invading Sicily, man. They just made a whole new race.
The Moors invading Sicily.
They did so much fucking.
Dude, I thought you were gonna go into the eggplant reference like Dennis Hopper.
Yeah, that's one of the best movie monologues ever.
Oh yeah, bro, it's one of the best movies ever.
He's like, yes, why you got curly hair, bitch.
So you got blonde hair, blue eyes.
Your part eggplant. You're a cantaloupe.
Zero 0844 1721. Yeah. So how long will it take now for the order? Yeah.
Remember earlier we're talking about globalists who kind of change themselves into memes, like internet memes. The guy who was talking about he can't question the government anymore because he can't redress the government for grievances because he's not an expert. So whatever the government says, he just has to accept. And I was like, and then the meme where the soldiers marching towards Normandy, and in their head, like all the soldiers who died in the battlefield to give him the right to redress the grievances. And then another one I was thinking of is the anti-flat Earth globalist who's like afraid that flat Earth families are teaching their children something wrong, so they have to take, please won't someone think of the children? You're like that Karen from like The Simpsons or whatever. Will someone, please God, somebody think of the children? And then they're atheists at the same time, which is like, holy shit.
What's up, guys?
The sky, the ceiling, and then heaven above that. That's a good one. That's a good one.
What's up? Oh, this guy, kill yourself.
What's up? In the globe, there's no up, so nothing. Nothing is up. If you ask what's up in the globe.
Yeah, it should be what's out, bro. What's out away from the ball.
Yeah, in the globe model, they have lots of downs and no ups.
Lots of Down syndromes.
There's only downs and out.
So let's get to the real truth of the matter, boys. The round Earth is a cover-up by the reptilians to hide their ancient involvement with humanity. Because if all the old mythological cosmologies for how the world was formed are true, then that means the universality of the flat Earth also could apply to the universality of reptilians and nagas and dragons and all these things throughout all human culture. And for criticizing NASA, I could pull up quite a few NASA insignias and badges and logos that have quite a bit of dragon and wizards and all kinds of esoteric symbolism on them that's a little sus.
You also have the mind virus or the mind parasite that is like playing chemical warfare against the people to believe the globe, so they can spread it. They can spread the globe between the parasitic infected hosts.
It's called Wetico, the Wetico virus. Watico.
Watico virus.
You guys got your 9/11 memes ready? It's gonna be a fun day tomorrow.
That's right. Time to tell them all about directed energy weapons.
Trying to figure out why the government would lie to me. I can't see one reason why.
My government loves me.
They bombed my own country.
They're like, govern me harder.
All right, I made it.
Touch me harder, Daddy.
It's like never forget September 11th. Oh, Tower 7. Oh, forget that. You know, like don't forget Tower 1 and Tower 2. Don't forget. Never forget. Never forget. Never.
Just like the Jews. Never again. Never forget.
Hey, Larry's here. Welcome, Larry. How you doing, bro?
Good. What's going on here?
Did you figure it out, that chicken? How to cook the chicken in the pressurized system of the oven?
No, that wasn't me. That was Elijah. I know how to cook chicken.
I know. I'm just messing with you. You were trying to explain. He was explaining Elijah how to cook a chicken, and it's like explaining a Glover how reality works.
It wasn't that bad.
Was that in the mod meeting? It was all about chicken.
Yeah, part of it. At the end of it.
Yeah, when everybody started piling out of the room.
It went quick. Normally, you guys are in those meetings for like 6 hours.
Good. It was my first meeting. I'm glad it went quick.
Manufactum, you've been here arguing for the globe for days, bro. What you doing? You have any questions?
No, I think I pretty much asked. Well, I mean, there was that video that nobody really wanted to look at. I did post that Eratosthenes modern experiment that no one seemed to acknowledge.
I spoke about was it you that I was speaking to? Like, that was maybe like 5 hours ago.
It could be, yeah.
Cyclone spoke about it. I told you guys that. I mean, that's
yeah, that's right, that's right. No, I left someone else. Someone else was speaking, and I had to leave.
okay, yeah.
Whatever came of that, by the way? So what happened after I left?
Well, the argument is that calculations prove the globe. You guys are calculating a distance from a city to another city, but now it's Sydney, Australia to another city, right? That's in the example that you provided.
2 other cities. Yeah.
So you're adding like 4 cities. So
there's, I think, 3 total.
So then you guys said this is proof of the round, right? Round. So a circle can be round. So you're basically making a circle in a horizontal plane and adding pieces to that circle, completing a circle, and then adding the assumptions about the sun and wrapping all those equations into a sphere and saying, you see, guys, mathematical equation, calculation of a circle wrapped into a sphere, therefore we live in a sphere. That's basically the conclusion of it. Because you don't find the curvature anywhere. You're just doing a circle in a horizontal plane and saying, look, we have a piece of the circle, a piece of the pizza, or we have a piece of the coin, or a piece of the frisbee. Therefore, there must be a full frisbee somewhere because we have a piece of it, right?
Okay, so you would agree that light travels in straight lines generally, right?
You want me to do agreements about lights and how that works?
I mean, that's what the experiment is based on, essentially.
The experiment was based on shadows.
That's right.
Yeah, the actually opposite of light.
I'm sorry. Can you explain that?
So so yeah, it wasn't using light. It was using where the light don't shine. It's like,
where the light was blocked by other objects, creating a shadow.
Yeah, that's what it's kind of funny when Tyson made that joke about like Eratosthenes, with his butt with the light, figured out where the light don't shine.
I missed that joke.
Yeah, he does a lot of fart and shit and ass jokes. If you watch his Star Talk, the last video was kind of funny when he was on hiatus there for a while when Me Too almost got him. His last video he did was about painting that asteroid black, so like the sun would absorb more. It would absorb more energy from the sun and deflect it away from Earth. And then they're like, "Yeah, I want to paint that ass black. We'll get black paint smeared all over that white asteroid and make it black." You're like, holy shit, dude! This is like, are you talking about some like porno or something? I mean, like what are you going on about painting that ass black? I mean, like, holy shit.
Mm-hmm. So where are we with light and straight lines?
Well, it either travels in parallel rays or it doesn't.
Right.
But which one is it?
Well, right now I'm just focusing on straight.
So are you a flat earther?
Me? No.
All right, so let me lay it down for you, bro. So according to Eratosthenes, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Earth is a globe because the light travels in straight lines. But when you look up a diagram for the lunar eclipse, you'll notice the penumbra and umbra are created because the light doesn't travel in straight lines.
Kind of.
What do you mean, kind of? It's either it's binary. It's either yes or no. Does light travel in straight lines?
Straight, yes.
Okay, then you lost the size of your moon. The moon is only
parallel.
Yeah, parallel. Right?
Okay.
So if light doesn't travel parallel, you lose the Earth being a sphere and being measured by Eratosthenes. If it does travel parallel, then you lose the size of your moon, which is only about 70 miles in diameter if you look at the path of totality.
Right. So the light that hits the Earth arrives on Earth parallel. Yes. Shadows can be created by a larger light object, casting a shadow by a smaller object. Those can diverge or converge.
Well, if those diverge or converge, then you don't have the Eratosthenes. You can't have it both ways.
You can.
Wait.
So
So you're telling me light can travel straight and it can converge at the same time?
So they're all straight. All the lines are straight. What I'm saying is the light that arrives on Earth is parallel because the sun is so far away, but the shadow that comes off the back of the Earth, there's an umbra and a penumbra because light from one side of the sun is hitting the Earth, is making a shadow behind the Earth in one way, and the light that's coming out the other side is making it in a different direction.
You know, we're talking about a solar eclipse, right? Where the moon goes in front of the sun and that's what creates the shadow on the Earth.
Yeah, same thing. Then it's the shadow behind the moon, not the shadow behind the sun.
It's not the same thing. A lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse is not the same thing.
It's the same effect, I meant.
Okay, so light travels straight until it hits the moon, and then it starts making all these different, left
always
turns
straight.
and right.
It's always straight. I'm saying parallel. There are two different ideas here. It's parallel and straight.
Well, you want to explain to me how two parallel lines are not going straight because you said that's two different ideas.
Right.
So how are parallel lines not going straight?
No, they are going straight.
Okay, so it's the same thing then, right?
Going parallel.
So parallel and straight, the light's doing the same thing. Straight path.
Okay.
Right?
So all lines are straight, right? Not all of them are parallel. I mean, honestly, this doesn't really. I mean, we don't need this for that experiment that I'm talking about, but that's the basic idea.
You don't need what?
The converging of shadows. Because the light that arrives on Earth is supposedly parallel, or it's coming from a source that's closer, in which case they won't be parallel. And that's exactly what we're testing.
So do you think the light's coming from the moon when we see the solar eclipse?
That the light's coming from the moon?
Like, no, it's obviously coming from the sun, right? So what do you mean by closer? What do you mean by the light closer?
I don't know if I said closer.
Yeah, you said if the light's closer, then it won't be parallel.
No, the parallelity has to do with how big the light source is and how big the object is casting a shadow. That's how we get penumbras.
Okay, so if the light was going parallel, how do you have a penumbra?
Because the moon is smaller than the sun.
So that makes the light both parallel and divergent?
You could say that, yeah, kind of.
So how could it be both? Like you're saying the light is a married bachelor. It's a bachelor, and yet it's married at the same time. Like you know that's a violation of the law, non-contradiction, right?
No.
So parallel and non-parallel at the same time, right?
Yeah, I mean, technically, well, no. Yeah, most of it is parallel, except where you find the shadow, essentially.
So what about Eratosthenes shadows?
Those are going to be parallel.
So the light is parallel when you need it to be to prove the globe, and it's convergent or divergent when you need it to be to prove the size of the moon.
No, hold on. Well, this isn't a great example. No, hold on, let me find a better one.
Does the light identify as a they, them?
I don't think the light identifies as anything.
I don't think so either. I'm just, wanting it to choose, is it parallel or is it convergent or divergent?
Okay, so all of these are, I mean, none of these have both an accurate distance and a scale, but because they're all kind of showing different things. But essentially, that's what you're looking at. Now, the light coming off of the sun obviously is going in all directions, right? It's not just focusing behind it towards the moon. It's not aiming for the moon, so to speak, right?
Right.
So the light that arrives on Earth, if you ignore the moon for a second, the light that arrives on Earth is essentially parallel because the Earth is so much smaller than the moon. Here, they didn't do that, but
well, if that's true, then the diameter of the moon is about 70 miles.
How do you mean?
Well, if you look at the path of totality for any solar eclipse, it varies. Sometimes it's like 100 miles, sometimes it's like 70 miles. But that's the shadow from the moon itself, right?
The shadow, are you suggesting that the shadow from the moon is going to be the same size as the moon?
Yeah, if the light's going parallel.
No. Okay, so if we look at the diagram, right? This doesn't even zoom. Fuck me. All right. That's the same size in the browser. Well, okay, you can kind of see though, right? That the shadow coming off the back of the moon funnels to a point, and then it funnels out into a less dark point.
What's the mechanism that magnifies the shadow of the moon?
So the size of the sun, you can see, so if you look at the top of the sun, right? There's two lines coming off of the top. Right?
Yeah, in the little diagram that probably doesn't have anything to do with reality. It's just a model. But yeah.
Well, it illustrates the cogent points for this specific discussion. So light is coming off of each and every single point of the sun, right? And it's coming off in all directions. So light from the top of the sun is hitting the top of the moon and the bottom of the moon, and light from the bottom of the sun is hitting the top of the moon and the bottom of the moon, right?
Agreed.
Okay, so where you get the light from the bottom hitting the top of the sun, the moon, it continues, and that's the shadow that's not as dark because you get light from the top of the sun still kind of illuminating that area. So the top, they don't draw that here, but you can imagine a straight line from the top of the sun also going past the moon and just hitting the Earth.
So how did the light travel from 93 million miles away, and as soon as it passes the moon, it takes a right and a left?
No, those lines are straight.
Well, if that was true, then we wouldn't have a path of totality. It would just be, one big shadow. The whole thing would be totality, but that's not what we experience, right? So what I'm claiming is that when we see an eclipse, everybody that can see a partial eclipse, they can just see a part of the sun blocked out. But everybody that's standing in the totality where it looks like it's almost dark, when that happens, they're seeing the actual shadow of the moon because that's the whole shadow of the moon. That's why the whole sun is blocked out. Everybody else is only seeing a piece of the sun being blocked out because they're not in that perfect little 70-mile diameter area in that path of totality, right? So that's letting you know the size of the moon is about 70 miles.
No. So if you have a piece of the sun blocked out, right, but you still see a partial shadow of the moon, you're going to have less light hitting wherever you're standing, right? Then
Say it
over
again?
where the
Wait.
sun is not blocked at all, I mean.
Sorry, say it again.
So there's some people that are not going to see the eclipse at all, and they're just going to see the sun, right?
Right.
So that's going to be outside that
shadow,
penumbra, right? And over where the Earth is not yet nighttime. Where you see part of the sun blocked, but you still see a significant portion of the sun, you're going to have some sunlight, but not as much as the full sunlight people over there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gesticulating to nobody. Where you see no sun, that's going to be the darkest.
Right, because that's where the entire shadow of the moon has blocked out the entire light from the sun.
That's right.
Right, so that lets us know how big the moon is.
No.
If the light is going in parallel rays from 93 million miles away.
No. If you look at the diagram, it focuses to a point, and the penumbra.
What's the mechanism that focuses the light like a magnifying glass? I mean, what's the? Sorry, let me ask again. I apologize. What is the mechanism that focuses the shadow of the moon like a magnifying glass does to light?
It is the size of the sun compared to the moon. And if you have like a lamp in your room or wherever you are, you can do this. Like if you just put your finger between the lamp and the wall, you'll see the same thing.
Well, in reality, we know the light doesn't travel in perfect straight parallel railroad tracks that doesn't deviate.
No, it spreads out in all directions. It arrives on Earth parallel because of the direction it's coming and how far it's coming from.
Right, that's why I was saying you can either keep the shape of your Earth or the size of your moon, but you can't have both.
Well, for the experiment, all that's necessary is that light is arriving on Earth parallel.
That's just like an assumption you're making.
Well, okay, so we can test that assumption, right? So either the light is arriving parallel on a round Earth, and these different places that we have these sticks set up are giving different measurements of shadow because of their inclination toward the sun. Or the Earth is flat, and these different sticks with shadows are making shadows at a consistent angle with a single source of light. Right? So
that's a cool story, but how do we test what you say is true?
Right. Okay. So if that source of light is consistent and it's low to the Earth, like 3,000 miles, those angles should all point to the same place in the sky.
You mean, you think the sun is like 3,000 miles above?
That's the measurement you would get from Eratosthenes' observations.
You do realize that he's measuring a refracted sun, right? That's not the actual location. When you measure something, unless it's directly over your head, you know, Snell's law, refraction.
Mm-hmm. How far would that be off, would you say?
Well, if it's directly over your head, it'd be 0. But Eratosthenes had a pillar and a well. So one of them would be 0, but the other one would be, refracted. So you can't actually measure heavenly bodies and get their actual location, especially if you think that it's 93 million miles away, because that would put your sun 8.5 minutes ahead of its actual position where it appears in the sky in your model. So it even complicates things even more. No. Well, yeah, that would be for both locations, but
so that doesn't matter.
That's not the actual location of your sun.
Well, that's fine. That cancels itself out because it's the same for both locations. The experiment remains consistent.
So you think you can measure something that isn't actually there, time-wise or location-wise, and you think it's still accurate?
Yeah.
You got a lot of faith, bro.
So, okay, the only issue might be the refraction. The time delay doesn't really matter for this. The refraction might, but what is the refraction that we observe in those two locations? So straight ahead, you said there's none. And in the other city, where he had the obelisk, I believe it was, how much refraction would we expect at that angle?
I don't know the exact number, but it's not going to be 0.
Well, do you think it's going to be like 50%?
I'm not going to guess. That's not how I roll. I don't like making shit up.
Okay. I'm going to assume it's not going to be significant.
That's an assumption that you have.
Yeah. I mean, if it turns out
between many other assumptions, another assumption on top of the other ones.
No, so far this is the only assumption we've made. We've assumed 2 different models, right? But we need to assume those 2 different models. And that's what we're testing. We haven't assumed either model is right yet. So Eratosthenes had 2 data points. Both of them pointed in the same direction. Now, if we add another data point, that should point in the same direction, and we would confirm a flat Earth. If it doesn't, then it doesn't confirm a flat Earth, it confirms curvature.
How does it confirm curvature?
Okay, here's the paper, and specifically, here is, yeah, right. So just like that animation. So here's the other one. So this animation works for 2 data points. These 3, if you flatten this out, like in the animation that Flatloid Wright posted, you no longer get a single light source. You no longer get the sun spreading rays out that way. You need 2 different light sources to get this observation.
So let me get this straight. You believe that light comes down in parallel collimated light. You think that's how light behaves?
That's how it arrives to Earth, yes.
So you think light is collimated?
I don't know what you mean by collimated.
You know, like a column. It doesn't spread out.
I mean...
Oh, there goes your 2,000 mile wide moon. You just gave up your moon that's 2,000 miles wide by saying it's parallel. You can't win.
I'm starting to think I would like Mechanium, dude, or Manufacturium. I'm starting to feel like it's better to wash dishes on Thanksgiving than have a conversation with you about this. You're just not getting it. And it's becoming a chore at this point.
No, I've only now gotten to the conclusion of the experiment. I mean, if there's other questions or things that I've not made clear, we can talk about it for like, oh fuck, it's 3:30 here. We can talk about it, but what am I not getting so far?
Okay, which one are you going with? You got plant a flag. Is light parallel, convergent, divergent? Which one?
So light.
And let's follow it to a full conclusion.
Okay, light from its source emanates in all directions. Because of the distance of the sun to the Earth, it arrives to Earth, and because of the size of the sun, it arrives to Earth parallel, effectively parallel.
Okay, so what's the distance to the sun?
I don't remember offhand, something like 93 million miles or something.
And that's based on what?
I don't remember. I think they measured Venus's path in front of the sun or something. They triangulated it.
Well, how would you figure it out?
How would I figure it out?
Yeah. What steps do you think you would take?
I'd have to think about that. I don't know. I'm not a big math guy.
Okay. Do you know it's changed over the years? They haven't actually given a full number of how far away the sun is. It's been 1 million miles to like 160 million miles. And each time they thought they were right. So I'm just kind of curious why you'd think this current number is right. Well, why is this number right and all the other ones are wrong?
I mean, I don't know the history of the different numbers, but if I had to guess, I would bet that they became sort of they were converging on something more specific.
What I would say is that you've disregarded about 30 something odd measurements to the distance of the sun. I've just disregarded 31.
Okay. So if all of this is just made up, why didn't they just pick a number and stick with it? Like, why do they keep switching it around?
Because they're looking at a bunch of lights in the sky. They have no idea what's going on, just like you. There's not much difference.
By the way, the atheist argument doesn't work with that. It's about disproving, not disbelieving.
Or you could do both, disproving and disbelieving.
No. Saying you don't believe in something that is a physical thing versus a metaphysical thing isn't the same thing. That argument, I understand it. It's just not appropriate for the situation.
Or I could just say, I can use all the other measurements to disprove all of them. But they can all be right. They gotta be wrong. Some of them, especially if the margin of error is greater than the current measurement.
I would guess that there's one right.
They all be right. That would literally not be possible.
Yeah. Hello? Is that it?
I mean, I guess. I don't know. I just came in near the end.
All right, so the world's a globe finally? Or no?
I mean, I'm remain convinced.
I'm really not a huge fan of this whole, oh, you guys were wrong. It's no, our measurements weren't as like accurate as they should have been, and then ended up we got like an incorrect answer. But the idea isn't because, oh, you have to achieve the correct answer. It's we are trying to find the correct answer, and like we have to use instruments to find that answer, and instruments have levels of failure that 1 + 1 does not.
Yeah, there's a margin of error in most of these things, and they take that into account. But mostly, I don't much like the framing that science is always wrong. I mean, they might not always be as accurate as we might like, but they usually converge on some more and more accurate figure.
Because like the issue like a lot of people have is like one of the variables you don't know, but you have to like use a whole bunch of other pieces of information to ascertain what it might be. So instead of it being like, oh, you're wrong, it was such an easy answer, it's like, no, the idea is that there's a whole bunch of things that we're generally aiming for, and as long as we're accurate enough, it's good enough. Like when it comes to like things like steel, what exactly is the mixture of steel? Well, there isn't actually an actual answer to the exact amount that composition that makes steel. It's a generalized number that as long as you're within like the certain parameters that that sets steel, it's still steel, even if it's not
just like an
exact number.
ontological issue or something.
It's just an issue that's brought up a lot when it comes to like flat Earth discussions, it's the statement of you were incorrect in your estimations here. Therefore, why should we believe any of them? And it's about we weren't wrong. We are just correcting like the measurements, because the idea is that we are attempting to get a generalized idea of what the number is, not what the number actually is.
Okay. Yeah.
Because
So there's like no grace for nuance in the numbers. They're just like, if it's not exactly this, then.
Yeah, and most of the time these numbers are expressed with some either with some leeway, plus or minus, or some level of confidence, or some margin of error. I mean, they're generally pretty good about this stuff.
Yeah, apparently humans got to like within 0.006% in 1895, and nowadays you can get to like the measurement to the sun is like plus or minus 3 meters, so it's pretty, and it does converge.
Yeah. And it's just more and more sophisticated, more and more sophisticated ways of like triangulating, is my understanding. But on that note, it's fucking 3:30 here, so I'm gonna.
Does anyone actually believe the Earth is flat? Does anyone actually believe the Earth is flat?
Oh,
yeah, a few people in the room do. Anyone with the mod status believes.
Well, let me ask, like, how many brain cells do you think you have like left in that brain of yours if you think the Earth is fucking flat? Just want to ask you that question. And, can you prove the existence of your brain? Oh, look at them! Look at them use science to like, logical facts.
I'm more curious to understand if some of these people who believe in flat Earth and seem to be educated are actually like really have a high IQ, or are they just like reading from some script?
They're all trolling. That's why you think they have a high IQ. That's why they're so like deliberate and consistent with it within their troll. Like you're just like,
think you're on a spinning globe?
Yeah, just every basic law of Newtonian physics.
Give me an example.
But so why do you think what was the question? Say it again.
Why do you believe you're on a spinning ball?
Okay, the best way to prove that is why the fuck is the moon like spinning? It's a ball.
What does that have to do with Earth?
Why are we so different? Why is the sun that way? Why is like every other planetary system that way? Why are we so different? Is it because God created us? I believe that too.
So
That's what Newton said. Yeah,
You
Newton
believe in a
said God
creator,
did it.
but not that the Earth is measurably and observably flat.
No, it's definitely not flat, but it's definitely not
It is.
round either. I'll give you that.
To be honest with you, we don't know the exact shape of it. We're not claiming it's a shape, but it is flat. We could see way too far.
When something is flat, that means it's usually consistent of one dimension.
Flat is not a shape.
Flat's not a shape, yeah, but it's like it's still a dimension, still like one dimension, right? Or two, because you can go up and down and left and right. The thing is, that proves you wrong because humans are 3D. That disproves flat Earth. That itself disproves flat Earth. That like things around us are 3D. So why is everything 3D? Why isn't everything flat? Why aren't cars flat?
It's a logical fallacy.
How? Okay, do you have gravity in your worldview?
You don't need gravity. It's made up.
Okay. Why don't you need gravity? So tell me what force.
I got a question for you though. If you can actually
No, motherfucker, you're running away. You're running away.
No. Gravity doesn't exist. It does not. It's just used to
so what
describe
force
how
is it?
It's a weak force. I can jump up in the air and beat gravity. It's non-existent.
Then what's bringing you back down? Like what's pulling you back down?
The difference between density and buoyancy depending on the medium you're in and what you're measuring.
Okay, beautiful. So what if we're in water? What happens?
Depends. Sometimes you can float by having a breath full of air, your lungs full of air, and sometimes when you're, and then when you run out of air, you start to sink.
What if you're dead? Yeah, like what if you're just dead? That's limbless.
But these are pointless questions.
It's not pointless because you're supposed to look at it in control as such. You're not supposed to look at like your lungs and how they inhale and exhale. That's out of the control. Put it in a controlled environment, which is you're dead. So nothing is moving you.
Let me ask you this real quick. What would happen if you put an iron ball in a tub full of mercury? Would it sink or would it float?
I assume it would float.
Wrong.
It would sink?
No, it would actually float. You're right. You got it.
Okay. And that's because.
So how does that? Where does gravity come? Where does gravity come into play there?
Yeah, wait.
Gravity comes into play with both objects, with both the solid ball and the liquid mercury. So both have a gravitational force.
Really?
No matter where you put them.
Okay. Well, since we're on the topic of gravity, explain how we can have a pressurized system of air that we breathe, right? Next, adjacent to the vacuum of space, the nearly perfect vacuum of space, without a container.
Because the gravity that is acted on atomic particles is usually negligent to the pressure and density.
Show me gas pressure without a container.
What do you mean?
Show me gas pressure without a container.
Earth. Without a container, Earth.
Okay, how?
Look at the atmospheres. Don't they contain gas? Don't clouds contain gas?
Wait, this is a semantic issue or an ontological issue. There is a container, technically.
It's not. He said, "Show me without a container."
Yeah, but there technically is a container. If it's containing the atmosphere, there's going to be a container of whatever. Yeah.
Where's the container? Where's the edge of the container?
Some people.
Wait, this guy. Hold on. This guy's asking if clouds contain gas.
Clouds do
so there's helium.
Yeah,
what's up, bro?
Yeah, man, that makes no sense at all.
Yeah, there's either. Yeah, wait a minute. There's a. Wait,
I mean, it's just like I've heard him say freaking like 5 sentences that make no sense at all.
I know
he doesn't understand the argument, and that's okay. That's okay. Let's go through them.
What's in clouds then, genius?
I caught you right there. I got you.
What's in clouds then? What is in clouds then if it's not gas?
No.
What do you?
What does that have to do with the question?
Listen, hold on. Clouds are gas, but they don't contain anything. They're part of the container. They're part of the result of the container.
The guy asked a question. He said, "Can you have pressurized gas without a container?" I said, "Yes. Look at the Earth. Look at the Earth's atmospheres. Look at the clouds. There's no container. Where's the container?"
You're a container.
We don't know, but it's obvious that there's a container there. Now the clouds are a result of that.
What's up,
Where's the container?
There has to be because we have gas pressure.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessitate a container.
It necessarily has to follow the second law of thermodynamics.
Exactly, entropy.
Okay, so how do we have a pressurized system, right, without a container?
Because entropy, nigga, you don't need a container.
Entropy? What do you mean?
So basically, disorder creates order.
Yeah, that makes no sense, bro.
So favorable interactions create disorder. Therefore, everything else is disordered besides the pressurized gas that you're talking about.
All right. So in your mind, everything is in disorder all of the time. And man, this is what I'm hearing you say.
Not all the
everything
time.
is in disorder all of the time. All right. So since we have order in the universe now.
You're straw manning hard. Let me
really. All right. So say it again. Say it again and make it make sense.
I was saying that not everything is in disorder at all times. There's equilibrium states between disorder and order, but generally things tend to be in disorder, as disorder is the more favorable equilibrium state thermodynamically.
Check. But you didn't even
because it actually works. Hey, let me ask you guys something. Is my microphone really loud? I can turn it down.
No, you're
No,
fine.
All
You're
right,
fine.
yeah, I'll turn it down.
You're good.
All right.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying.
Check, but you can a container. Check, a container doesn't need to be made of metal. Like there, it's still technically it's still a container depending on how you define it. Like that's holding the gases in the universe.
A container usually has finite, recognizable dimensions. The Earth's atmosphere probably doesn't.
Probably. But what is creating for the air particles and to be retained? Isn't it a magnetic pull on enough particles in the outermost edge that contains the atmosphere?
No.
It would be the pressure between them that's more magnificent rather than the gravitational pull. So I agree with you that gravity is negligent in this regard, not in regard. No, but not in regard in terms of like a macro object like a car.
Wait, do you mean the idea of gravity or the actual function of gravity? I mean, because gravity really is just an idea, So I mean, we don't actually have any proof that gravity is real.
Okay, do we have proof that electromagnetic radiation exists? We do, right?
Sure. Yeah.
That's a non sequitur fallacy right there, bro. We're talking about gravity and a container, right? How do we have pressurized air, right?
Bro,
adjacent to a vacuum, right? Adjacent to a vacuum without a container. So do you concede that there is a container?
I already answered that question 6 times, by the way. I'm answering the other guy's question.
All right, running away. Oh, remember what you said
No,
to me about running away?
Question. I already answered your question like 8 times.
I don't think he's running away, but he just makes shit. He's from the MSU, the make shit up university.
Let me repeat your question. There's this thing called entropy in the universe. Entropy tends to be more disordered. So thermodynamically, Gibbs energy wants to have entropy to be disordered, unless there's an exergomic or endothermic reaction going on that's creating the opposite response to make it favorable to have order. Generally, entropy wants to go to the left side, right? Wants to be negative. So that essentially creates.
Yeah, but that's not what anyone experiences, though. We experience order.
Fuck what you experience. Science doesn't care about what you experience, bro.
Really? So you just have to pretend something's real, even though you never experienced it.
You have to understand it through like.
Wait, now you're getting into like metaphysics. Like, what's up with this?
No, because this is what they want to believe. They want to believe it so bad. Even though they don't have any evidential experience themselves. It's just like all right, go ahead. I'll stop interrupting. Go ahead.
You guys are the one that fucking go outside and look, oh, the earth is flat because like everything around me is flat. So you obviously use your intuition way too fucking much. You can't just use your intuition for everything, dude. Like sometimes you need to like look deeper in life and understand things scientifically rather than like what they mean to you. Like not everything is simple. Right? Not everything is simple.
Check this out. I am interrupting. I retract my interrupting point. You were talking about the moon. And you said the Earth was the moon was spinning. Has anyone ever experienced that? Has anyone ever seen the moon spinning?
I don't know if the moon is spinning, but I know the moon is not flat, and I'd assume.
Hold on. I didn't say the moon was flat. You said the moon was spinning.
Yeah, but you could tell by looking at the arrangement of the craters, they change.
What?
Maybe I said that. Yeah, maybe it's spinning, maybe it's not. But I know it's not.
We see the same face. Everyone on Earth sees the same face of the moon all the time. So how can you prove that it's spinning?
The moon, wait a minute. Yeah, if you can see it.
Yo, the mainstream definition of the moon is face locked.
But you know the moon spins. What I mean by spinning is it spins around something. So what does the moon spin around? The Earth, right?
Okay, so it's face locked, like you said, but it just spins around the Earth. So that hence why we don't see the moon like
face locked.
Yeah,
You just said
they
the
call it tidal locking. You know, they call it tidally locked.
Yeah,
so,
it's
you know,
not-
just for the official term. I just wanted to
Yeah,
throw
it's
that
not
out.
like Earth. It's not like spinning like Earth, like all of its faces. No, I'm saying it's spinning around Earth. It's not spinning its face, right? That's different. That's two different things. I said it's spinning around Earth. When you see it,
You know why you're saying that? Because you don't even know what you're talking about.
when you see it at all angles, you realize
You're making shit up again. You don't even know
Wait,
what it
wouldn't
is.
you be able to see the moon if the moon just stayed like on? But it would be you could see it in the daylight if it would stay still there.
You do
if
see
it
it in the
never,
daylight.
100%. You could see the moon in the daylight, and you do see the moon in the daylight if you look
but
close
throughout
enough.
the entire day.
Yeah, sure.
Not throughout the whole entire
Yeah,
day.
sometimes, not till nighttime. No.
Always.
Yeah,
But
it
the
usually
sun-
will last early afternoon, and then it'll fade away, and
Exactly.
then it comes back.
Then
But
it comes back.
but it really
What
has
does that tell
nothing
you?
to do with the spin of the moon. I mean, that has
Helio,
nothing
let
to do
me
with the spin of.
let me
What
ask you
does that
something real
tell
quick.
you? It tells you that it shows you the moon is
check.
circular at all sides. So it's a
Real
circle.
quick, let me ask you something. Do you trust your government?
My government specifically, probably not.
Where
Dude, you just I like this channel. I'm gonna this is funny.
Where
I'm not even being a jerk. I just think it's funny.
No, you're good. Not like exactly, but like you're not in the U.S. You're in a different country.
Hey, can I say something? It's
live in
Donald Trump.
Australia, which has a very similar government.
It's Donald.
Wait, I
Let me
can't
mute
hear
this.
anything.
It's
Just mute
Donald
this guy.
Trump. No,
So
don't do me.
I live in
Hold on,
Australia.
is it Czech? You want to say something? I don't mind. Czech.
Donald
you say
Trump.
something
Okay, guys,
really quick?
let's try something. Forgive me. We're gonna have to keep some control. If someone is gonna speak and reply to
Sure.
someone else,
Alright.
take it step by step. Reply to each other. Maybe have a back and
Basically-
forth for a few paragraphs or whatever, and then someone else can ask something else after.
Yeah, I'll make it short.
After those two come to a logical conclusion about that. Go ahead.
But I'll make it short. So he asked me, do I trust my government? I live in Australia, which has a very similar government to America, right?
Okay.
Anglosphere kind of thing. I don't trust them, no. I
So
don't
why do you
your
trust their
government.
space? Why do you trust their space agency then?
I don't trust their space agency, but I trust the independent scientists. That's what I
There are
do
no
trust.
independent scientists in space, bro.
There are independent scientists. What do you mean?
Oh.
How can't there be? So why aren't there people speaking out in droves against
Hey,
NASA?
hold on. How much government money do you think Elon Musk gets?
I don't know. That's irrelevant to me. That's irrelevant.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
That's irrelevant. But that's you're taking
billions.
You're taking one crude example and you're saying, oh, like all astrophysicists align to this guy's belief and are all indoctrinated by NASA.
It's not it's not about
like-
the lie, though. It's not about the lie.
Like, how is it all one huge fat lie that all these people are coming together and they're like
Because it's a
working on
tax
it?
scam. NASA was like, "Hey, look at
Bullshit,
this
dude.
tax scam," and then everyone else was like, "Oh, I want to get in on this tax scam."
Okay, then why don't you believe the same thing about like the Jews or like the Zionists running the world or like fucking some other crazy fucking nutshell conspiracy?
Well, maybe I do.
Well, hold on, because wait, because I don't pay taxes to the quote unquote Jews, but I do pay taxes to my
You
government,
do.
and my government basically
do.
makes $85 million a day to lie to me about with cartoons and shit. NASA.
Yeah.
I'm looking
But
for
your
Australia right
government-
now, but I don't know how much.
Your
they-
government sends. Doesn't your government
sorry.
send money to Israel? Doesn't your government send money to Israel? Doesn't your government like?
No, they don't just send
But that-
money to Israel.
Hold
No,
on, wait.
Go ahead.
That's a non sequitur fallacy, right? We're talking about
why
space
don't you-
agencies, and I do agree with you that that kind of wasted money is also bad. But we're talking about space right now.
Yeah, and guess what? A couple of years ago, Israel failed landing on the moon, and then India freaking was a success a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
So
India got
Yeah.
in on the tax scam, bro. That's all it is.
Okay, let me ask.
yeah,
you-
but how much money? How much American money was involved in that?
You know what? I got you. Let me flip the table. Let me ask you. Now, what benefit does NASA, the government, and the media and all these things, propagandists, right, for circular Earth, what do they gain if the Earth is round?
I got. Oh,
Wait. If this doesn't
Hold
feel like a cartoon to you now. You're not an adult. It's just really. It's
Wait,
really
no, wait.
crazy.
This is an
Go ahead,
interesting
guys.
question. Could you repeat it one more time, though?
So basically, why do you think it's all one big fat lie, and why don't these people like come out saying that the Earth is flat? And also, why are they all keeping up a show? And what do they have to lose if they are proving the Earth is flat?
I just said it. $85 million a day, bro.
I
That's the
mean,
simplest
where's that?
explanation you can go to. There's other reasons that we could speculate on, but if you could just look at it on a financial perspective, it's like, could you imagine what you could do with $85 million a day in your country? You know what I mean? Like, we could help so many people with that money, and all they're doing is fucking making fake ass cartoons. And what the fuck has NASA gave any, like, what has NASA done for society at all? Any space agency.
Space exploration made it possible.
Yeah, and with
what has that
with
done for humanity?
All right, now what happens is with these space agencies, it's involved with the fear porn about us destroying our own planet. You know where we live, so we have to figure out whether we can discover other planets, and you know, the alien agenda or whatever. Because like Earth is gonna die if we don't fucking explore. You know.
Can I ask you something, Check?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you know Aristotle, the guy who was like, yeah, let me look at that boat go over the horizon, and like, oh, that shows curvature, right? So how can that be the case for curvature when Neil deGrasse Tyson says you're not high enough to see how big the Earth's so big that an airplane is not high enough to see the curve? So how can you have both of those at the same time? I
don't think anyone takes Aristotle's word at that point. Like
Yeah, they
for
do.
that thing. For that thing? For that
Dude,
specific
it's in mainstream textbooks, bro. Aristotle and Eratosthenes.
I mean, Aristotle was a fucking retard in terms of like the elements. He used to think like, oh, Earth is like Earth and like fire is fire. He used to think like in such a
What do you think he had to work with?
Yeah, he was a retard when it came to that shit. So
No, he's actually really intelligent, but I mean, as far as the instruments,
What
and
was
stuff,
it? He said it was comprised of earth, wind, fire, and
he
love.
was intelligent. So he was intelligent in morals and ethics and some scientific disciplines, but definitely not this one. He was full retard on Earth and like curvature, definitely. But even then,
show us how smart you are on curvature. Show us.
Smarter than obviously a fucking 5,000th.
Well, then tell us what you know about curvature.
I won't insult your. I'm not going to insult your intelligence or anything like that. But when you say, you know, do these flat earthers have more than 2 brain cells to put together? That's when I felt like I had to interject. You know?
Yeah, we have to, man. We have to defend ourselves, right?
Listen,
but
I understand.
we can.
I understand where you're coming from, but the thing is, like, it's not even logic at this point. It's just like it's just understand. It is logic.
It is logic and philosophy combined, and sometimes religion. I mean, and a lot of people don't like religion.
Can I just stop for a moment and tell you guys that this is like some of the best moderation I've seen in any rooms on Clubhouse or Discord. Like, I don't care about your point of views, but like, you guys are awesome moderators, to be honest.
Like, let me tell you something. You guys looking at it way too holistically. You're looking at it like, oh, the government's lying to me, so therefore this is bullshit. Just go outside. Go outside of that box. But go outside of all that government lying to me bullshit.
All right, we'll bring it back to logic. Yeah, we'll bring it back to logic.
Bring it back to science.
Yeah.
Bring it back to science.
Okay, so this is an important question because this is one of the globe claims, right? The globe claim from Eratosthenes, 328 BC, some shit like that. Some fucking Greek dude in a robe that might not even existed. We don't even know. He's the one that basically did the quote-unquote experiment with sticks and shadows, right? And made the assumption that, oh, because the shadow is overcasting at this angle in Alexandria, and my friend who walked 500 miles all the way to Syene, he said that shadow was not that angle. When we measured the angle, it was like 7.2. And it's like, okay, by that measurement, I'm going to calculate that the Earth's circumference is 24,901 miles, roughly 25,000 miles. Now, with that measurement, right, if we were to calculate the distance to the horizon, right, and we go to the beach. Now, real quick, I just like we're on a logical stream right here,
Come
right?
on, come on,
Why would you?
That's not what
Hold on.
Aristophanes did. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. Oh, wait. Check. Let's say we go to the beach, right? Why would we want to experiment on the beach?
Probably because of the fucking sunset. I don't
Sea
know.
level.
Oh yeah, sea level. Yeah.
Zero elevation, sea level, right? So we can actually conduct our own experiment with demarcation points. So, for example,
angle, elevation, you know, it doesn't
exactly.
matter. I mean, you could do the same, you know, same test all across Earth. It's just like, oh, I'm on this part of Earth, and
It's true.
We could do it. We could actually do it right now. Well, I can't because there's no sun where I'm at right now, but there are other people that are in different rooms here where the sun is out, and they can put a stick in the ground and measure the angle of the stick. And say, yeah, they can do the same thing that Aristophanes did.
If this is a simulation, outer space is really difficult to simulate. So why wouldn't they create reality flat like Minecraft to save resources?
Hold on 1 sec. Check. You with me?
Save
sea
resources. That was a good one.
We're going out of the window.
That was funny.
We're going out of the logical arguments real quick. So just keep it real, guys.
Yeah, let's go back to logic, right? So check. We're at the beach, right? Sea level, right? That you would agree that would be a good place to conduct an experiment, right?
Yeah. In terms of what though?
In terms of calculating the distance to the horizon using the 24,900 miles of circumference of the Earth. The radius of the Earth boils down to 3,959 miles, and we can actually do a drop over distance calculation based off of those numbers. So essentially, what you're supposed to be seeing, right? If we are on a spherical or even oblate spheroid Earth, we should be seeing 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance. Because if it was just 8 inches squared or something like that, that would be a slope. You get what I mean? Every mile.
Hey, Beast, I don't think he knows why.
No, I know, but I'm just trying to like use logic with check here, and I'm sure you heard of that number before, that drop over distance calculation.
Well, I'm just thinking if he understands anything about the Aristophanes test, you have to know the variables involved.
Bro, yeah, but you don't know that. So let the other guy bring the exchange to a logical conclusion. If the
I defer. Sorry, Jimsy. Sorry, I defer. Go ahead, guys.
What's up, you white boy? Why are we debating something so stupid?
All right, like I'm just trying to talk to Check real quick.
Brian, you can wait your turn and then you can ask your question, okay? So just wait.
Okay. Roger that.
So Check, you with me? Are you on Google or anything?
Nah, so you're basically saying like you're just checking if it's curved by looking at the distance and time that the Earth.
Yeah. Well, there's actually a distance to the horizon calculation you can actually do. So the reason why the beach is the best place is because that's zero, right? Zero elevation. And then what you would do is you would get your eye height. So depending on how tall you are, right? It's like, let's say 6 feet. I know 6 feet, if you're 6 feet tall or the level of observation you're making from 6 feet is 1.225 times the square root, or 6 feet times the square root of 1.225. It comes out to like 3 miles. So I should only be able to see 3 miles, that distance from that height, right? So if I see anything beyond, or like having a demarcation point, like let's say an oil rig, for example, and then I see the horizon beyond that, then there is no curve. There's no curvature. We see too far. And I wish I had I wish I could post near. I can't post near, but I'll show you this. But
if
I think it's can I have my turn to talk?
No.
Yeah, go for it.
Just kidding.
Okay.
If you look from the fucking International Space Station, everything is
Okay,
crystal
all right.
clear.
No,
right?
no. We're talking about Earth, bro. What we can measure. We're doing logic right now. We can't go by someone else's authority.
No curvature, you'd see it wouldn't mean the horizon or anything like that. You just see no distance covered of that sun in reference to the
I'll be
Earth,
back.
wouldn't you?
What?
Because
What do you mean?
Because isn't the sun stationary in your worldview? The sun's
No.
stationary, yeah?
No.
It's not?
No.
So what, the sun's like, how does it work, the sun, in your
Have
worldview?
you ever heard of
Is it-
Have you ever heard of Polaris?
No.
So
No
you ever
idea.
heard of the North Star?
Yeah. Northern Lights? Or no?
No. Well, they're around there, but no, just the Northern Star,
Star,
Polaris.
dog.
Yeah. So like that, you know that expression for sailors, navigators. Basically, if you're lost, look for the North Star.
No.
You never heard that expression? The reason why they use the North Star for point of reference in navigation is because it doesn't move.
Mhm.
It doesn't move. And it appears to us in reality that all of the stars and the sun and moon circle around Polaris year in, year out. That's why we have astrology, you know what I mean? Like Virgo and Taurus and all these constellations that we see year in, year out. So, like that, there's a lot. I didn't know you thought our worldview was the sun was motionless. It's kind of weird. Where did you hear that from?
Let me ask you this: what happens when you go outside of Earth's atmosphere? Can you go outside of Earth?
We don't know. We don't.
Hey, I have a question. They guys miss me. It's back Obama. Do you miss me?
Can you explore like outside of Earth or not?
Can someone mute this guy? Can anyone mute this guy?
Yeah, give him a second to work it all out.
Yeah, that dude has really got.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute him. Can you hear me, check?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
it's actually a good question. It's a good question if you're confused. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, can you go through that, Beasticles? You know, man, I think you're doing good, man. Go ahead, brother.
Thank you,
Can
Julio.
can you leave Earth as a flat earther?
No, wait. No one's ever been able to get past low Earth orbit, even according to NASA.
Haven't they claimed to get on the moon? Haven't they claimed that?
Exactly. That's why it doesn't make sense.
I'm saying, haven't NASA claimed to be on the moon and shit?
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying even according to NASA astronauts, there's like 5 of them. You can get in the interview, they said, yeah, we haven't been able to get past low Earth orbit. It's ridiculous, bro.
What's low?
Hey, let me Lance, people that believe that if you guys just indulge me for like a minute, right? The people that claim that they landed on the moon, where they landed, in relation to the moon landing where they landed, where would the Earth be? In relation to them, they would have to look straight above their head, and the Earth would be super huge, like it would fill their entire view.
Compared to the photos that they provided.
I don't believe they landed on the moon at all.
Well, you don't have to believe it. I'm just saying. I mean, but a lot of people do believe that. And if you know what they didn't do is point the camera straight above their head, according to where they landed on the moon. They never freaking pointed the camera straight above their head and showed the Earth from the moon. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
Our kinematics are not evolved to have been on the moon, so we can't be on the moon in the first place. Makes no sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
Would fly off.
Check it out. Well, here, the thing is, it's like we haven't been able to get past low Earth orbit, bro. But I got a question for you, right? Who do you think is the biggest consumer of helium in the world?
I don't, I don't care.
NASA.
Not the sun.
NASA, yeah. All right, so
NASA
they take
is the biggest consumer of helium in the world.
You know what's funny about that? It made him laugh.
It's not funny.
It
like,
made him
it's just-
laugh because supposedly helium makes you laugh, right?
Well, I mean that's true. But like, yeah, they take the most helium, and what does that mean? They take the most helium. What does it
Well,
mean?
have you ever heard of Satelloons?
I have not, Guy.
Look up NASA ballooning since the
Okay.
60s.
NASA
Seriously.
ballooning. No, I'll do it right now, dude.
Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy because here's the crazy part,
NASA
right? They have
balloon.
perfectly working giant super pressure balloons, right? That give us all of our terrain data, right? Like from the air. So why the fuck would they need space satellites?
Because they want to go farther than a balloon, right? I feel like that'd be the natural answer. I don't know.
But the point is, it's like satellites are fake as fuck, but
Well,
weather
yeah, that's
satellites are
fine.
real.
But if they wanted to go further, wouldn't you want to go further than a balloon? If you have the balloon, because we know balloons work, right? They go up. You know, I blow a balloon up, it goes up in the sky. But maybe I want to see what can make it further than that balloon that I blew up. And I feel like that's what NASA wants to do. They want to go further than a balloon.
Well, let's not speculate on why they would make. I'm
I'm
just
not
trying to point out.
speculating. I'm just saying if you could go further than the balloon that you blow up, and you wanted to do that for whatever reason, then you would. And that's what NASA wanted to do, right? They want to go further than that fucking balloon that goes up in the sky.
But here's the thing, Mac Daddy, right? If they have better and greater satellites that are orbiting our Earth, right?
I'm not even talking about satellites, though. I'm just talking about balloons. Like
No, I'm
going
just saying-
further than the balloon itself. Like we can start a square on balloon. Balloon goes up in the sky. It's all right, cool. Then I want to go further than that balloon. Can I create technology that goes further than that balloon?
Okay. Well,
If I can, I will.
Okay.
And they have the money.
Let me get back on track with check real quick.
My bad, Doc. Yep.
You're good. So Satelloons, right? Basically, all of our terrain data, our geospatial intelligence data, all of that could be easily explained with weather satellites. What do you think about that, Check? I mean, you can also look it up and see if I'm wrong or not. Like, it's crazy though.
Yeah, but where do the Zionists come in, dude? Where do they come in, the Zionists?
Okay, what's your beef on Zionism? Because I have it too, but I'm just curious.
They have to come in eventually, bro. You know, like they can't just be in the corner of the flat earth and be hanging out in Judah. Nah, dude, they run this shit. They run it. Even if the earth is flat, they run it, dude. So where does the Zionists come into your worldview?
Well, here's the thing, though. Why do you believe you're on a globe, though? That's important to ask yourself.
Because fucking Newton told me.
But do you see what I'm saying, though? Like, the same kind of control scheme is in our worldview. It's right in front of our face. Like, what does your reality tell you? You walk outside, right? Like, do you feel like you're moving 1,000 miles per hour?
What do I feel like? Nah, but see, that's a different thing, right? Like,
that's your own senses, bro.
Yeah, but because you've evolved to that. So, like, obviously, you're not gonna feel it if it's. You can't compare it to that. You know what I mean? You can't compare.
Compare what, bro? I'm just saying, like, if I was 5 years old, right, and I didn't know fucking any cartoons, no TV, I've never heard of space, nothing, right? I just go to the fucking beach, I look out in the horizon, I see flat water, right? I don't feel like I'm moving 1,000 miles per hour, and I would have never came to that conclusion on my own.
Can you see bacteria?
I had to be told. No, but I'm just saying, I have to be told these things.
But
he doesn't think he's going 1,000 miles an hour.
Can you see bacteria that kills you? You see it with your own eyes?
That's a non sequitur fallacy, bro.
It's the same thing. Like you're saying, oh, just because I have eyes and I have all these perceptions to perceive that the Earth
Our
is flat.
senses. Yeah, your senses,
And
my
yeah,
senses,
but
objectively,
your
like
senses,
objective reality, bro.
I disagree with
they're
you. I
not.
have a
No, your
2-year-old, and he
senses are
doesn't
not
think that we're
objective.
going
Though.
1,000 miles an hour.
Your
Other than the
senses
fact
are
that he
not
knows
objective.
that because he knows
Well,
what
yeah,
his
I mean
told you
that's. I
Who
think that's
told you?
where the confusion comes. It's like if we're going off of base senses, I can't see bacteria. At the same time, I can't see around Earth, right? Like just
Exactly.
base
No,
senses.
but that's important though. That's very important.
Right.
Yeah, well,
you can't see,
yeah.
you can't see bacteria. Do bacteria exist? Do
Therefore,
they
we
make us
create.
Like,
Therefore,
does
we
it exist
create
or
tools.
not? You know, it's like
No,
I
no, no.
can't see
Therefore, no,
bacteria.
You don't just stop there. You don't just fucking stop there like a caveman and be like, "Oh, the Earth is flat because I can't see anything else."
No.
You
I'm not stopping.
Develop a fucking tool which helps you see if the Earth is flat or not. You develop a tool that helps you see if bacteria if
We have
bacteria exists.
tools, and it turns out the tools that we have show us that the Earth is not flat. But like, you don't like those
Wait,
tools.
what do you
so
mean?
develop a
Like
different
what?
tool.
That the Earth is not flat. Yeah,
I mean,
you're
I don't know.
right.
Like, laser
Oh no, wait.
levels
He
and, like,
just
there's
he
a
just
lot of
made
other
a claim that we have tools to see that the Earth's not flat. Like what?
It's not flat.
It's
It's a
like-
fucking telescope. You can see that everything else is curved.
That's in the
all of
sky,
this
bro. That's
satellite
not on the
taking
ground.
picture
But
of
that's
the
like the
Earth.
microscope,
everything-
right?
Wait,
It's like the
what about all
microscope
those
and the
tools called
telescope,
satellites?
maybe.
You don't believe in any of those. You don't like the tools that we have. Come up with your own tool, dude.
What
Well, it's
satellites?
like the microscope
Yeah.
that we use.
You don't believe in any of them
for-
either.
Did you not just hear our
bacteria.
conversation about NASA being the largest consumer of helium in the world? They use weather balloons, bro. They use satelloons.
Well, they
literally.
make the comparison that we
you know what
use
happened?
microscopes for bacteria, and then we
No.
use telescopes
No,
for planets.
you assumed that I don't believe in satellites, right? Because the Earth is flat. No, I just explained to you that we have geospatial intelligence data perfectly fine without those imaginary fucking satellites that are supposed to be overhead, orbiting like
have you ever looked up who the biggest
17,500 miles an
consumer of
hour. It's
rocket
bullshit,
fuels?
dude. It's bullshit.
Well,
Who's
not
the biggest
even
consumer of
saying
rocket fuel
satellites,
in the
dog.
world?
We can say telescopes and microscopes.
Did you ever look that up? Who the
You're
biggest
breaking up,
consumer of
bro.
rocket fuel is in the world? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
You're
I mean,
right.
if we could just
I'm
if
breaking-
we could just use like microscopes for bacteria, and we can't see bacteria, you use microscopes to look at bacteria. We use telescopes to look at planets. Outside of our original scope, what would be the difference between the two?
The difference is when you
But you
use a
don't use
telescope.
helium to look at bacteria, do you?
When you use a telescope, right? When you use a
Yeah.
telescope to look at planets or stars in the sky, what do you see?
I see round.
You see magnified images.
Round stuff.
You see lights.
I see round
No,
stuff.
you see magnified
That's what I'm
images.
saying. I see
Yeah, but
round.
how do you know
things
it's
and-
3D? How do you know it's fucking spherical? You
Well,
don't.
how do I know that this bacteria that I'm looking at is 3D? It's the same thing. I can't. I don't see a bacteria as 3D.
That's the point, though.
I know
You
that
don't
you're
know it's
3D,
3D.
man. I only see you in
Yeah.
2 dimensions. I mean, unless you turn around, and then I'm like, oh, okay, I'm just seeing a
Yeah, well, I'm
changing
not using
two-dimensional
that to
object.
deny
No,
that
what I'm
maybe
saying
what
is-
I'm looking at is
I
2D.
know you're 3D.
What
but
I'm
I
saying
see it.
is when you look through a telescope or a
Yeah.
microscope,
Oh,
right?
I see.
Yeah.
When I
you
look at
can't-
Discord, all I see is a green circle. How do I know
No,
you're real?
But what I'm saying is when you look through a telescope, you can't see in 3D. You need both eyes. It's
Yeah.
impossible.
That's fine.
That's how it works.
Yeah, and same with
So
bacteria.
how are those
but I know
CGI
bacteria
photos of
exists.
Saturn and
Yeah,
Pluto
the
and
thing with
all these
bacteria,
fucking
no, he's
planets?
right.
They're
If
all
you look through a
CGI.
microscope, you can see bacteria with one
Yeah, I
eye.
see that bacteria
I mean,
exists.
like, wait,
and
hold
I
on.
see it-
Military snipers see their target with one eye. Do you think those people aren't 3D? Or
Hold
do you
on,
think
wait.
they
Do
are?
military
because they're
snipers
not?
do military snipers have to account for the spin of the Earth when they take a shot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Oh
have
yeah.
to,
Oh, they have to
do,
take
dude.
account
I
of the
mean,
Coriolis effect, right?
not even like just like I'm not even like trying to get on you. They have to
No, they don't.
account for the spin
No,
of
they
the
don't.
Earth.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Or they don't.
They also have to
They
account for
don't.
gravity, actually.
Well,
They have to
no,
account
it's
for
fine.
gravity
It's
drop.
fine. You know what? If
They
they
do.
don't, what do they account for? If
They're not
for
accounting
the spin of the
for
Earth?
density. They're accounting for gravity when they're talking about the bullet drop.
I mean,
They're accounting-
anything. Like, what are
and it's
they
like
accounting
9.8
for?
So
9.8 meters per second squared.
Let me ask you this then. So the Coriolis effect affects bullets when they're shot out of a gun. That's what you just said. You just said it
No,
affected
it isn't.
snipers.
No, it isn't. What is it? Explain the Coriolis effect as if I was 5, because I don't think you know what that is.
Hold on,
and I
hold
don't
on.
think
You just
know that
said
that's not what I
you just said snipers have to take into account the Coriolis effect, correct?
Nope, that's not what I said. They have to take into effect gravity and the spin of the Earth.
The spin of the Earth is the Coriolis effect, bro.
No, it's not. You're talking about
I'm
centrifugal
back.
force.
I'm back.
Yeah. So here, check me out, right?
Explain it to me.
As soon as the bullet leaves the gun, right? It's independent of the gun. It's above the ground. It's being affected by Earth's spin. That's what you're saying, right?
Beyond 100
It's also being
meters, the
affected by
bullet
Earth's
begins to drop
gravity.
along the trajectory
But
of
you're saying
gravity's
that's how it
pull,
works,
dog.
right? So how do airplanes not have to land on moving runways?
Well, we're talking about bullets here.
What does that even?
shots,
I don't
right?
even
So-
know what that means, man.
Yeah,
Because the runway is
What does that even
moving.
mean? No. Wait,
the
hold on.
runway
Let me
is moving.
explain. What is the
Everything is
Coriolis effect?
moving.
What do you think the Coriolis effect is? Please explain.
When everything is moving, it seems like nothing is moving. Very simple. Very, very simple.
Thank
Very,
you.
very simple.
What does this other guy think the Coriolis effect is? Because
When
that's not the
everything,
Coriolis
think about it like this.
So if
everything is moving,
it's called
if everything
relativity,
is
and we
moving,
have that. It's called the theory of
Exactly.
gravity, and it was created by Einstein. Yeah, it's awesome.
Relativity.
Anyway, what does this guy who's a
Relativity.
flat earther think the Coriolis effect is? What is the Coriolis effect? What is it?
The Coriolis effect, right? That is the supposed effect of why like why snipers have to take into account the spin of the Earth. That's what they literally use that phrase, Coriolis.
Yeah, but what is it? Like what do you think it is? What do you think they're taking into account?
Hold on.
What is it?
Hold on a second. You just said
You don't know
snipers
what it is, man? Wait, no.
I know what it
Can you
is.
explain it to me, please? Okay, then what is it? Please explain it to me. I don't know.
Okay.
Pretend I don't know.
Okay.
Please explain to me what your understanding of it was.
Okay.
It's the apparent deflection of something in the inertial reference frame from the non-inertial reference frame being the Earth.
Good question.
Okay, thank you for that, but that's not an explanation of what it is. What is it? What do you think the Coriolis effect is?
Definitely did just explain it. And also I can give a citation that will say exactly what I just said. So I don't know what
Go
that
ahead.
kind of response.
Yeah, thank you, but you didn't explain it. What do
So
you think
don't
the
know
Coriolis
what
effect
reference frames
is?
are? You don't know what you need for Coriolis Coriolis
Why are
effect?
you backing him up? Can you just not? Just let him answer the
Well,
fucking
I heard
question.
I heard two people
What you think it
why are
is.
you being hostile, bro? I just entered the conversation. I heard two other people speaking along.
I'm not being hostile. I'm not being hostile.
Well, I
I'm
just
asking
wish
a
you would
person a
stop
simple
cutting me off then.
first-
If I could just complete my sentences and then you can complete
snipers
your
say they're
sentence.
using for bullet trajectory,
I can
which is
complete
not
what
true.
I'm
It's never been
saying.
true, and that's not a real thing. But I'm asking him what he thinks it is.
I can
and you're
complete what
coming in
I'm
and
saying, then you can go. That would mean none of us are hostile, right? I mean, is that fair? When I start talking, when I stop, then you go. Is that okay?
Yeah, I put him on mute. You go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah. So you asked him what the Coriolis effect was. I heard more than just you speaking. So there were two people, at least three people talking. So I decided to jump in and tell you what it is. You don't know what two reference frames are? Okay, you're in one frame of reference. You see a deflection from something that is going in a straight path, but it looks like it's deflected because you're in the non-inertial reference frame. That's what Coriolis effect is. Something that appears to deflect from its straight path.
Yeah. Keyword appears. Right?
So
exactly, keyword appears.
Yeah. Okay. So it's
Right.
going in a
The
straight
reason why I
path.
even brought that up was because CW said that snipers have to take into account the spin of the Earth before they take a shot.
Yeah, but technically it's not Corey. I mean,
it's not.
It's anyway. Go ahead, guys.
Right,
I just
right.
wanted to put that in
But
there.
it's just like he was just like, yeah, they do. It's like, no, they don't.
No, but it is choreo. Wait, it is. Thank you for that. Hey, I'm sorry for jumping on you. I apologize for that. And I do. So sorry, Elijah. I apologize for.
The thing is,
jumping.
it's negligible. I'm pretty sure it's negligible.
Pretty much. I mean, if you're going 100 meters, you're not going to,
Even a bullet, even a bullet though, as fast as you think a bullet or an airplane is, it's clear, it's completely negligible to the Earth's spin.
If you're a military sniper and you're going like 4 miles or whatever it is, the maximum amount of distance for a confirmed kill, I think it's like 4 miles. Maybe it's like 4.
What was the longest one?
There was a
I think
record
it's a
for
little
it,
bit
but
over 4 miles.
check it out, right? If
Yeah,
it's
I'll look it up.
negligible, why do you guys think the Earth?
2.14 miles was the longest one.
No, the Coriolis effect is actually important in that shot because you are in a reference frame, obviously moving with them on the trajectory of the Earth, and so you have to worry about bullet drop with gravity, which we also calculate into bullets. But because of the refraction of the light over 4 miles, and the refraction or the reference point of the non-moving / moving target is going to have a difference, and that's kind of the Coriolis effect. But like, it's okay.
Go ahead, Elijah.
I mean, and it's very negligible. You're right about that. It's not very much.
Extremely, because the longest one recorded would be 2.14 miles, so it doesn't even reach the 4 mile mark for the longest shot.
Is that the longest? Is that longest?
Yeah,
confirmed
that's.
kill?
I just 2-second Google search. Unnamed Canadian soldier, 2.14 miles.
2.14.
Yeah.
About the Navy.
Okay. Sorry.
Not the Navy.
I thought it was.
I'm saying in the days of battleships when they were firing like 9 kilometers away. How about those?
I mean, the Coriolis.
No, you don't need to worry about the Coriolis.
Sure, like the effect could come into.
So
issues.
Curvature calculation.
It's probably unlikely that most snipers are using the Coriolis effect or accounting for that.
So let's logically think about this,
Literally,
right?
no
If it's
snipers are using the
negligible,
Coriolis.
Yeah. I mean, logically,
gravity.
in most, they're probably not accounting for that, but they probably are accounting for bullet drop, right?
Yeah, sure.
Which is gravity, which they're using the Earth's rotation, which creates gravity, to calculate that.
The Earth's rotation uses gravity?
Yeah, it sure does.
Care to explain?
Well, because if you're shooting something at a straight distance off of a rotating ball and it's attracted to that ball, it's going to drop in accordance to the attraction of that ball. That attraction would be called gravity. So,
yes. Are you saying which kind of gravity are you referring to?
Well, that's, oh God, it's jumping so many.
I'm just talking to gravity, but when you're talking about velocity at a straight distance up or straight distance forward, you're going to be reducing gravity by how high you put it. This is why snipers shoot up in a trajectory, right?
Yeah, but that was like kind of a red herring from his point. I think his point was that there would be drift from the Earth. Now you guys already said it's negligible, which means you don't have to account for the Earth's spin. Like for example, if you're shooting from north, please don't interrupt me, bro. I'm on a roll. Don't do it. So if you're shooting from north to south, then there would be some kind of drift. Now you guys have already said it's negligible, which means you wouldn't be accounting for any of that. So that's a concession right there. What you guys are talking about is basically a red herring, the bullet drop. You claim that it's gravity. Well, we already know that things drop on the Earth. The cause of that is something that's wholly irrelevant to the guy's initial point.
That's not buoyancy. Is it?
My initial
but
point.
But again, that's a red herring to the point. Why things drop is not what's in contention here. He's talking about the drift.
You're right. Shooting north and south.
He's talking about the drift
you win.
that something would have because of the movement of the Earth and the projectile being in another
you
frame
win
of
on
reference.
the drift.
Why is he?
No, I know, but it's okay.
I don't know.
Who is he and why is he interrupted? I didn't. Every time you talk, I stop talking. You realize that?
Yes, CJ, or CW, come on, man. All right. Pump the brakes, all right?
So if the Earth is not flat, why are there so many dicks in? Why are you being a dick? If it's not flat, if you're correct, what's the rush, bucko?
No, hey, you're right, man. You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm apologizing.
All right.
It's a good one, though.
Can I
can
I ask a follow-up question now, CW? Since it's negligible to even detect the Coriolis, right? It's negligible. You shouldn't have to account for it. So why do you think Earth is spinning?
Why do I think the Earth is spinning?
Like, why do you feel like you're moving? I don't feel like I'm moving.
Okay. When you're in a car, do you feel like you're going 60 miles an hour?
That's
Like,
in the
I mean, I
car,
don't know.
bro. I'm saying right now, sitting down, not moving.
Yeah, we're in the car that's called the Earth. Like, what do you mean? Why do I don't feel like I'm moving? No, I don't feel like I'm moving. Do you want me to say that? Yeah, I'll say that.
Where do they get the calculation or assumption that we're moving 1,000 miles per hour? Where does that come from?
Special relativity.
It's relative to other bodies. Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, logically, right? You're driving 60 miles per hour.
Special relativity kind of doesn't understand because special relativity doesn't include gravity, but general relativity does. But it's okay because special relativity is assuming that all things are operating under the same amount of gravity. That's true, but like all of that is very complicated.
I feel like it'd be the same thing as like the theory is, right? That the Earth is spinning a certain amount of miles per hour, like 1,000. And if the Earth was to just stop spinning, right, then shit would like fly off the room. Just like if you're driving 60 miles per hour and you put the brakes to zero,
but like I'll just give you
and
that.
you just fly out the window.
Wait, hold on. I'll give you that. Say the Earth is standing still. How do you know it's not a sphere? Say it's standing still. It's not moving.
No.
Well, no, I'm saying that if the Earth were to stop,
what if it's a sphere and it's standing still in space?
What makes you
Does gravity not exist?
What makes you believe NASA when they say the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour? I want to know why.
I don't. I mean, I don't know. I haven't really looked into why we know the Earth is spinning that much. I bet we have reasons too, but I don't personally think that. What I'm saying is that the Earth is a sphere. If it was a sphere and it's standing still, do you have any?
It's because the Earth goes around the sun, right? Every 365. So 1 year, 365.
I mean, somewhat. Like, I mean, we have calculus and we have orbits and all that. I mean, and we could talk about that, but like, we don't have to worry about like calculus or whatever if we're just saying the Earth is a sphere.
No, I'm just saying. If you want,
it's surrounding us at like variable distances and surrounding us at variable. Like, we don't even have to worry about that. Like, how do you know that the Earth?
Why is still talking, man? It wasn't.
Generally, basicals.
Yeah.
One sec.
Generally, how do you find the?
Oh no! Wait. Check. Someone's trying to speak.
Hey, he asked Beasticles a question. You asked Beasticles a question, and then that guy answered for Beasticles. Beasticles can answer it. That guy thinks everyone's talking to him. I'm going to take you off mute, but sometimes you need to shut up, man.
Thank you, Timbo. Can someone repeat the question back to me, or whatever the question was? Actually, I got lost in the sauce.
Well, the question was if we are standing still.
Fuck me.
It doesn't matter if we're rotating. It doesn't matter if we're.
Sorry, I had to do it again, man. It wasn't his fucking question. The guy's a moron. Seriously, not everyone is talking.
No, what if the universe never actually had a beginning? What if there was just a bunch of localized events that keep on cycling?
It's crazy.
Basicals.
Yes, check.
What? Yeah, go.
Usually, how do you calculate the speed of an object? Usually.
What?
How fast are we flying through the universe right now as we orbit the center of the Milky Way galaxy?
How do you calculate the speed of a car? Generally speaking.
An object at rest stays at rest.
And generally speaking, how do you track the speed of a car? I'm not exactly sure what it's called, but you know the speed gun the cops use? I'm pretty sure it What was that, Larry?
LiDAR. What does that thing
LiDAR, okay.
Yeah, what does it use? Distance over time, right? Average distance over average time, instantaneous, right? The gradient of a displacement time curve, right? So that's the same thing. Right, you calculate
shut up, CW. Stop, bro. He's trying to say something.
What about the video I just posted in the side chat about how flat earthers prove the Earth is round?
Fuck every single one of you. That's what I think. I think the Earth is whatever the Earth is. I want to fucking explode one day because of you cunts.
Yeah, you do.
Don't worry, Chuck. We're having conversations, bro. Thank you, Timbo. Dude,
Say
CW, I
something or no?
swear, bro. There you go. Okay, go ahead. You asked. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
I was just saying your speedometer records your speed by how fast your wheels are rotating. That's how it does that.
Right.
It's not by acceleration of the vehicle
No,
itself.
it's
It's by the wheels.
If you get bigger tires than the car was manufactured with, your speedometer will be off.
It's
If you get smaller tires,
It's
yeah, so
measuring the wheels and how fast they're spinning, not the vehicle itself, and by the acceleration of
like
it is
newer
from
vehicles
point in
have
place.
having to counteract that because there's a little bit more understanding of what's going
Okay.
on. Like, yeah.
Okay. So it's calculating the wheels, how fast they're spinning. Just sorry to repeat, but it's measuring the wheels itself, the RPMs that they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like RPS or something. I don't know. exactly how
RPMs,
they
yeah,
figure out.
rotation
Wait.
per
Let's get back
minute.
on track real quick. So check. How has anyone now, or in ancient times, all the way up to modern times, has anyone been able to show why, or measure, or demonstrate why we spin 1,000 miles per hour at the equator?
Show why?
Are you talking
Yeah,
like
they
spin?
have.
Are you talking about the Earth's spin on its own axis, like it's spinning on
Yeah,
its own? That kind of thing?
axis rotation. Yes. Has anyone been able to measure it?
24 hours.
I have no idea.
Yeah, but none that you would be willing to accept.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, I mean, it's just a 24-hour day. I mean, like if the sun is stationary, then we just have a 24-hour day, and that's how quick the Earth is moving over its axis. Because then the sun rises at the same time and then sets at the same time. But then, like, we're not on a straight axis, and so we kind of figure that out, and that's like whole daylight savings time thing. But like that's what people are doing. Yeah, we see the sun, and then we go, "Wow, we're facing the sun again. Must have rotated
They
180 degrees."
they believe this. Okay.
It's a textbook affirming the consequent formological fallacy, right? So Larry ate a pizza, therefore he's full. The next day, Larry's full. Well, he must have eaten a pizza, right? So you're saying that if the Earth is a globe, then we have night and day. Well, we have night and day, therefore the Earth is a globe, right?
Nope.
So you need to
That's not what I'm
reformulate
saying.
Okay.
No.
So
I mean, we can figure out whether the night and day is a part of us being a globe by other means. But I'm saying that the reason that we know how fast we rotate is by looking at the night and day. So, like, how much pizza did Larry eat before he was full? Like, we would know that from like his metabolism and like other data, right, that we're bringing in. If he's just full, we don't know that he ate a pizza. I don't know. I mean, I don't know just the fact that the sun rises and the sun sets. I don't know that the Earth is round and rotating. I don't know that just from. I need other facts.
It's funny because this isn't a trial. You don't need like a body of evidence to substantiate your premise. You kind of just need the proof of your premise first. So if you have that, then go ahead and present it. You're
But
saying
I was doing that, and then someone said like your evidence doesn't matter because your evidence is not.
that's not my name. My name isn't somebody else. Like, let's just step into 1038 or whatever time you're in. You said you have there all these other pieces of evidence. Either present it or don't. But we're having a new conversation. Don't
we can do
sour it.
we can do this right now, just like with us in the chat. Like, where's the sun at in your sky, and what time is it there? We could just do that, and then just be like, okay, now it's
Bro,
different
he just said
sun in the sky,
10:38,
different
bro.
time.
It's 1 p.m. here, almost 1 p.m.
Yeah, okay. So it's like 7:30 p.m. here, and the sun's still kind of out. I mean, like it's not out, but like we can still see it's twilight.
There's time zones. When the sun is not overhead here, it's 90 degrees overhead somewhere else. Big whoop. Are you going to affirm the consequent? Like Hank said, by assuming that because it's moving in the sky, that means we're rotating? No. How do you prove that premise?
No, that's not. Wait, that's not what I was saying. I was just saying we can.
Well, that is because you're just it literally is.
Isn't there two options? Would you agree that there's two options? Either the sun is moving or the Earth is moving. There's no other two options in those two options.
Well, I mean, when I'm standing still and I'm watching the sun traverse the sky, it's in the language. I'm watching the sun traverse the sky. So if someone's gonna say it's not that, we're actually
Wait,
on a
wait, wait,
globe,
wait. No,
and the
but you're not
globe is
answering the
actually.
question. Answer the question that he
I
asked you.
literally just answered the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're relying
There's
again.
either is the Earth moving or is the sun moving?
I
Is that not a
literally
true
just answered
dichotomy?
the
Yeah,
question.
he's saying the sun's moving. He just said it. So okay, my thing is to you is how can you believe your eyes? How can you? So if when I look into a highway and see the cars are moving, let's say parallel to me,
Means you're moving, dude.
it looks like it's that way. But it's a
Can you
whole
imagine
different way.
saying that to a soldier, your drill sergeants, you got your soldiers in boot camp, like, when you hear someone shooting at you and you see someone shooting at you, how dare you use your eyes to fire back and save your own goddamn life?
Nah, man, the bullet's not moving. You're the one moving towards the bullet. I mean, have you ever heard of relativity? Come on, man.
Infinite reference frames makes it all make sense.
Now we know. Now we know that the Earth is flat and bullets travel flatly over it. The only reason they fall is because we're moving up really fast. Up in regards to what? I don't know. But we're moving up really fast.
Do flat earthers believe in thermodynamics or no?
Are you
kidding?
Why are you
That's-
changing the subject?
Yeah.
So many
No,
times. in a
Yeah,
short
flat earthers
period of
love
time.
thermodynamics because they don't understand thermodynamics.
It's not
What
changing.
crazy
This
say.
is CW. Just chill
Somebody
the
wrote
fuck
on it.
out. Chill the fuck out, CW, bro. You've been like
Why are we changing the subject?
It's not a subject change. This is asking you based on your
It
premise.
is that thermodynamics is a law of nature. What we were talking about is something in motion or not.
Right.
Two completely
Thermodynamics
different-
has
It's two completely
thermodynamics
different conversations. So why are you
Yeah,
changing
it's-
the subject?
Thermodynamics has nothing to do with
Thermodynamics,
motion. When does it have anything to do with motion?
a lot. What the fuck are you talking about? Thermodynamics is factored into motion all the time. What are you talking about? Why are you looking at them so isolated?
It's not. It is factored into it, but it has nothing to do with it. The laws of thermodynamics have nothing to do with the laws of motion, other than the fact that we combine them to figure out where something's gonna be.
Why is so many different conversations happening, fam? The bottom
this is
line.
not-
I don't know. I don't know.
Very simple.
Bottom
Very
line
simple.
is
You believe
the
believe
bottom
the fucking
line
sun-
is the
Listen,
bottom
you
line
believe
is.
this.
Oh my
you believe
god.
the sun's
Everyone's
spinning-
talking shit on me like I'm the one that's fucking up, but I don't know.
Yeah, the bottom line is there's a claim that even though I'm standing still watching the things in the sky move, for example, the sun, the claim is that
How
well,
do
the
you
reason
know?
that it moves 15 degrees per hour is actually because we're on a sphere that rotates. Well, without begging the question and affirming the consequent, we should just go ahead and prove that first. I don't see
Wait,
what the
let's
problem
just
is.
say I don't know. I don't know that I'm on a sphere, and I don't know if I'm standing still. How do we know either one? What do we do?
Well, I know that I'm
I don't
standing
know.
still. I'm standing still.
You know that you're standing still on relative to the thing that's moving, but like if you see a car moving, you don't think that you're moving. You just see the car
Hey,
moving, and you go, "I know I'm
excuse
standing
me,
still."
if a body is in rotation, that's angular acceleration. We definitely would be feeling that, or at least detecting that, because it's an acceleration.
Well,
Sorry.
I mean, maybe not, right? Like, have you ever like
What do you
okay,
mean,
so
maybe
like
not?
people say like
In what
water
world would you not
can't
detect
cling to a
acceleration?
ball. Hold on, but people say water can't cling to a ball. But have you ever put like water on a ball and know what surface tension is, and you just turn it really, really slowly, like really slowly? The water
Nobody
actually
in the
stays
flat
in.
Earth
That's
is
non
arguing
sequitur.
that surface
That's non
tension
sequitur.
doesn't exist.
I already said angular acceleration would be felt. Period. What are you going to tell me that that's not the case?
Well, why? No, because because the bigger the sphere gets, the amount of speed it's moving doesn't matter. The amount of speed it's moving relative to how big it is matters, right?
That's a red
Wait,
herring.
like,
are you saying acceleration as a like synonym for speed here?
We can't
am I
even.
saying acceleration is a synonym for
Elijah, are you like
we can't even stay on the same
when you're
page.
saying acceleration, are you talking about like increase of speed or just
I'm talking
Yes,
about
it's a
angular
delta
acceleration.
velocity.
When you jump in a car and
Yeah,
drive
but like
around in
if we're
circles,
all at the
what do you
same velocity,
experience?
we're not increasing
Hold on, guys.
velocity, right?
Hold on, guys. Nobody's talking about that kind of acceleration. We're not talking about flooring it in your pickup truck, okay? When you are changing in velocity, that's acceleration. So that means you're pushing the gas pedal, that's one kind of acceleration. You're on a merry-go-round flying off. Well, let's say you're not even flying off. You're on a merry-go-round, that's another kind of acceleration.
No, it's not. What do you mean? Why is that? Why is that different? Like, why? Like, can you explain the difference between those two things?
Sure. You're just having
Yeah.
a change in velocity, right? So if, hypothetically,
Well,
I'm in
change in
space.
velocity would be
Hold on, bro. You
acceleration.
just asked me a question.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So are you not changing your velocity on a merry-go-round? It's constantly changing.
Angular momentum and velocity are different things. Like, do you disagree with that statement?
Okay. So we're talking about, bro. Can you
Wait,
please
like,
look up,
wait, do you disagree with what I just said?
acceleration? Just look up acceleration. Tell me
Acceleration
what it
is
says.
what?
You want me to look it up?
Changing of velocity in one changing of velocity in one direction. Yeah, of course. You're saying now you're going in all directions. You're going in a circle. You're going in a bunch of different
There's
directions.
3 dimensions, right, guys? And you can accelerate in all 3
All right,
directions.
hold on, wait. If I'm driving a car around a roundabout and I'm going 30 miles an hour, and then I go, you know what? I'm going to punch it. I'm going to go 60 miles an hour around this roundabout. Does that change my acceleration from 30 to 60? And then once I'm going 60, am I changing my acceleration all of the time just because I'm going in a circle? Really?
Another red herring. Bottom line is, it's a red herring. I don't know why everybody keeps eating the red herrings. Yum yum. The bottom line here is, you said, how do I know that I'm standing still? I said, because I don't feel any acceleration. Now we're arguing about how much acceleration. No, I don't feel me moving. Your premise is that we are. How do you prove it?
How do I prove that we're moving when we're not?
You measure acceleration. So to answer your question, when you're driving a car in a circle,
I mean, I can't answer. I can't answer.
Your
Everyone else
acceleration
wants
is
to answer.
changing because
Yeah,
the
'cause of the
acceleration is
lateral
always
J's,
pointing towards the center, right? But the direction of center is going to be different every single time, right? When you're at the top of it, it's pointing down, and when at your bottom, it's pointing up. Does that make sense? That your acceleration is
If
constantly
I'm
changing
walking
when
down
you're
the
driving
street
in
and
a
I
circle?
turn sideways, my point of acceleration is going to be different as in regards to the Earth moving 1,000 miles an hour is what their point is, and you're not grasping it. You're not understanding what they're saying, and you're arguing against it.
I'm wondering if you're understanding like basic vectors, right?
They're understanding
yeah.
basic vectors. They're doing the basic vectors. You aren't. What I'm saying is, if the Earth is moving 1,000 miles an hour, and I'm not, I will fucking support the round Earth theory 100% until the day I die. But what you're saying is that if you're moving forward like north, and you're moving sideways at 1,000 miles a second or whatever the fuck it is that they think we are, 1,000 miles an hour, and then you turn left, your angular momentum is going to change. And is that factored into stuff? And I'm saying no, because the Earth is really, really big. That's my answer to that. But they don't believe that. They think the Earth is really, really small, and they think that it should change that. And they're not understanding why it doesn't.
Actually,
The Earth might be really,
I'm not
really
even
big, and
I'm not even talking about walking anywhere, doing anything, changing directions while
talking about
walking anywhere.
standing
I'm the bro. I swear to God, you really need to get some Ritalin, bro. You was
No,
just talking. I didn't interrupt. It's not because.
Okay.
Chill out.
You're right. You're right. Go ahead and explain what I said.
A body in rotation has angular acceleration. Me standing still.
No, it doesn't.
Feel
I wish I could make
wouldn't
you
we just
understand that you
habituate
spin
to-
around, you aren't accelerating away from yourself, and you're not ripping yourself apart. However fast you accelerate and however fast you spin, you can't rip yourself apart. You can't do that.
Elijah, wouldn't you? So, considering how lateral G's work, wouldn't we just be habituating to the lateral G's of the rotation?
It's not about me. I don't have to prove that
No, I'm
I'm
just asking you a question. I'm just asking
listen.
you a question.
I heard you. I heard you. Like I said, it's not about me. I don't have the claim. Your claim is that we are moving. I've yet to see the evidence of that. You're not even trying to produce any evidence in the positive. You keep saying, well, angular acceleration, what you don't understand is that we wouldn't feel it, or it's negligible, or we don't have to worry about it. That's not exactly proving that we're on a spinning ball that's moving.
Right, but again, wouldn't we habituate to the lateral G-force? Because of how we habituate just naturally as a fucking species and individuals.
Excuse me. I mean, is that a positive claim that we're moving and can therefore
Well, it's just
evidence
a
it?
question
I think
about
night and day
knowledge
kind of
of
explains
Well,
it.
all I'm
human
saying is you're asking me a
adaptation.
question when I first started this conversation, not first started it, but this topic that we changed from the whole Coriolis, whatever that was. Now we're talking about this. Someone said, is the sun moving or are we moving? So I said, well, I'm standing still. The sun is moving. The end. It's in the language. The sun is moving. I don't have to answer any other questions because I'm
Yeah,
expecting you guys
no,
to
but your
prove.
reference point is that you're standing
Excuse me,
still. No,
fam.
no, it's okay.
Excuse me, fam. So I'm expecting someone to give some positive evidence rather than reverse the burden of proof.
Well,
There
we
is
got
no
we got to look
absolute
at the
motion.
movement
There's
of the
only relative.
stars,
Oh wait, hold
and
on.
we got to look.
I think I got
We
this.
got to.
I think I
You
got
need
this.
one.
I think I got this, bro.
I'm
Elijah,
still
real
waiting for
quick.
the
Can I ask you two
habituation.
questions?
Why?
We
I
have
just
to
told
look at the
you to
movement.
stop
No,
asking
no,
me
no,
questions.
because in order
I'm
to
waiting for
understand how the Earth is moving around the sun, we got to look at the movement of the stars. Because the sun, yes, it rises and it sets every day, and it could be moving, it could be setting. And the Egyptians thought it was moving, and it came up, and then the big serpent ate it at the end of the day. Like that's not what we know now, because like most people live around the world, and we know that like people see the sun at different times, right? Like we know that.
You're still affirming the consequent. Anyway, do you have
No,
any
no, but
positive
wait.
evidence
Let me
though?
tell you. No, I'm giving you evidence of it. We can
Well,
look at the
if your
constellations. We can
evidence
look at the
can be
stars,
devoid of the
and we
logical
can
fallacy,
see
I would
the
appreciate it.
rotation of the Earth through different points on the Earth's surface of the stars and the constellations.
I feel like
You're saying we
people
can't
mix
do
up.
that.
If your
People
evidence
mix
can be
up.
devoid of a logical fallacy, I would appreciate that.
Elijah, do you believe in
People
space?
mix
Yes or no?
I
up
didn't say it's
affirming
a
the
logical
consequent.
fallacy.
It
No,
is a
he's
logical
he's
fallacy.
accusing
It's
your
affirming the
argument of being
consequent.
logically fallacious because he doesn't understand the difference between affirming the consequent and inductive reasoning.
Yeah.
No, no. If I
Yeah,
pull
no,
up,
that quite literally
excuse
is
me,
the
Well,
don't
difference.
then
interrupt me
I'm
too.
telling you
Don't be
how
the
we
second
can
guy
know
that
these
interrupts.
things.
That kind of makes
Don't
sense.
be the second guy that interrupts me. So we can put our balls on the table right now. If I call him out for affirming the consequent, that's a
How do you know it's a ball?
logical fallacy. Which means
What if it's a
that's a
sphere?
logical
What if
fallacy.
they're flat?
So
Are we putting our
either it
flats on the
is,
table?
I don't know. I mean, is there really moderation in here or what? I'm not sure what's going on.
How do we know we're putting our balls on the table? Like, what if they're flat? I mean, I don't know.
Well, I
How
don't
do
have
you
any
know?
keys,
If
so
the Earth was a
I can't
globe,
put my balls on the
if the
table.
Earth was a globe, you guys wouldn't really be this insecure about letting me get my point across.
We're not insecure, man. I'm listening to you.
No, you're not.
No,
You're acting like a 5-year-old, interrupting what I'm saying,
no,
and then the
we're not,
other guy who's also
dude.
interrupting.
We
Whether or
heard what you're
not
saying.
we're
We're just
taking
trying
you
to give you a
seriously right
cross
now has
point.
nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and the fact that you have to defer to that to try to gain some legitimacy in the conversation is pretty sad, and actually
I
speaks to
didn't.
your insecurity.
What are you talking about, dog? It wasn't my claim that
What
we
if
were moving.
no one's
It's not my
insecure?
claim. That's what I'm saying. Now you're acting like I came in here providing proof for a claim. No, I never made a claim. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Elijah, do you not deny the
Here we go, another person
the acceleration?
responding in the time slot that the person who I just
Brother,
asked the
is
question
it
who addressed
possible,
me should be speaking.
brother? Is it possible
Supposed to be
to
quiet.
still understand what we're trying to tell you? Is it possible?
I gave you a rebuttal. How you gonna
I
come?
understand you
Imagine
gave us a
that.
rebuttal, but do you
I'm not
understand
finished.
our rebuttal?
I'm not finished.
You
I
got to
wasn't
listen to
finished.
people before you respond, dude. Just hold
I
on while he's
wasn't
talking.
finished.
Guys, I
So
can ask you a question. I
I
wanted a
gave
yes
a
or no
rebuttal.
answer.
The rebuttal to me was it wasn't affirming the consequent. I began to say, well, if it's not, then what we could do is just pull up what an affirming the consequent is. And if his word fit the description, it is what it is. We can't just sit here and lie all day, do things that we said we didn't, and then call it, well, deductive reason. No, fam.
I'm
Do you
still
deny
waiting
that
for the
there is an
habituation.
acceleration due to the Earth spinning? Elijah.
I'm just waiting for the habituation question to be answered still.
Get a yes or no answer. Do you deny that there is an acceleration due to the Earth spinning?
Can you guys speak one at a time so that anybody can figure out what is going on in this room?
No.
Okay, well, I'll just mute you then.
I'm kidding, man.
Bye.
Hey, can I
I
get
actually
a?
haven't heard from him.
Can I get permission, perms?
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'd like to like be able to text in chat as well.
I'll do that.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm looking for.
Okay, so here's what's going on in the conversation right now. We need evidence that the Earth is spinning, and so far we've got, well, you can't detect it. So that is the opposite of evidence.
I disagree. I think we can detect it.
Show me.
There's like less weight at the equator than like at the North Pole, right? You guys deny that, of course, right?
Is that something you can show me, bro?
Yes.
Okay, so do you got like a ticket to Ecuador and the North Pole in your pocket?
I mean, you can verify it experimentally if you like, but I was gonna like link you a Wikipedia that says that that is the case, that at the equator, that the force measured is less, right?
So what is it, like a fraction of an ounce or something?
Yeah, it'd probably be very, very tiny. I'm reading it right now.
So it's negligible. So you got some negligible evidence.
Negligible is not zero, right?
Is it within the margin of error?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? I would say that there's a difference between precise and accurate, right? Like precise is how close it is to the actual number, and then accurate. Wait, no, I think I got it backwards. The other one is like how close the measurements are to each other, right? Like if you're getting the same measurement, that's a good thing, right? But it's not necessarily a guarantee that it's actually measuring it correctly, right? So, we can go into, why does everybody who does that experiment of like weighing something at the North Pole and weighing something at the equator, why are they getting the same similar result, right?
So do you have any like evidence that I can like verify for myself? Rather than
Yeah, I
like
just told you, you
measuring.
can go weigh something at the North Pole, you can weigh something at the equator, right? And if you were to
Right.
see
So
like a
this is
change in the
another.
weight, would
This
that
is
convince
another.
you, Larry?
This is another affirming the consequent. If the Earth is spinning, then an ounce of gold is going to weigh a fraction of an ounce different at the equator. So an ounce of gold weighs a fraction of the difference at the equator and the North Pole. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. This is another affirming the consequent. See, this is how evidence actually works. If I said, "Hey, I got this theory that vitamin C deficiencies cause scurvy," what do? Well, you set up a little experiment. You have independent, dependent control variables. You manipulate the cause, right? So you take away the vitamin C out of the person's diet. After 3 months, they develop scurvy. Okay, let's introduce only vitamin C back into their diet. The scurvy goes away. Now you got a repeatable process. That's how you prove things. Do you have anything like that?
Yeah, I just described that to you, right?
So we can stop the motion of the Earth to see if the gold stays the same weight? No, we can't do that, bro.
No, we can take the gold from the North Pole to the equator.
That's not how you do it. That's not how science works, bro.
How is
You
that
have
not
to
how,
be able to
how is that not an
manipulate the
experiment?
cause. You have to be able to manipulate the cause to see the effect. You're claiming the cause of the ounce weighing different is the Earth spinning. Can you stop that from happening?
The cause of the Earth weighing differently is how far it is, how big the arc is of the Earth's spin, right? At the North Pole, there's no arc, right? And at the equator, it's the maximum, right?
And that's sufficient. Like you would, put somebody in
Changing
death penalty in a court of
it's
law
changing the
over
it's
some
changing
circumstantial
the
evidence like that.
it's changing the variables like you requested, right? So that's why I brought it up to you. Like I want to know if I could give you a number, right? If you could observe it, like would that convince you? Because you seem that you're meeting me halfway here. That I asked for evidence and then I can give you this evidence, right? And then the question, like, what are we arguing? Are we arguing about like whether that is evidence, or are we arguing that that you have an alternate explanation for why we measure different weights at the North Pole and at the equator?
The thing is, you can't nail it down. Everything is cause and effect. The law of cause and effect was known about and written about like 3,000 years ago, Hermes Trismegistus. I shouldn't have to explain it
You're not
today
answering my
that we
question.
need. Listen, I'm
My
trying
question to you is, if I show you the two different numbers at the North Pole and at the equator, what is your reply to that? Do you have a better explanation for why those numbers are different?
I don't have to
Than
explain it. It's not my claim.
I'm trying to nail you down to a claim, right?
Okay, well, I'm not claiming that this is any kind of evidence for anything. It's circumstantial at best. The correlation is not causation. You know that, right?
I think you're throwing buzzwords at me, right? I think that if you believe that the Earth is flat, then your claim would be that there would be no difference in the weight at the North Pole and at the equator.
No, I wouldn't claim that. I would claim if the Earth is flat, you can go to the beach, any beach of your choice, and you can make measurements over long distances and make these
No,
observations.
I don't want to talk about your evidence. I want to talk about my evidence. My evidence is the difference of the weight at the North Pole and the equator, right? You can
Okay, so
ignore it, right? You can just stick your fingers in your ear.
What does that prove?
It proves that there is an angular acceleration due to the Earth's spin.
That's a textbook affirming the consequent fallacy.
I mean, I'm not really that much into like your philosophical muddying the waters, right? Like I just want you.
Is
I
that what
want
I'm
your
doing?
opinion. Yeah, like I don't know what affirming the concept. I don't know what that is, right? Like there is a difference in the measurement, right? It would contradict the flat Earth theory, right? So I just want an answer from you: is do you believe that the difference in the measurement exists? Do you deny it, or do you have an alternate explanation? You got to pick one.
Okay, let's say that it does exist. Okay, so what does that prove?
It proves that the Earth is spinning.
How?
Because there is a angular acceleration. The difference in the weight is due to the angular acceleration.
That's a baseless assertion. You're just telling me a story.
It's not a baseless assertion. It's physics, right? It's a free body diagram. You have forces acting on the body. You count up all the forces, and you get a vector that describes, the acceleration, right?
I still don't understand. Okay, like you heard what I said earlier about how we can prove that vitamin C deficiency causes scurvy, right? Like you
Right,
could do this
and I
yourself.
told you, yeah, we
Right,
can
you
move the
could do
weight
this
from the
yourself.
North Pole. We can move the weight from the North Pole to the equator, right?
Okay,
And
so
you can
that
say
proves
you can
that
say
the
that there's
weight
magic
changes.
gremlins that's like eating the gold, and that's why it's changing, right? That's one thing you could do.
Or
right?
you could say that the Earth is spinning and that's why it does it. Or you could say
Exactly.
fairy farts is why it does it, right? Nobody knows why it's actually doing it.
Well, I
It's
know,
not a
right? It's because the
scientific
Earth is
theory.
spinning.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because we add up all the forces, right?
You add forces.
I'm explaining to you how we know, right? Like we can go through all like the basic physics, right?
You're telling me
force
your
equals mass
hypothesis.
times acceleration, right?
You're telling me about this hypothesis you have, but you don't have a
We've
legitimate
measured
experiment.
force times acceleration, right? Like we've, you can you can take a heavy thing and you can apply a force to it. You can apply you can have a constant force and it'll accelerate slower, right? If the heavier the object that you're pushing, right? Like, why does a big old refrigerator take more effort? Why do you have to push harder on it to make it move than like a small thing, right? It's because it's massive. Because force equal mass times acceleration.
Okay, I understand that you're mathematically describing stuff right now, but I need some sort of experiment where I can manipulate a cause and see an effect, like a light switch. You turn the switch on, the light comes on. You turn the switch off, the light goes off. That's a
You
direct
move the
cause
weight.
and effect. Sorry, bro, I'm
You
almost done.
move. You move the weight, and then you see the change.
Right, but what's the cause? You moving the
The
weight.
angular acceleration due to the Earth's spin.
That's a baseless assertion. You're just saying that.
I've explained to you how it all works, right?
Wait, can I say something?
If you can't understand how acceleration works, if you can't understand how force works,
Okay,
if
now
you can't
you're
understand how
attacking the
vectors work.
Now you're attacking the character, and you are actually muddying the water, saying that I don't understand it.
You
So
don't understand
I
because
just
you're saying that I don't understand, right? And I'm explaining to you that you add up the forces, you divide by the mass, and then you get your acceleration.
I want to let the other guy talk. I think we're done here. You don't understand cause and
Yeah,
effect.
can I ask? So if you believe the Earth is flat, right? Then there should be a point where everywhere on Earth, there should be sunlight, right? When it's facing the sun. First of all, like, do you believe the Earth rotates or no?
The Earth is a flattish, stationary. It's not an object. It's the ground, right? So when I say Earth, you're picturing like a blue marble floating in space. That's a model, bro. That's cartoons, right? The actual Earth is the dirt outside, right? That's what I think the Earth is. It's not a model. It's the actual Earth outside. So ask your question again, please.
So my question is, if the Earth is flat, right, and you said stationary, and what we notice is in different parts of the world, the sunlight comes and goes, in like intervals. If the Earth was flat, then either if it's stationary, it would only be sunlight at one part and not the other. And if it's not stationary, there should be a point where everywhere on Earth there should be sunlight, right?
All right. Do you know what the inverse square law is?
No.
So if you look up the inverse square law of light, it basically says when you have a light source, whether it's visible or invisible, you double the distance, the strength of the signal drops 4 times every time you double the distance. So you might think of it like this. When you drive away from your home city, you can no longer pick up the radio station, right? You walk away from your Wi-Fi router, you start losing signal, right? So now imagine walking in your backyard with your cell phone light on and walking in a circle around the perimeter. Is that going to light up your whole backyard?
If I walk in a circle in my backyard,
Around the perimeter, around your fence, is that going to light up your whole backyard with your cell phone light?
No.
Right. It's because we believe the sun is closer and smaller. And you guys have a model that says it's further and bigger.
Yes, yeah, okay. You guys think it's closer and smaller. Then if that's the case, then the place closest to the sun would have much more sunlight, right? Than the places further away, right?
Right, like the equator.
Yeah, but there's a point where there's darkness, right? And it goes up and like towards the North Pole, it should get darker the closer you get to the North Pole, right? Because the source is closest to the equator. So if that's the case, the North Pole and South Pole should be dark. But what's happening is it's the other side of the Earth that's like at nighttime, not the North and South Pole, like, if you know what I mean.
So basically, you can't understand how the sunlight could, extinguish over really far periods because you think light travels forever at the same intensity.
No, I'm saying like if what you're saying is true, like it's possible like that you're saying that the light doesn't reach an area, right? That's where it's dark. My question is like what parts would be dark, would you say? Would it not be towards the North Pole because it's closer to the equator? The light source is closer to the equator.
Right, in between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, right? So yeah, there would be long periods of darkness, closer to the polar regions. That's what you guys call it. Using your language so you understand what I'm talking about. So what I'm telling you is that this is something that all has to do with the model, right? We're not talking about models, we're talking about reality. And in reality, we all experience the sun comes and goes roughly once every 24 hours. Well,
Yeah.
exactly 24 hours.
Yeah.
So that's what we observe. Now you're saying it's because the earth is spinning. That's the thing in question. We're trying to get evidence for that. And it has to be some sort of evidence that we can verify because what we have is empiricism, right? You don't feel your house moving. You can't see your house moving. You
Yeah.
can't detect your house moving,
Mm-hmm.
right? And when you look out and over water, we see way too far for the 8 inches per mile squared that you guys gave us. You subsequently changed the goalpost and said now, well, there's refraction, so we can't actually see the curvature anymore because of refraction. But still, you can't you can't detect any motion going around the sun or spinning on an axis. So what we have is an empirical observation, a base axiom of we all experience a flat stationary plane. And yeah, there's mountains and valleys. It's not a perfect
So
two-dimensional plane.
do you think so is there an end point if the earth is flat? Is there a point where it ends?
Right, you're asking me where's the edge, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I might ask you, where's your geometric horizon edge of the earth? Because we keep looking for it and we can't find it because when I went to North Beach at Corpus Christi, I saw Ingleside on the Bay from 10 miles away. Now, these are
Mm-hmm.
beach houses. These aren't
Yeah.
66-foot skyscrapers. I saw beach houses from less than a foot above the water. The water was up to my armpits, and I could see the beach houses 10 miles
Mm-hmm.
away. So where's your edge?
I don't think the earth has an edge.
So it doesn't have an edge that boats go over?
I don't know what I mean is I don't think it like for earth to be flat there has to be a point where um it ends, right? Like because if you I could like there have been people who have traveled with a plane all across earth and come back. If the earth was flat, they would not be able to do that, right?
Yes, they
If
would. Can your neighborhood's pretty flat, right? Where you live? Can you run around your house? Can you circumnavigate your house?
I can, but I'd be going over. Okay, so you're saying in the glass pane, I'd be going over the edge, just the thin part. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that if you have a
Yeah.
flat plane,
Yeah.
right? We're not claiming a shape. It's just a description of the surface.
Mm-hmm.
You can run in a circle
I
over
can,
the
yeah.
top of that surface.
Yes,
Called
I can.
circumnavigation. Okay.
But if I go in a straight line, I'm not able to come back where I was, right?
Well, what is a straight line? When you travel around the world, everything's relative to north. So if I'm going east, north is going to be to my left. If I'm
Yeah.
going west, north
Yeah.
is going to be to my right. And I'm always making micro corrections. You can't drive a car in a perfectly straight line. You're always relining up with the center line in the road, right? Same
Yeah.
thing with flight. Nobody flies in a perfect straight line. They have a heading and they have to keep the heading. There's always a guy holding the wheel of the ship, right? They don't just go to sleep and not keep the heading. There's always a guy maintaining the heading. That's what a straight line is. And really, there is no perfect straight line because we can't go in a straight line. But what you're asking is
If I
where's
go
the
in this,
edge? We're
if I
not
go,
claiming an edge.
yeah. No, if I go in one direction, like north, it doesn't have to be a perfect straight line, but I can use a compass, right? If I go north or south and east or west, if I drive a plane, I come back, doesn't that prove the earth is not flat? Because if the earth
No.
was flat, no, because I'm not actually going in circles around like a flat surface. I'm actually going like across the field. Like that's the analogy I'm trying to say.
Right. So you ever seen a football field with a track around it?
Yeah.
Okay, so the track and football field are pretty flat, but I can go in a circle around it. I can
Yeah, but
circumnavigate the field.
yeah, but if I go like diagonally, like across the middle, not around the like edges. If I go across the middle, I will not be. I cannot make a circle, right?
If you go across the edges,
No, if I go across the middle, so there's like in a football field, there's a circle you can go walk around. I'm saying if I go across the middle of the field, the middle, and I go straight, I won't be able to make a circle because I'm just going straight.
Oh, I
Do you
see what you're
understand what I
saying.
mean?
Yeah, you're going a straight line. So
Yeah. So if I do that for
if
the
that
Earth,
happens,
Mhm.
if that happens on Earth, if you do that, you're
yeah.
going to end up in Antarctica.
No, you can go past Antarctica, and you can come
Yeah.
back the other side.
You've seen that done, or is that just something you can conceive in your mind in your model?
I'm pretty sure I can find evidence for that. Even the North Pole, like it could be either right, North Pole or South Pole. If a person goes and comes back, that means it's possible. Like that means the Earth is not flat, right?
Well, I don't know. See, when people say, "How do we know the Earth is globe?" They say, "Look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the eclipses. You know, look at this, look at that, look at everything." And I'm saying, like, if I wanted to know if my shelf was level, wouldn't I put a level directly on the shelf to see if it was level? I wouldn't check my roof, check my toilet, check my basement,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I'm telling you that if you want to know if the Earth is flat or not, instead of thinking about all these things like walking a straight line for 1,000 miles and take a left, and then do another 1,000 miles and take a left, like
Just take
you
a
can't,
flight. I'm just saying, take a flight
you can't.
across. You'd come back.
Right, but people don't circumnavigate the world from north to south. It's always east to west. Always. And you can look that up for yourself on your own time. But what I'm telling
Mm-hmm.
you is if you want to know if the earth is a sphere, you go look at the dirt, right? Well, the dirt has topography. So let's eliminate that variable of topography because we're not trying to measure topography, right? We're trying to measure curvature. So you do it over a large body of water at rest, not during a
Yeah.
hurricane, at rest, and you see how far you can see. Anybody can do this. Do you live near a large body of water?
Yeah, Lake Ontario.
Awesome. Okay, so you're from the Great Lake region. Did you know that you can
Yeah.
see Chicago from Michigan?
I think so. I haven't seen, but I've been to Chicago, but I haven't tested
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Well, you can see Chicago. This is what started this whole thing. A lot of people were like, "Oh, I got to debunk this flat Earth thing," because just because you can see Chicago from Michigan, but when you actually do the math, 8 inches per mile squared, it doesn't math out. You shouldn't be able to see the buildings at all, but you can see
Where'd you
them.
get that? Where'd you get that 8 inches per mile squared number from?
Yeah.
NASA.
They're from NASA. Okay.
Going back to the light source, right, where you said the further away you go, the darker it gets, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree the closest place is the equator, right? So it's dark. It's, for example, if I'm in the States, it's dark in China and India, like it's nighttime. If it's
Right.
daylight here, right?
Uh-huh.
So, but if I go towards the North Pole or South Pole, and where it's daytime here, it's still bright there. So why is it not dark in the North Pole and South Pole as well? Because
Well,
I'm still further away from the equator, right? And the fact is that you can be on the equator in China and India. So if the Earth is flat and the light source is close to the equator, there should be light in China and India and the States at the same time, and it should be dark in the North Pole and South Pole, right?
So what we observe is the sun sets about, what is it, 6,000 miles away from zenith. So when the sun is right over your head, it's obviously daytime.
Yeah.
But when the sun is right over your head 6,000 miles away, it's going to be nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're saying it's at a certain distance, whatever you said, the number, it's going to be dark, right? But my question is, if you're at the equator, you're saying it's the Earth is stationary, right? So does the sun go around like the equator
the sun's
in a line?
moving. Yeah, the
Okay.
sun's moving.
Okay. If the sun's moving across, right? How does it go back to the beginning? Like
It's a circuit once over 24 hours.
it goes across the equator, right? So the equator ends at some point, right? If it's a flat Earth.
No, the equator is an imaginary line. It goes from Egypt to Ecuador back to Egypt.
Egypt. Say that again. It goes from Egypt to Ecuador,
and then back to Egypt.
So is it just like an arbitrary line? There's nothing special about the equator in your view?
Well, it's not arbitrary. It's based on stellar navigation.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
So we navigate with the stars, right? Like if I get lost on a county road and I don't have my phone with me, I can look at the heavenly bodies and tell which way town is, right? There's people who are a lot more sophisticated at this, and they can actually tell where they're at on the Earth with something called trilateralization. Familiar with that?
No, I don't think I've ever heard trilateralization before.
Right. So you can pinpoint your exact location by looking at the stars above your head.
Right, but so the equator is the point where the stars do what exactly?
Well, it's just kind of the center in between Capricorn and Cancer.
Okay.
And we witness, once every year, the sun goes from Capricorn over the equator back to Cancer, and from Cancer over the equator back to Capricorn over a period of 12 months. So it's not really arbitrary. It's based on, stellar navigation.
Trilateralization also
It's
requires
like the
time,
exact
not
midpoint
also
of like the
the
wiggle
position.
of the sun, right?
That's right. You have to factor in time. I didn't hear the other guy. What'd you say?
Not me, the other guy, right?
Yeah, I heard him. I didn't hear you.
I was saying that the equator is like the midpoint of like the wiggle of the sun, basically.
Right. That's right.
So my question is, you said it goes from Egypt back to Ecuador. How does it? If it's going across this flat surface, right? It goes from point A at the beginning to point B at the end, right? It's a straight line, right, across. How does A and B? How do A and B connect? Because
there's I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you were done with your question.
No,
Please
I was
finish your
I was just gonna say, when you reach the end, immediately it goes back to A, right? If it's like equator is a straight line across the flat Earth, if you imagine it as such, right? If it goes from A to B, how does it go immediately from B to A? That's my question.
See,
They're not close.
I don't see it as a straight line. You're picturing it as a straight line, but I picture it as circumnavigation. We are circling the North Polar region at a large distance. So I don't know how many miles that is away. What, 12,000 miles away? So we're walking in a circle around the North Pole and keeping a 12,000 mile distance in an east heading, and it is a giant circle, not a straight line.
So you're going around the North Pole, right?
Right.
Then in that case, the South Pole would not exist because basically, if you're on the left side and the right side, right, they're very far apart. They can't be close. Like for example, Argentina and Australia, or like any place away from the North Pole, would not be near the South Pole at all. Like they'd be really far. But both of them are close to the South Pole, so that does not make sense, no?
Well, I mean, show me a South Pole. I could show you a needle pointing north, but when does the needle ever point south?
That's just it's just the way we do it. Like we just point it to the north. That's how the compasses work. We could make it point to the south if you wanted to. But so you don't, just to confirm, you don't believe the South Pole exists, right?
But Australia is nowhere near the South Pole, mate. Sorry about that.
You're good, bro. So the South Pole is a model where you have a North and South Pole.
Okay.
It's just a model. In reality, there's Antarctica and there's the North Pole. So Antarctica is just a continent in your model that holds the South Pole. But the way we understand it, if you go in an actual straight line in any direction, eventually you'll end up in the South Pole. And think about it. If you go in a straight line going north and you keep going in an actual straight line and you don't deviate, then you end up in Antarctica.
But if you keep going towards South Pole, you'll come back, which also doesn't make sense. Like if I go towards Antarctica,
no one's done that, mate. No one's done that. Sorry.
I mean,
yeah, they have.
You could do. Another thing is, this means that Antarctica has basically no one has done that. Doesn't mean like you can see pictures taken from like space, right? Like that can show like Antarctica together. No?
Not of Antarctica, no. If you look at any image from space of Antarctica, the CGI image, it's not a photograph.
See, let me tell you something about images from space, right? So if I had a $100 bill, American, right? You can compare it to any other $100 bill and see if it's a counterfeit, right? By looking at the original. How would you tell if someone's counterfeiting pictures from space?
I mean, my friend has met the astronaut. He was a Canadian astronaut. He went up to space and has seen it.
Right.
I mean,
that's circumstantial, right?
Mhm.
I could tell you that I myself went to Mars,
Mhm.
and you could choose to believe me, and you could have faith in what I said and believe that it's true.
What if you
Okay.
took the
Can we
data
just
from
stay
the
away
Hubble
from the solipsism and
telescope,
just
the raw
just tell
data?
us your claims and your worldview. You believe that Antarctica is fake, right?
I'm not a solipsist. First of all, I know that I'm sitting in a chair right now on Discord on my computer.
But if
So
somebody were to
I'm
tell you
not
that they were
saying
sitting in a
Antarctica's
chair in
fake.
Antarctica. Okay, well,
Then
we're just trying to
I
get
would
you
believe
to.
them. Yeah, Antarctica's a real place.
But it's not a circle. It's like a straight. Like it's like the edge of the, according to you, the edge of the flat Earth, right? Basically.
Well, you could look at it
South.
that way because we can't go any further because of the Antarctic Treaty. You know about that?
No.
So if you just do a quick search, you'll find out that the treaty is like the highest law of the land under the Constitution. Well, I mean, you'd have
How would anyone know if you went into Antarctica? Like, how would other people enforce the treaty on you if it's so expansive?
How do you enforce a treaty? I mean,
How do you enforce a treaty for Antarctica? Like, how do you know people haven't gone into bits? Because it's like it's a very large line, right? You're saying?
Well, there was one guy.
They can't keep people from crossing the border from Mexico to the United States, but somehow they can keep you from reaching the ice wall, right?
Yeah, there was a guy who tried several times and got arrested.
Can they?
Yeah, there was a guy who tried to do it and got arrested twice.
So is it all the nations agree that it's a flat Earth somehow? I'm not quite sure of the level of conspiracy here.
No, a
Then why
lot
do
of
they
nations
maintain the treaty?
agreed. Why do nations maintain treaties? The contract.
Yeah, but how would you enforce it if it's so large?
How does governments enforce things?
Well, mostly because it's a small thing. Like the border between the U.S. and Mexico is a much smaller thing than the border ice wall as you're describing it.
Yeah, but Democrats need voters, bro.
And even then, they can't enforce it very
Yeah,
well. Right?
but the point still
So imagine
stands.
if the border was like 1,000
small
times bigger,
things.
right?
So you can't enforce a small thing. How would you enforce the treaty on that border? Why would that be enforceable then if it's larger?
So if you look at how the oceans are navigated, you don't just willy-nilly go out into like the open ocean. Everybody's got a transponder that gives their location.
Some people do.
Are you telling me there's people without transponders that go out into the open ocean without any sort of...
Well, like the people who, populated all the Peloponnesian islands and the Southeast Asian and a lot of the islands out there. So people have done it, and there are still people that do that because they're not transponders.
No, you can't get in a boat without a transponder.
Kind of levels of technology.
They'll think you're a pirate if you have a ship on the water without a transponder.
Yeah, but we have pirates. We also have Palau and Tuvalu and these sorts of places.
I didn't catch that.
People,
you're breaking up.
We don't give a shit. Places like Tuvalu and Kiribati and just like a lot of the islands northeast of Australia. A lot of those places we don't regulate with transponder transactions for boat use.
Well, that's news to me.
You know, like if you get in a boat and like sail out to the middle of nowhere, like it's gonna be pretty much impossible for them to find you, right? Because the ocean is so fucking big, right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, people love just going out on boats and sailing into the middle of nowhere and getting lost. Yeah, I do that every weekend for fun. Totally.
Yeah, you're getting lost too because there's maybe 3 places you can leave port. One's in Australia, one's in South America, and the other one's in New Zealand, and then maybe South Africa. So 4 places. When you leave port, you have to give a location of where you're going to. Otherwise, you can't leave port. It's common knowlage, mate.
So smugglers,
yeah,
thing, right?
just jump on a boat and go.
You can't like go buy drugs that were like
illegally shipped in a
container, right?
Yeah, just because it's not in America doesn't mean things aren't regulated. Everything in
I
Australia
mean,
is
you're
regulated.
suggesting that the entire coastline of the entire Earth is so heavily enforced that it would be impossible to sneak out on by yourself on a boat. That's basically what you're saying.
Let me ask you a question. Where are you going to leave from to go there? Where are you going to leave from?
I don't
The
know. How
four
about
places
Florida?
that I mentioned? You can't leave
There's
from
probably some
Florida.
rural areas in Florida that you can kind of like just sneak into the ocean without anybody noticing, right?
Yeah, and then you have to go
keep dreaming.
and then you have to go through international waters, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the
Ask
wilderness,
Cubans
right?
about
Like you just kind of disappear into the ocean.
No, you don't. And then where are you going to stop for provisions when you get down in the south?
I mean, why would you stop for provisions, right? You got a boat, you can just fill it up with food, with ice cream and beer and crackers.
Larry, look at the VC chat I posted.
Funny,
Someone
right?
crossed
Very funny.
someone crossed the Antarctica like straight, and it's in 1997. A Norwegian person. So if the Earth was flat, that wouldn't be possible.
Or would
Can
you
you
post
post that
some
map?
things that
Can you
flat
post the
earthers
map?
say?
He in 1997, I posted like a guy who did it. He crossed, and there's a
Can you
picture.
post the picture? Can you
Yeah.
post the picture of where he went and where he left and then where he returned to?
Sure.
Oh, Professor Dave. Okay.
But if he did that, wouldn't that disprove the flat Earth theory? If,
Can you
if that,
post
you know what would just
yeah.
of the map? Post a picture of the map that he used.
I don't know how. Like, I'll try to find what I can. But you want a picture of the map he used? Is that what you're trying to say, or?
Yeah, just his route. Just his route would be. Fine.
Yeah, I sent his route. So if you see
Where?
in
It's
the chat,
in the text.
yeah, in the picture it shows the route he took.
It's funny because when I
So he
clicked on
went
the video, it
Not the
says
video.
stop blindly repeating what you hear on the internet. But
I mean,
He didn't post a video, Larry. He posted something before the.
yeah,
sorry.
yeah. I posted a picture above.
So he went down and then he went back to the same spot. Is that correct? Is that what I'm seeing?
Basically, you walk across the center, right? If this was,
then,
for example,
and then went back to where he was.
Yeah, so if this was like all the way, if this was a flat Earth, and it would be like you wouldn't be able to cross it in this short distance because the length is big, right? Like from the left to right. So go from like
look at it. Look at what he did. He went down and then he went back to the place he started from.
Yeah. But the other place is if the flat Earth is true, the other place would be much further to get to because it's supposed to be a straight line.
When you say the flat Earth, you mean the thing that you have in your mind that you imagine that doesn't work in your mind? That's what you mean by flat Earth?
No. What I'm trying to say is he went to the other side, right, of Antarctica, and it was and that's the same part. For example, the part he started off was near Argentina, right, and then the part, let me look at the map. The part he ended off is probably near Australia. If the flat Earth is true, then it would take much longer to, like, the distance is given.
There's nothing.
Takes 1,000. Yeah.
There's nothing near Australia. The bottom of Australia is 38 degrees south. It's nowhere near 90 degrees.
Let me post a picture.
Nowhere near Australia.
So if you see the picture I put at the end, that part you can see is the part where is also on the picture where he crossed. And basically, if you were to walk from like, even if Australia is not that near, I'm just saying that area, right? If you walk from the place, if you go south of Argentina, right, and then you go towards the place south of Australia, it should take much longer, right? Because you're going across it. But he was able to get to it like in a shorter distance.
So how does anybody traveling from one point to another point prove that you live in a water bowl?
Because Because if you take the distance, right? Like if you go in a circle, right? And you take the distance of Antarctica from the shores that we see, and to get from point from if on the flat Earth you want to get from point
What
from
flat Earth? The one in your mind, the one in your imagination?
no, in reality, like I'm trying
Oh,
to case the
reality,
point.
right? Reality. It's not a globe. Yeah, you got it finally, bro.
No. What I'm trying to say is,
Let me know.
it just
Reality, no.
just so I understand, Antarctica is the edge of the flat Earth, right? From your perspective.
Edge. Oh my god.
Towards the end. I
The
mean.
problem here, you imagining something in your mind and you're debunking that imaginary thing. That's the problem that you.
Okay. So the sun goes around the North Pole, right? Right, not the South Pole. Am I correct?
Making claims about the sun right now?
That's what Larry said.
I mean, the sun does what it does in the sky, right? In your minds.
So Larry said that the sun goes around the North Pole in a circle.
You're talking about Antarctica, and now you're talking about the sun. You jump from walking from one point to another point across, and now you're talking about the sun in the north sky.
Yeah, because that's
how is gonna debunk the imaginary thing that you have in your mind?
Okay, can you explain? I want to ask you: does the sun revolve around the North Pole, according to you?
Have you been to the North Pole and watched this happening? Or?
No. Why are you asking me questions? I'm asking you a question. You have to answer yes or no.
So there is an option that you can look at the sky. You can observe the sun doing a cycle in the sky, right?
I want a yes or no. I want. Like, does the sun go around the North Pole? Is my question.
The sun go across the sky and it does what.
Yeah, but you have to explain its path. Can you explain its path? The path it takes.
Explain the path of the sun? No, thank you.
Exactly. I mean, you're just not giving any info. Like, you're not giving any info.
You want some info to debunk the imaginary thing that you have in your brain.
No, I want. I need to debunk what you have. I need to understand what
trolling when he uses language like that.
Do you think I have the sun?
He's very clearly trolling. Because.
No, but listen, dude, you say you want our info so that you could debunk what we have to say. Well, maybe you should sit and listen to what it is we actually have to say, and then you can test that.
That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to ask questions, but like he's
You're
just not giving any answers.
Your questions don't address anything we actually say. So maybe
Seeker. Seeker of truth, you can't debunk reality, bro. That's where you're missing out. You can't do it.
Okay. Okay.
That's why you're picturing something in your mind. You say, "Let me debunk this thing that doesn't work in my mind." These people, and now I'm gonna debunk it. Good job, dude.
I'm just debunking whatever I understand you guys are saying. If there's a change, yeah. Go ahead.
Just sorry, real fast. What we're saying is, go to the water, make a measurement. That's how you debunk it. Because if what we're saying is incorrect, there's going to be a geometric horizon that's caused by the curvature of the Earth. And if you're over water, the water has to curve too, because 70% of the Earth is made of water. That's what we're claiming. That's what our claim is. So if you want to debunk us, you have to go outside and debunk us outside. You can't debunk us from your armchair.
Wait. Okay. So wait. How do you explain gravity and flat Earth? Like, how do you meld those two ideas?
It's really difficult because correlation isn't causation. We agree so far, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So why do things go down? Because they're dense. Why do things go up? Because of the buoyant force, right? This is the part where you say, well, what about the bending and warping of space-time, right? Are we still in agreement?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so then I say dark matter just recently got debunked, and they got this thing called modified Newtonian gravity, MOND. Are you familiar with that? You can look up modified Newtonian gravity.
Larry, can I just confirm, like?
So so get me to the finish line here.
All right, cool. Yeah, it's kind of off topic. I apologize. So when they debunked dark matter with a certainty of 5 sigma, that's what was making gravity work at the galactic level. Now Einsteinian gravity is not working anymore because they just debunked dark matter. Would you like to see the video on that? I can give it to you if you like. because I'm just an idiot on the internet. You probably want to hear it from a professor, right?
Oh, I mean, I can.
So they're trying to make Newtonian gravity work again because Einstein's gravity didn't work. And this is a recent development, but it's something that you can check out for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. So gravity isn't working. It doesn't work at the quantum level. It doesn't work at the galactic level. But things do have weight, right? And why do they have weight?
Excuse me. Just because the theory behind gravity might be flux doesn't justify your belief that somehow the world is a plane and is somehow like how would it maintain its shape without just from what we know about gravitational forces?
It's crazy because what Hank said was there's no detectable curvature. The consequence of the curvature of the geometry of the Earth, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, would give us the distance to the horizon. There's no distance for that. There's no measurable curvature. How does asking him about how gravity would work equate to, therefore, everything that I just said is irrelevant? There's no curvature.
I'm not saying it's irrelevant. I'm saying that you. I mean, you would agree that other planets and stars are like
whatever the cosmos is. Like, who wants to get in all? The bottom line is there's no curvature here on Earth where there mathematically should be. Measurably,
well, again, it's not a perfect sphere, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, but that's a complete non sequitur.
Like it bulges quite a bit at the equator.
That's a complete non sequitur that lets me know that you don't know what our claim is and what we're saying. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful here. Like, obviously, I just told you a formula. You saying, well, obviously, it's not a perfect sphere has nothing to do with this formula.
Well, it does, because the formula assumes that the drop off would be of a perfect sphere. Yeah.
There's no drop. What are you talking about? 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is the distance to. It's a tangent to a tangent point on a sphere. Has nothing to do with the drop off or curvature.
The guy doesn't have
but it's
grade
not a
8
sphere,
maths.
so the tangent is going to be slightly like remain in contact
Over water
longer than it would with a sphere.
Over water.
Are you dumb, or are you just using
Over
words
water.
other people put in your mouth, or like what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean over water?
Exactly. So you just called me dumb. You just excuse me. You just ad hom me like you know me.
Explain what you mean over water.
You just ad hom me like you know me.
Okay, well then don't explain. I don't give a fuck.
Who is this guy? Like, why is he so disrespectful? Again,
he doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
You think the words over.
This is what I don't understand. If the Earth isn't flat and it is a globe, why do these guys have to continuously be disrespectful? He doesn't even know what I'm talking about.
So
he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Sorry, guys. Here's the video that debunks dark matter. And in the video, if you listen, he says that we're done with we're done with Einsteinian gravity. We're trying to modify Newtonian gravity to make it work.
Sure.
So if there was a problem with it, if there wasn't a problem, they wouldn't have to modify it to make it work.
Sure. Okay. So do you believe that the other planets are primarily spherical, or do you believe they're also planes?
It's a loaded question, right? You're like asking me like
loaded question.
Yeah, it is. Because you're assuming that the Earth is a planet. If you look up the word planet, it means wandering star. When have you ever seen a piece of Earth wandering in the sky?
Okay, so I understand that the etymology of the word might not exactly correlate with a spherical. Like I understand, but at the same token, how would you describe the other bodies that anyone can go and look at in the sky? Like, how would you say
that observable phenomena in the sky? Observable,
like oblong, or are they like
they're lights in the sky, bro?
Like check.
They're lights in the sky.
You're presupposing the lights in the sky.
So
you're presupposing that the lights in the sky are humongous balls of solid liquid or gas.
So I can kind of
Valiant, you have to do. If you have a question, you have to do less talking and more listening. If you actually want an answer to your question, but you're doing the opposite.
Yeah, you're not going to get the answer if you just talk through it. You got to sit and listen.
So Larry just tried to explain to you is that the lights in the sky are just that, lights in the sky. We have been indoctrinated with this idea that the lights in the sky are supposedly humongous balls of solid liquid and gas flying around in a cosmic vacuum. But when we look at the lights in the sky, that is not what we see.
Okay, so what do we see?
What we just said for the third time: lights in the sky.
So what do you mean? What do you think the lights in the sky are? Is what I'm asking.
Just that. There's nothing more to say. There's this habit in academia and in the average fundamentalist scientist worldview that you have to give this humongous paragraph about the physical attributes and properties of the lights in the sky.
I mean,
That's
are
not
you
necessary.
not giving a humongous paragraph about the shape of the Earth?
Predict where these lights in the sky are going to be in line with what would be their orbits around the sun, or some of them anyway, right?
Wait a minute, is it a prediction if it's a
lights in the
cycle?
sky.
If it's a cycle and it happens over and over again, is that a prediction, or are you just making observations?
Yeah, just
yeah,
observing.
it's not a prediction. I don't know why you guys say that.
Okay, well, my bad. It's an observation. Again, like you just saying there are lights in the sky doesn't give any sort of alternate theory, and so it's like I don't know what that.
Not very descriptive.
Well,
either,
just
right?
like you people have the right to say I don't know, or you can say as much as you do know. The same applies with everyone else in their position that they argue and affirm to be true. We don't have to give this humongous paragraph with a bunch of obscure technical Latin terms to describe the physical properties of the lights in the sky if all we know is that they are lights in the sky and they move in this particular geometric pattern. That's it.
See, the difference between you and I is I'm going to tell you that I'm an empiricist. I only know what I can experience. If I can't experience it, everything else is imagination. You, on the other hand, you can Google how much does Jupiter weigh, and it'll give you the exact mass of Jupiter as if it's a fact.
As if that wasn't experimentally verified. Elijah, I gave you that 1% difference. Do you deny that 1% difference of the weight from the North Pole and the equator?
It's a non sequitur to my point.
Oh, wait, not Elijah. I'm sorry. Larry.
Yeah,
it's still a non sequitur. We're not talking about. Go ahead.
No, Larry,
yeah, we're talking about curvature.
I'm an empiricist, right? Like, you know, I can observe, right? Well, we have observed a 1% difference in the weight at the North Pole and the equator.
Okay, I agree with that. What's the cause?
He still hasn't given me an answer for that.
I agree with that. What's the cause?
It's the Earth's rotation.
How did you determine that? How did you determine that?
We had that conversation. Like, I tried to explain to you the whole thing. I just want an answer from you.
No. Wait, slow down. Slow down. What's the cause? Earth's rotation, how do you know?
He's got you, dude.
The difference in the weight at the North Pole and the equator.
You said that part.
Means that there is a angular acceleration, right?
Is there? I don't know. That seems like you're trying to beg the question.
Yes.
The premise that you
change in the weight. The change of the weight.
He said, "What's the cause
evidence of that acceleration?"
We said rotation. We said, "How do you know?" It's beginning to sound a little circular.
Hey, Parsival, are you saying that
and force and mass to you guys, right? Like
for verification?
Right? I mean, look, and I just want an answer
for
from
clarification,
Larry.
Elijah.
What, Jimsy?
No, because I'm trying to clarify. He's saying the cause of the rotation is his observation of the sky moving and spinning. That's the cause of the rotation. That's what he's saying.
No, that's just an argument that is affirming the consequent.
The gentleman has yet to actually explain with specific objective premises, preferably true premises, and a logically sequitur argument that he knows that supposed universal gravitation and the supposed spin of the Earth is the cause for this differential 1% rate of the weight between the North Pole and the equator.
Right.
Okay,
so what you're doing is
kind of you drive in a circle. What do you experience?
Centrifugal force.
Yeah.
Loss of friction if you go too fast. Okay, so what you're doing, you're making an argument that's like this. I saw my mom on Harry Hines Boulevard walking down the sidewalk, and then she stopped, and she just stood there for no reason, loitering. Therefore, my mom must be a hooker. Well, maybe she was waiting on her Uber, right?
I mean, there's math involved, right? So
okay,
like,
is math science?
Exactly good, right?
Is math science?
Math is how we quantify science.
Math is how we quantify science. Can you cite your source for that?
That's flagrantly categorically erroneous.
Okay, I mean, you can disagree, right? Like, You can
It's
say
not
that
just
all
me
over
These guys
disagreeing.
are a
It's
waste of
the sun
time.
really
only.
categorically
Don't spend your
No
erroneous.
time around
difference
these
between.
fucks.
Wait, can I just
There's no
ask
difference.
one question? Do you
There's
guys
no
believe
difference
this
between a mountain and a
South?
hill, right? Like it's the same thing. Like you can do
That guy
math,
who's
but I
talking
mean,
is really cool. The guy who just interrupted the other guy. Go
Yeah,
ahead and ask your question,
I just
bro.
wanted to ask. So, do you guys believe in the South Pole or not? That's my question.
That's a model. You're asking, do we believe the South Pole of the globe Earth model? We
Okay,
don't believe
okay,
in
fine.
models. We've lost our belief in models. You
Okay,
guys still have a belief. Go ahead.
do you believe if I go in Antarctica, right? If I go away from the shore and go towards land, will I go to the shore again? For example, there's a sea, right? There's a sea called the Ross Sea on Antarctica and the Weddell Sea. Someone walked from Weddell Sea, walked towards land in Antarctica and reached the Ross Sea. Ross Sea is closest to New Zealand and Weddell Sea is closest to Argentina. So, in your view, do you think this is possible?
Sure.
I don't think it's possible the way that the globe Earth model is saying that it's possible, because I have falsified the globe Earth model with my own two eyes. Right? It's like after I experience my son pop out of my wife, it's like you trying to tell me that that's not how that works, bro. They come in storks and in little.
What did you experience? What did you see?
I thought I told you. I was at North Beach, Corpus Christi, next to the USS Lexington. I submerged my body up to my armpits in water, and I could see Ingleside on the Bay 10 miles away. I didn't even know that was there at the time. I went and looked up Google Earth and looked on the map, and it's 10 miles away. And we're talking beach houses. There should have been 66 feet of curvature. If you do the 8 inches per mile squared that you guys used to claim, and now you
we
guys
don't.
claim that you.
There's a better formula. I posted it.
Okay, what does it come out to over 10 miles?
But just to confirm, you don't believe that like Antarctica is like a circle around the North Pole, right? It's about like, and the sun rotates around the North Pole. Is my assumption. It goes along the equator around the North Pole. Just want to confirm.
You could think about it like that. I don't know if that's exactly the way that it is, but I don't know where the center of the Earth is. Right? I'm not claiming to know where the center of the Earth is, but you could think about it like that.
At the very least, you can abductively reason that it stands to reason that if the Earth is if the surface of the Earth is a topographical level plane, then the extremities of the Earth stretch around the Earth, including the center of the Earth.
Yeah, and I'm assuming the center of the Earth is the North Pole. Like, where do you think the center of the Earth is? Of the flat Earth?
Yes, you can call the center of the Earth the North Pole, but North Pole would be a misnomer since we're not talking about the antipodal areas of a sphere, but rather the center of a circle.
Yeah, exactly.
We're just using words that everybody can understand.
Yeah. Okay, sure. But in that case, right? The sun is going along the equator, around the center of the Earth, right? And Antarctica is the furthest away place from the center of the Earth, from my understanding, right?
Yes.
And forming in my head like a circle around, like a bigger circle around towards the edge. I don't know if that's the edge. So there's someone has walked in 1997 and in 2018. There's a sea called the Ross Sea near the closest sea is near New Zealand, and the Weddell Sea is near south of Argentina, right? They walked away from the shore, and they crossed what they claim is the South Pole, and then they go to the Ross Sea. So in your view, if it's a circle around like the outer circle, that would not be possible, right? Like walking away from the shore and getting to the shore near Australia, right? From my understanding.
I'm not quite certain how to conceive the geographical relation between these lands.
Like think of Antarctica. I think from Antarctica is like the bigger outer circle, right? And the center is the North Pole, from my understanding, right?
Yes.
If I go away from the North Pole, like I go to the shore of Antarctica and go away from the North Pole, and then I somehow end up on the south side, like let's say the north side is near Argentina, and the south side is New Zealand or Australia. If I go across up, and I end up in the south of the flat Earth model, is that possible? I don't think so.
You can traverse the face of the Earth You can
Yeah,
traverse the face of the earth if you have if you have the sufficient means, you can traverse the face of the earth by sea or land, back and forth between the center of the circle or the edge of the circle.
What I mean,
That would be a whole
theoretically, hold on. He said across up. I just want to. I want to verify. You
Yeah, I
said
got confused in that
across
logic
up.
difference also.
I'm assuming.
Yeah, so I just want to. That's what I was hearing. He said if you go across up from Argentina to
That's a fair catch.
what you say,
Assuming Argentina is like, I'm just gonna say Argentina is like, let's just say up. I'm just placing my point of reference.
No, but you can't go up when you're traversing Earth. Up means toward the sky. So
okay, sorry. Okay, no, let's just say north. I guess let's just say north is Argentina, right? South is New Zealand, or something. There's a sea called the Weddell Sea near Argentina, which is on Antarctica, and there's another sea called the Ross Sea, I think. Both these seas, basically are like completely on the other side of the North Pole from each other. So this person in 1997, another person in 2018, they walked away from the shore, north, and they ended up at the south side of the Antarctica. So I was wondering how that is possible.
This isn't making sense. Can you post an image that illustrates what you're talking about?
Wait. He said south part of Antarctica. What?
No. I said there's a sea near Argentina.
To piss at anybody here. I'm just trying to really get through this.
Someone removed my picture. Someone deleted my message on the chat. I don't know if it's by time.
Hopefully you can post it again.
Yeah, one sec.
Yeah, sorry about that. Where are you guys posting? That's what I was wondering about in this room. Where are people posting?
A little bit
images?
different here.
They're posting in the open chat.
Are you on your phone? There's like an open chat.
I'm on PC. I'm on PC. I'm on PC.
I was just saying there's a sea near Argentina, right, on the coast of Antarctica, and there's a sea near New Zealand, right?
Somebody's breaking up.
So these two places are diametrically opposite sides of the flat Earth. Do you get where I'm at?
Okay. You got to start over. You broke up. Please try again.
So there's a sea near Argentina, which is on Antarctica, right? And there's a sea.
Argentina is the very south tip of South America, guys.
Yeah, like this. Yeah, the south tip. Yeah. So there's a sea near that, and there's a sea near New Zealand, Australia, on Antarctica, right? In the flat Earth, understanding, these two places would be on the opposite sides of the flat Earth, with the North Pole being in the middle, right?
Roughly. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a person in 1987 who walked across one of the seas away from the shore, and ended up on the shore.
Who walks that far? I mean, you're gonna have to help me out. Who
walked across the seas?
Yeah, there was a guy. Let me find his name. One second.
Was he Jesus?
Are you telling me he walked on water?
No. On Antarctica. On Antarctica. He walked on Antarctica.
God Seeker has been.
How
really,
did he go to Antarctica? He's gonna freeze to death.
You're kind of yelling, bro.
Sorry.
Helio, can you relax a little bit, bro? Because you had maybe way too many beers.
I'm just trying to make sense out of this. That's all I'm trying to do.
But listen, bro, because the other guys can actually make sense out of it. Just listen for now.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, sorry guys. I'll listen for a few minutes before I interject. Sorry about that, guys.
You guys can. Yeah, I'm just gonna find.
So you go ahead and take your time, bro. I'm just gonna say this, and you can choose to listen or not. We keep going over all these different scenarios, right? But what it boils down to is the water curving or not, right? Because I've seen things that I can't explain if the Earth is a globe, curving at 8 inches per mile squared, or whatever different kind of formula that you want to describe it. But basically, it's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if I was 1 foot above the water, a little less than, but let's say 1 foot, and there's 1 foot waves, let's just assume 1 foot waves, because I don't know what they actually were. But if I could see it, I'm assuming it was, about a foot waves. Then I shouldn't have been able to see any of that. It should have been completely behind the curvature of the Earth, because if you have drop over distance, 10 miles worth of distance should be about 66 feet a drop, according to the math that I've been given. Now, when we point this out to, anti-flat earthers who have been arguing with us for 8 years at this point, they say, oh, well, it's refraction. The light is bending down around the curve, and it's causing you to see on the other side of the geometric horizon. And then when we say, what geometric horizon? Well, they say you can't see it because of refraction. Well, I don't know if you guys are listening, but you're admitting that there's no geometric horizon when you do that. Like you're saying, the thing that we're claiming that the Earth is curving, you can't actually see it unless you go to space. Well, if Professor Dave says you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the Earth, the only time you could see it is if you see it on TV, right? If I told you that the only time you could see the Earth was flat is if you could see it on TV, you'd be like, yeah, you're crazy. But actually, the only time you see the Earth is flat is when you go outside. When you guys say the only time you can see the Earth curvature is on TV, magazines, or in your head, I think it's kind of weird when you start talking about Antarctica, Aristophanes, a guy with two sticks, or Cavendish, a guy with two balls, or you start talking about the eclipses or sunset. Like you guys are talking about everything but the curvature of the Earth while trying to prove the curvature of the Earth, and I think that's telling to anybody who's willing to listen.
So, given that empirical data in that strong inductive argument Larry just told you, that necessarily implies and requires us to readjust our geometric concept of the structure of the cosmos. So, your question concerning navigating from this point to that point from any given two or more points over the face of the Earth has to be readjusted to that empirical data, which strongly indicates that the surface of the Earth and the seas are topographically flat.
And I think you're
So
using
wherever
too
this
big
gentleman
words for
moved,
that.
well,
Empirically, from observational data.
I think it's English is his second language.
I mean, whatever empirically means in their language, or whatever. That's just obvious. I mean, really, it's just obvious. Like informational data that supports all evidence from what we see, right? Empirical, right? Empirical.
So whoever that gentleman is that Percival was asking and talking about, that man is moving laterally upon the face of the Earth. Whether he sailed upon the seas or walked upon the Earth or walked upon the surface of that ice wall that is Antarctica, so-called. Or he flew there.
It's just in my mind, Antarctica is...
Many dance with the penguins. I ain't. Never mind. I'll shut up again.
You're loud, Helio. You got a really good microphone. I got gamer headphones.
So empirically in Spanish,
I'll turn it down. I'll turn it down.
It's empirical or empirical. So yeah.
Yo, go get another beer, bro.
Translation?
Empirical or empirica. Those two. Feminine. And actually, they put it like that.
Interesting. Empirica, time for bed.
That's adjective in you can say empiric when empirical. So yeah.
Right, so it's empirically flat when you go to the beach. Now, sometimes you can see that there's pictures of the same distant object that the horizon is in a different place on the face of that object, meaning sometimes you can see the whole object, and sometimes the object disappears from the bottom up. Now, the only way that makes sense is if it's due to atmospheric conditions that change, because the size of the Earth doesn't change, like a balloon blowing up and getting smaller. So, if the only time we can see these, what we should call an impossible shot, because you can't shoot a deer on the other side of the hill. You can't take a picture of Bigfoot on the other side of the hill. Not that Bigfoot exists. Just joking.
So I posted a couple of pictures. Basically, just to get my understanding correct, that Antarctica is like a bigger circle around North Pole, right? So
sure. You could think of it that way. We don't really know.
Mm-hmm. So this person walked from, if walked from one side to the other side, not by shore, like not by a shore, but going away from the shore. So that's the only thing that's amazing. It's like me saying I go from the top of the coin.
Is that the case?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean I posted
Is that really
a path.
what happened?
Yeah, that's what the article is like. Let me
You
just post the article.
can't confirm. You can't confirm that he did that.
Well, you know, let's
Fake news.
take our time. Let's take our time. So
Yeah,
this is
I
the
posted-
argument that this gentleman walked across the supposed humongous body of ice that supposedly
Yes.
is at the bottom of the humongous ball that we supposedly live upon.
Yeah,
So
and
that's-
according
that's
to
the
the
story.
means supposedly. People have been there. You can watch live feeds from there.
So and
right,
flat
people have
earthers
been on. So people have been on
Yeah.
that ice, but then greater than that, the specific predication being asserted is that there is a human that traversed across,
Yeah,
right,
across.
away from the shore, as it were,
Yes.
like Percival just
Exactly.
said,
Exactly.
away, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't just accept this article at face value.
Yeah,
Given
lots of people have
especially,
sailed across the world too, dude.
can I finish
They
the
kept
sentence?
heading east
Can
or
I
west, and
finish the
they
sentence?
ended up
Can
back
I
at the
finish the
same
sentence?
spot.
Okay, yeah, you guys,
Evidently, I can't
you gotta
finish the
just like if
sentence.
somebody's taking the floor, let him just finish with his statement. Don't just start jumping all over him. Whoever is doing it, stop it. Go ahead, Gregory.
Thank you. As I was saying, so the claim is that there is this man that traversed, right, as though walking across a plate from one edge to another, right, as it were walking across the diameter of the plate.
Yeah.
Now that's the story. Not everything everyone says is true. Not everything everyone says is genuine and sincere. Some people lie, and people don't want to accept this about human nature and human history, especially as it concerns the cosmos, for instance. But still, so how do we know a human actually traversed the diameter of Antarctica, the so-called continent of Antarctica?
Do you first agree that if this was true, it debunks the flat Earth?
Yes.
Do you agree with that, Larry?
I don't know if it does or not. I don't think it does, because to me,
Well, actually,
can't-
yeah,
you
it
can't
doesn't
debunk
necessarily
what I've
debunk it
seen.
because you could have a humongous plate of ice upon, the surface of a topographical plane. So there's
It's
that
like
also.
this. If somebody showed me a stork carrying a baby, a brand new baby to a mother, like, would that debunk childbirth? Like, no, I've witnessed childbirth.
Yeah, that doesn't follow.
Right. So I witnessed no curvature when I went to the beach. So I can't unsee it, right? I can't not know that to be true because I have firsthand primary knowledge, experience. And if you look up the definition of empirical, like it's empirical. Like, because I don't have, it's like with the moon, only the astronauts can go to the moon and see the curvature. With you can go to the beach at any time. Nothing's stopping you.
Or at least it's far less expensive to go to the beach and look at the surface of the water rather than traveling several thousand miles up above the surface of the earth. Yeah.
So okay. So you think that it's possible for someone to go from imagine there's a coin, you go from the top of the coin to the bottom of a coin, like in a short distance.
That's logically conceivable geometrically, yes.
How is it possible?
That's a metaphysical question asking about what determines possibility. Do you want to get into that?
What I mean is, imagine going from the top of a circle to the bottom of a circle, walking, and the distance is shorter than the diameter. Is that even possible? I don't think that's possible. Right?
Is it possible? I mean, is it possible? You're asking, is it possible in the cosmic paradigm that we're arguing in defense of? No. Is it possible in the cosmic paradigm that you're arguing in defense of? if you have the sufficient means. Is it logically possible and metaphysically possible, or at least logically possible? Sure.
Okay, I just don't think so. Maybe you guys think so. Like to me.
I mean, imagine if you can imagine.
Well, you
Mhm.
I mean,
all
this
this,
is what you're pretty much.
Helio, you sound very low for me.
Oh, really? Now,
Oh, buddy, why would you tell him that? You should have left him at that.
all right, I'm gonna. Yeah, I was just like, what I'm saying is, this guy's saying, imagine if you can imagine that it could probably be like this, maybe, probably.
No.
This is what I hear these guys are saying. Just like, imagine if it's possibly true that it could be this or that. If you can walk through Antarctica with bare feet and fucking walk from the North Pole to the South Pole.
No.
Imagine all that shit. This sounds
Helio, you're
crazy.
straw manning him, bro.
I don't-
He
I
didn't
don't-
say
I don't-
anything about barefooted.
No. I didn't say any of those stuff you said. Like what I mean is.
Okay. Well, tell
what
me.
I mean
tell
is.
me what you mean.
So this person walked basically walked from the top of a circle to the bottom of a circle. And the distance is shorter than the diameter of the circle.
Oh God,
that's what I'm trying to say.
I can't do it.
Just so you know, I understand you by now, so you don't need to repeat it for me anymore.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know who understands you, but basically, that's my argument. Is that this person walked the kilometers he walked is much less than the diameter of the Earth or of the flat Earth, and he got to the other side basically.
Okay, supposedly.
Yeah, supposedly. Right? Yeah.
So supposedly this man did this. Now again, in light of the empirical data and the inductive argument that Larry just said, that would imply that our belief about the geological nature of Antarctica is not what we were taught.
Or I mean, I was taught this like it was like the South Pole. Like that's what I was taught. Like
That's what we were all taught.
Yeah.
And there's this fraction of human society that is practicing the ethic of skeptical examination that the fundamentalist scientist types of the world have been advocating, or practicing the very ethic that they exhort other people to practice, right? To ask questions, to be skeptical, to test things, to care about the scientific method, and yada, yada, yada. And so then when we actually do that without this devotion to this or that particular physical doctrine or cosmological doctrine, we then expose the cosmic paradigm we were taught to be empirically inadequate, which implies many, many profound implications, including about human nature and the world order, and about the nature of Antarctica, for instance.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's mainly my point. Okay, yeah, that's all. If anyone else wants to go, you can go.
Hey, I just want to commend you on the way that you handled yourself like a man. Like you didn't insult me, poison the well, attack my character. You stayed focused on the argument. You tried to stay focused on the topic. So
Yeah.
as far as I'm concerned, you handled yourself like a man.
Yeah,
I also commend you for that. Also, I thank you.
Yeah, I think everything should be about the argument, not there should no ad hominem attack. Like that doesn't bring any productivity. But
yeah, I mean, if the focus of the discussion, if the focus of the discourse is what is the empirical fact of X, fill in the blank, whatever, what have you, then that's what the argument should be focused on.
But yeah, I presented what I think. Yeah.
If I got a little excited, don't worry. That's kind of the way I am. But yeah. Like when you're talking about the circle, a circle is 2D. It's like you got to kind of think about a little thing. Whoever's muting and unmuting me, I don't know.
It could be a 3D. It still has a.
Well,
diameter.
I want to know: is there an associated text room where I can like post or type?
Already answered that for you.
The open chat. The open chat.
It's like
the
Google
chat
Hangout.
in the VC. The chat in the VC.
Top right-hand corner.
No, Helio.
Top right-hand corner, Helio. Just
He's
like
not
Google
gonna
Hangout.
find it. He's like too drunk for this right now.
No, that's not true. God damn it, Jamsy.
Okay, well, I told you twice where it's at.
Hammered. It's a big room, Hammond. Come on.
I wanted to address
Yeah. Now I wanted to tell the gentleman that was speaking to you guys, seeker of truth.
Yeah.
Questioned multiple times about the South Pole, and now you know there's been nice contention about what that even means. And I posted something and I tagged you in the text chat about
Okay.
some of the surveyors in the past and the ones that explored this region of the world, these regions of the world, and they describe the 5 South Poles. So even this is probably the first time you heard this. So
5 South Poles. Okay.
yeah, exactly. So just to let you know that even what you were told in school is not a complete version of the whole thing, right? Since you're seeking truth, just check the 5 South Poles that I posted for you.
Let me try to find it.
I'm not making any claims about
Yes.
this, but I'm saying that there is a version else of what you've been told in the past, right? There's more stuff out there.
Yeah, I'm just saying from my understanding, like it doesn't make sense for him to just cover that distance from one part of the circle to the opposite side in a small distance. But let me look at what you tagged me in. Yeah.
Yeah. So to finally complete that point, because you don't need to repeat it any further.
Yeah.
Either he did or did not travel from this location to that location.
Mm-hmm.
If he did, then he didn't travel in the way that he is believed to travel. He didn't travel the diameter of a humongous ice plate, but around the edge of a humongous ice circle, as it were. Or he didn't actually travel from point A to point B. And so there's the end of that.
Yeah. And from my perspective, it doesn't make sense for him to do in a short distance go from one edge of the circle to the opposite edge, which is shorter than the diameter. Assuming he did this, yeah. So that's why I don't think the flat Earth makes sense. But yeah, that's my argument. I'm gonna see where this guy's.
That supposed story of that journey is geometrically incongruent with the cosmic paradigm we just argued for. Yes.
I also take into account when you say it doesn't make sense, and many Globers will say the globe makes sense, right? But in reality, when you think about it, the globe goes opposite of what you're sensing and experiencing, making it nonsensical by definition. So
yeah, Jamesy, doesn't it?
Ground under your feet.
Like every number that they give us about the globe automatically has to make sense, and everyone that doesn't believe it, they're fools.
Yeah, which is how the cookie crumbles from anyone who's arguing in defense of what they believe and cherish. So there's that truism again. But how about this to consider in a critique of the ACP, as I call it, the academic cosmic paradigm, the ACP. The cosmic paradigm we're taught is that we live on this humongous ball surrounded by water and gas flying around in a cosmic vacuum among other humongous balls of solid, liquid, and gas. And there is no solid, concrete, physical object which all these humongous balls of solid, liquid, and gas are contained in. They're just flying around in a void. So that necessarily implies that given that there is no upper extremity of the cosmos, no lower extremity of the cosmos either, there is no up or down. There's only toward and away. But we know full and well in our everyday human experience, our entire lives, we know that there is up and down, both inside doors and outside doors. We know that the rocket, the plane, the helicopter goes up away from the surface of the earth or back down to the surface of the earth. So what does it say about a cosmic paradigm that logically implies and renders the very basic concept of up and down to absurdity? Is that not indicative that the cosmic paradigm is absurd and does not correspond to our everyday empirical experience?
Yeah, empirically, who has the opportunity to change that paradigm? The masters of the universe, or you?
I take issue with the cosmic paradigm that, upon examination, evidently implies and reduces up and down to absurdity.
How you perceive it. Who has the best opportunity to, after you come across all of this information, who intrinsically has the opportunity to change that paradigm for yourself and to understand it correctly?
Your mama.
Yeah, that's a good answer, James. Yeah, I really love that one. That's a good one.
Consider this also. How about this? We're taught that we live in a cosmic vacuum. That's the phrase that I use, because that's what it is. It's the vacuum of the entire cosmos. Therefore, it's a cosmic vacuum. Nevertheless, it's not completely devoid of matter, even though a vacuum is devoid of matter by definition. That's why it's called a vacuum. So we live in a cosmic vacuum that isn't really vacuous, according to these fundamentalist scientists teaching us this cosmic paradigm. Why should I accept such a self-contradictory premise?
What's their fundamentals?
You know,
They're
why should
abstract.
I?
They're abstract fundamentals. That's a contradiction right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Any of the new people got any questions before people start dropping out of the, answer mode, reply mode, conversation mode?
Sorry. Yeah, don't get me and
questions?
Greg started on this shit. Go ahead. I'll shut up. I'm gonna go smoke.
So, in conclusion to what I just said, why should I accept such an obviously self-contradictory premise in a cosmic paradigm?
What's the thing? You don't have to accept anything, but you can choose to, right? If you want to believe this, like, we really don't care what people believe. In reality, we only care how people act. But it's unfortunate that as people become more communist, and communists are atheists, and they start genociding people, that's when we care what you believe, because what you believe is a direct reflection of how you're going to act.
Consider this also.
Fucking
Added
communists.
to what Gregory said. Perfect. Yep.
Thank you. Here's another thing to consider. You have this doctrine, this metaphysical doctrine, and yes, it is a metaphysical doctrine because it's talking about this real, concretely real entity which is ubiquitous throughout the entire universe, that it's fundamental to all matter. So it's not just physical, it's not a delineated specific category of physical entities. So this metaphysical doctrine of universal gravitation, which upon examination seems very similar to the Tao in Taoism, or the Force in the fictitious world of Star Wars, where everything operates according to its influence. Nevertheless, at the same time, what is supposedly a force is identified being one of the same with an effect. Well, is this not an issue of putting the cart before the horse, the chicken before the egg? All right. Either it's a force, all right, which is a cause, a force which is manifested by a cause, right? Either it's a cause or it's effect. It's not both simultaneously, right? And then in addition with that, Newtonian / Cavendish universal mass attracting mass gravitation necessarily implies the absolute disintegration of all matter, but we don't have that world, so that's false, or the absolute implosion and collapse of all matter into one humongous clump. We also don't have that world. So it implies falsehood both ways. That which implies falsehood is false.
Right.
Why should I accept this doctrine?
If the universe came from a Big Bang, and the inflation theory says that the space expanded faster than the speed of light, and matter began to expand, if gravity is true, then eventually that expansion will slow down and reverse, and everything will collapse. Well, back in the 90s, in their model, they discovered that the universe is expanding, but it's also speeding up. That's the part they discovered. So how could it be speeding up if gravity is real? Well, that's when they came up with the theory of dark energy. So anytime you hear dark or black, you can't see it, like the dark side of the moon. You can't see the dark side of the moon. We only see one face. Well, dark matter was recently debunked, but you can't debunk dark energy, right? So it's unfalsifiable, and according to Karl Popper, and if you look him up, like he's like a huge
Yeah.
philosopher of science. If you can't debunk it, it's not science, right? So if I claim that fairy dust is what's causing the balloons to fly, well, you can't debunk it, neener, neener, neener. Well, that's not science, because science is supposed to be falsifiable. If it's not falsifiable, it's not science. Sorry
For
for
the
saying
sake of argument, granting that premise, because that premise that Karl Popper affirms isn't necessarily true also, because you can't refute truth. So by that reasoning, if you can't refute the truth, therefore it's not true. Well, that doesn't follow.
Well, I think he meant like if you claim that, vitamin C deficiency causes scurvy, then you would be able to falsify the opposite of that. So
which is the best sense in which he said that. Yeah, I will acknowledge that.
Right. So if you prove one thing, then that disproves the other, right?
Right, but that's just the nature of the assertion logically. Right, it is logically possible to do an experiment which verifies or falsifies that hypothesis that this causes X. But the very supposition itself, I really want people to grasp this, because some people really take that epistemological premise of his to heart. But like I said, very quickly, probably too fast, if you affirm that if it's not falsifiable, meaning you can't refute it, then it's not true, then that applies to truth, right? So you can't refute truth. You can't prove truth is falsehood. You can't prove true suppositions to be false. Therefore, the true suppositions, which cannot be falsified, are therefore false. Well, of course, that's absurd. So that epistemological rule, that epistemic rule, is self-refuting and implying absurdity. But beside that, back to Larry's point. Larry's point is very much appropriate and valid, because if you do affirm that premise, you have premises in your cosmic paradigm which cannot be falsified, such as this dark energy, so-called, which is not empirically verified. It is only contrived in light of the fact that they have this irreconcilable discrepancy in their cosmic paradigm, given their own premises. They have this cosmic paradigm that they had no business contriving in the first place, and they're running into all these problematic implications, and now they're contriving new premises to rescue the paradigm, called a rescuing device, right, or a post hoc appeal to other premises contrived just for the sake of rescuing the paradigm from falling into incoherency. I mean, how about that for
They keep
irony? You
falling
made
into
the cosmic paradigm, but then after you make the cosmic paradigm, you can't sustain it.
Yeah, they keep trying to sustain it. It keeps falling apart, and they come back trying to sustain it, but it keeps falling apart. It's like stumbling forever.
Right. So a really good way to look at this is the cosmological constant problem, also known as the cosmological constant crisis. They admit it's like the largest mix match between theory and observation in the history of science. And that's where we get that number where they're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th. That's 10 with 120 zeros behind it. Like, it's a huge problem in their cosmology, and they openly admit that their cosmology isn't working. And now that cold dark matter has been debunked, they no longer have a cosmological model. The lambda CDM stands for cold dark matter, CDM, and it recently got debunked. So they don't have a model right now. They just don't know it yet. But if they watch that video that I posted earlier about cold dark matter, they can see for themselves that they don't have a model.
So given that dark matter and dark energy is just a post hoc rescuing device for their incoherent cosmic paradigm, we can effectively and justifiably rhetorically say that this is just dark energy and dark matter of the gaps. Now, it's okay for them to argue that way, but it's not okay for people to argue with a so-called God of gaps. It's not okay to appeal to God to fill the gaps, but it's okay to appeal to dark matter and dark energy to fill the gaps. It's blatant hypocrisy.
Hey, just wanted to say, Larry, that whatever you posted, the bot will delete everything eventually. So it's like a time-sensitive chat.
Mm-hmm.
It's gone. Whatever you posted.
Oh. So does anybody want to see the professor from what was it, some college in Australia, talk about gravity being debunked?
Just post it again so I can click on it and save it for my
Just for
references.
future reference, I quickly posted the very quick summary of my argument in the chat, basically with the diagram, like point A, point B, yeah, above where Larry posted.
Thank you.
So just so you understand, yeah.
But yeah, if gravity was debunked, would you want to know it, Truth Seeker?
Sure. I mean, I can watch a video. Yeah, I'm just saying my point. I just summarized it.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Like people were trying to imagine what I was trying to say, like the point A. I marked it on the picture. Like, yeah.
Yeah, remember, I understand you by now.
Yeah.
At least me, at least me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I get it. It seems like it would be impossible to walk that journey on foot.
Mm-hmm. Especially in that short distance. It was 1,864 miles, which is shorter than the whole diameter.
So therefore, that story is false. Either that he did do a journey, like I said earlier, either he did do a journey and he did not walk the journey in the way that the story says, or he didn't walk anywhere.
Isn't there supposedly a guy that also did a similar thing, but he kind of like went to Antarctica and walked across certain area, and then kind of did the same thing, came back, and they're claiming that he went across Antarctica. It's kind of similar to that one that you posted, but that one is like an 18. It was like a long time ago, right?
1997.
Are you talking about Admiral Byrd, Gemsy?
No, I'm talking about a guy that actually recorded himself or took pictures of himself pulling like a 50-pound or 70-pound carriage across Antarctica.
Oh. Do you recall his name?
I'll find it. Let me see. I wouldn't put it past that someone can go on a boat and go to, let's say to an area in the Antarctica and then walk a certain distance, but that doesn't determine the shape of the Earth. I mean, just because someone walked across a region of the world.
It just proves that they can't be that far apart, though. They have to be closer. Those 2 points that I marked.
It would prove if we could verify it.
Yeah.
Because to me, proof is a really weird word, right? Like, I could prove to you that, motorcycle clubs are, really good people because they donate to charity. But, how would you prove that all of them are good, right? You'd have to be with them every day, all day, from the beginning of motorcycle clubs to the very end. And you can't really prove that.
It's hard to empirically prove because you won't trust pictures, or even if I do it, you might not trust me, so I don't know how to prove it. Like the.
But let's pause and really take our time with this, because this is a conundrum that very frequently people run into when discussing this. We have the word prove, and then we have the word believe or persuade. These are very much different, because proving has to do with the objectivity of argumentation. Belief or persuasion has to do with the subjectivity of accepting the supposition to be true or false, or whatever evaluation of the supposition, or what have you. So one can prove the concluding premise to be true, regardless of anyone else not being persuaded to believe the argument is sound. And one can be persuaded and believe that the argument is sound, even though objectively upon examination it is revealed that it really is not sound. There's a world of a difference between the two.
Mm-hmm.
And so regardless of the incredulity or bigotry of the audience, it is always the logical duty of the person affirming whatever or negating whatever to give sound argumentation to justify their belief to be true.
Yeah, and that argumentation sometimes is based on things that people did or I have done myself, but for you to acknowledge that is another thing, because some arguments and proofs are based on certain things that are empirical or observed that you might not have observed. So that's where the issue is, you know, like you might not trust my sources or something.
Yeah. So you either have successfully proved your position to be true or you haven't. I have either successfully proved my position to be true or I haven't, regardless of anyone believing or disbelieving our argumentation that we presented.
Hey, listen, and the one that you posted says, in 1997, Norwegian Borge Ausland pioneered the new route across Antarctica. So
It's been done multiple times. So like many people have walked across. He was the first person.
Yeah, but this is in 2018 there is new, and they're saying that Colin O'Brady completed the first solo unsupported. So you're saying he was alone, the solo, he crossed solo, and then in 2018 they're saying that the guys did a solo cross, like what was the first one? So they both have the first solo cross. How can that even be possible?
Maybe it's across two different points. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's probably it. But they're saying
not sure who's the first one. But you can see it's like 1,864 miles, right? It's very short distance. I mean, compared to like the Earth, and yeah.
Night, Gregory, take care. Gregory's gone. And he's leaving. Deacon Frost is in the house. Deacon Frost is probably busy, but
Hey, what up, guy? How you guys doing?
he's a legend.
Hey, you guys remember me? No, you guys don't remember me.
What? I know that guy. What's up?
You know
man?
that guy.
You know me
What's up,
too,
man?
Larry. You
Yeah.
remember me, man?
Yeah, bro. What's going
No,
on?
it's been a while, eh?
Yeah.
Hey, don't tell Helio I'm here because I'll start making fun of his alcoholism.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah. Hey, so nobody goes to the other server? What's going on? Everybody comes to the political side now?
No. Actually, the other server stays kind of busy. It's pretty active, but this server is huge and has a lot of flow, and you could get conversations all day long, all night long as well in here. So yeah, it's a good extra wing of the community.
I guarantee they're going to call in recruits, and we're going to get a bunch of anti-flat earthers come in.
Oh yeah,
that's how they roll.
I can't wait.
They always call in recruits.
But I mean, they have nothing, man. I've been listening for like, I don't know, is it 2 hours now? Yeah, you guys are destroying them pretty easily. That's all I gotta say. Nothing really changes.
We learn from the best, from the.
Oh yeah, who's the guy? Who's
Vlad.
the best? Oh yeah, I remember that guy, Vlad. Oh, Vlad was fucking killing it, eh? Vlad was sitting there just fucking one after another, just bam, 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 bam. Well, you know, some people have to retire. It's okay. You let the new ones come in and do the shit.
Right. Like me.
No, you're pretty old there. I don't know.
Yeah.
You're going to veterans. You're veteran as fuck.
Yeah, I'm old as fuck.
Oh, You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got
Shit.
Good to hear your voice, man. Glad you're in
Thanks,
here.
man. Fucking. Oh, nothing. I'm bored as fuck, bro. No, I didn't even. I'm not going to the other server. No. This one just fucking. Jemsy just invited me. I'm like, oh shit, everybody like Hank is here? No way.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Hank is in the house. Yo, Hank, did you listen to my new songs yet or no?
No, I haven't, to be honest.
Ah, man. See, that's why I send it to people to see how much better I became, you know. I became a lot
I'll check
better.
it out. I've been playing Starfield like nonstop, bro.
I know. I see on my Discord it shows you on Starfield all day, but that game's so shit. I don't know why you're wasting your time. Anyways, you gotta like, man. I'm saying, you gotta check out the tracks that I've fucking. I'm like on the next level, man. It's like it's the more you do it, the better it gets. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like anything else. Yeah. I mean, I literally can make hours of music, just like even ambient, like whatever, and I can make my Ableton like. It's not like randomize everything, but it'll make it play like a sound like once every, and it's kind of random, but I set the parameters of the randomness like 75% of the time it'll drop this sound, you know, whatever, and then I'll have like different versions of it going, right? So then it'll just pling plong, and then it changes the pitch as it pling plongs, so it like sounds so sick. But I mean, like, that's what I'm saying, like I've advanced a lot in Ableton, so that's why if you check out like the two last tracks I've made, and you'll see. I even bought a microphone, bro.
Nice.
A nice fucking mic, yeah, like to record my voice on and shit. And one of the songs I do have like a little line that I just had to see if I could make a song with my voice, which I did, and it's just a one little liner, but it's not bad. I didn't like line up the vocals very well, but like I just did it just to show the potential that it's there. Hey, Bunakins. Yeah. Apart from that, what is it? Just working until I broke my back. I broke my back recently from working too much. Yeah, man. It's like I couldn't.
Back? Like Mike
fuck.
Tyson?
Well, I don't know, like if Mike broke his back, but I fucking like couldn't walk for 3 days. Like my legs couldn't move. It was fuck. Yeah, man. It's overworking. I think I overworked. Too much working, and then just like I barely made it home. I was like walking like 1 foot after 1 foot. I couldn't lift my legs. It was fucked.
Can you
And
technically say that gravity broke your back?
No.
Theoretical, man.
There's no such thing as that shit. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Are
The
you
weight
cool?
of my body, right? When I'm like working at the wood oven, right? Every fucking pizza I make, I have to like bend over like 3-4 times, like to load the wood, to grab the dough from the tray, you know. So like, I mean,
Oh,
the job I'm doing,
brother.
I have to do so much bending. It's fucked.
Hey, how we all doing tonight? No, it's just very ironic that you a flat earther, you make pizza, and you make music.
Well, I know, but you know what?
Hey, you want to
all
know
of
something
that-
crazy? I make pizza,
what?
I make music, and I'm a flat earther.
Okay, but I already one up you though. That's the thing. Are you an electrical engineer? Because that's the first thing I am. I do all that other shit too, but the first thing I am is electrical engineering, my guy. Are you that?
Oh, that's
Please
good,
tell
bro.
me you're
That's
that.
good.
So
okay.
I play the bass, and you guys know that I'm all about the pizza and pizza accessories.
Oh yes, you are. Yeah, you used to deliver pizzas too, my guy. Yeah.
Still do, yeah.
Oh, still yeah.
It's a fun job.
Yeah.
Hey,
Virgo. Hey, Hank. Happy birthday.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
See, I remember everybody's. God damn.
Remember Jamesies?
Yeah, James, is yours passed long time ago, man. It's fucking.
Oh, Hang is
Jeez,
well, I am Larry. It's your birthday, bro. Happy birthday.
Yeah, it was on the 2nd. Yeah, I appreciate
Oh,
it.
okay. Happy belated birthday. Yeah.
Hey, happy
Fuck
9/11,
yeah.
everybody. Happy 9/11.
Oh, today was 9/11, wasn't it?
And
Right, Rice Ray. How
I
you doing,
didn't.
Rice
I
Ray?
didn't. I didn't even fucking notice. Right? But
doing terrible.
Why? Why are you doing terrible, Rice?
Because I fucking hate God.
oh, bro, don't say
You,
stuff
bro?
like that while I'm
We
not
love
here.
you.
I'm fine. Don't say that, bro.
Why?
The Almighty. Don't hate the Almighty, bro.
Don't like him. Yeah.
What did he do to you?
No. What
Am
did
I
he do
not
to you,
allowed?
bro? No, man.
Why not?
Because it's not good for you, my guy.
Oh,
you hate?
You want? You
That's-
can't hate the Almighty, bro. What's wrong with
Well,
you?
yeah, I hate God. Yeah.
Why?
I really hate God.
What did
You
he
gotta
do?
have a reason.
Because like we're slaves to the gods, and like he doesn't really care about us. And then when we die, there's
my
nothing,
God.
and then he's just kind of an asshole.
Bro, how much mushrooms did you take?
All of them.
Yeah,
He took all
fuck
of
are
them.
you?
All of the above.
All of the
Right.
above.
So like
yeah.
I really hate because like okay look the Anunnaki, right, their
my
sons,
God.
the Ijiji, right, they were farming the earth and everything, but then they got tired of working. Then there was a big war with the gods between the Titans, and the gods ultimately defeated the Titans. So they were like, we're not gonna work no more. One of the Titans,
bro, slow
Prometheus,
down.
proposed to create mankind.
Where did you get all
as
this
slaves.
shit?
What video game is that?
He's been
Which
reading
video game is
Zachariah's
that?
Kitchen.
No, that's a video game, I think. It's a God of War or something like that.
Yes.
What?
Fuck, man.
No,
You can't
so
read. You
then-
can't believe everything you read, my guy. What are you doing?
So then basically Enlil sent the flood, right, to try to kill all of us, right? But Enki, my god, right, saved Atrahasis from the flood, of course.
Well, of course, because you were there to see all that, right?
Yeah, he was
No,
there.
but I
He
have
survived.
like
God
special
sent the flood.
revelations. My
God
god,
sent the flood to kill him, but he survived.
Me too. I had so much revelations, my guy.
Yeah, my god Enki trained some scribes 5,000 years ago to write down on clay tablets these stories about him.
Amazing.
So I have them right now, and I can read them. That's
You
just
can
how
read the
good
clay
my
tablets?
yeah, that's how amazing my god is. Yeah.
What language is it?
Cuneiform.
Okay. I mean, whatever, bro.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
What about
whatever, bro.
What about the god of the globe, gravity? Do you love that god or do you hate it too?
The god of what?
The globe, gravity.
What?
Never mind.
The god of the globe. Yeah.
God of the globe?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Without
No,
gravity,
I don't
globe doesn't work.
believe. I don't believe I live on the globe. I don't believe in gravity. My God
what
is
do you
the God
believe
of
in?
wisdom, Titan of wisdom. Of course, I understand the world I live in. Right. Well, to the
Do
best
you?
of my ability. Well, to the best of my ability.
Oh, okay. So what kind of world you live in, guy?
Well, it appears that liquid are flat on their face. And if 70% of the earth is covered by a liquid that's flat on its face, then it's fucking flat as fuck.
Et tu parles tout français, monsieur?
Oui, je parle français, monsieur.
Pourquoi est-ce que j'ai compris que tu parles français?
Peut-être à cause de l'accent.
Parce que tu as un accent québécois.
Oui.
Quand tu parles anglais,
probablement.
c'est ça.
Oui.
C'est pour ça que j'ai compris que tu es un francophone.
Parce que tu as un gros cerveau. Oui.
Oui, c'est la troisième langue que je connais, c'est le français.
C'est bien.
J'aime pas le français. Je déteste le français.
No,
Je
James,
déteste
you
le
don't follow
québécois aussi.
Frances. No, don't tell him that.
Okay.
James, you don't follow Frances.
No, I'm just telling them how much I love French people.
I love him too, especially the ladies.
Oh fuck, I love them so much, especially in Quebec. I grew up in fucking Montreal. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's good shit, Montreal.
But anyways, all this Anunnaki shit, you better drop that shit. Nobody takes you serious when you start talking like that.
Fucking like Zeus is a piece of shit. We need to
Like,
free
bro,
and
listen,
help Prometheus
like
rule
all
the
these
world
these
again.
God stories that you're talking about, like you gotta not, you keep that shit to yourself, bro. It doesn't help the flat people. Because it doesn't help the flat Earth people.
Yeah, but I'm not a flat Earth person. I'm a.
Well, you're telling me that the Earth is flat?
I'm an Illuminati. I worship Prometheus, the god
Oh
of
my
wisdom.
God, you're an Illuminati. You ain't shit, yati. You live in fucking Quebec, my guy. Tu parles français. Like you're nothing, bro. Talk less shit.
Je parle français.
Ouais.
Illuminati.
No, but you gotta understand what you're saying. You're talking fucking pure shit right now.
So like,
you're making yourself look like an idiot. Yeah, Prometheus what?
Prometheus is very great, and he created you, and he loves you.
Bro, what was that? What was that movie? What was that movie with that kid? That was the water kid. What was it with the Prometheus god? I think you watched that movie too much, man. Was that the Adventures of what's his name?
Water kid with the Prometheus.
I don't know, man.
Your culture,
yeah,
it's amazing.
I don't know what movie you watched, but you should stop watching it.
Yeah.
You Canadians are really high, don't you?
It's called Percy Jackson, and I don't even think Prometheus is in neither of the Percy Jackson movie or books, whatever.
Percy Jackson books. There you go. It's the Percy Jackson. How are you talking Percy Jackson in here? I can't believe you guys are catching him on this. This guy's fucking trolling Percy Jackson. I can't fucking believe it. And he's saying shit like Anunnaki and shit. I can't fucking believe this, man. Oh my God.
It's like look, Osiris was ruling the world, okay?
But I don't care what you say about that stuff.
And it was a good rule.
Why are you trying to say this stuff?
Because it was the time that Osiris.
Well, there's nobody cares. No, but it's irrelevant. Oh my God, whatever, man.
Okay, so Osiris, my god, used to rule the world, and it was a good rule. It was fair. It was abundant. It was plenitude. There was no mortals. Only immortals during his.
Can we not?
rule,
I don't
right?
want to. Guys, can somebody control this guy? Because this guy is just gonna talk shit. Like that's not what we're here for, right?
I want to hear the story of Osiris.
No, I don't want to hear no stories. I want reality, bro. I have plenty of fucking stories on TV, bro.
That's reality.
Nah, man. No, it's not reality. You're just saying there's stories, and then you're telling me it's reality. No, stories are not reality, bro.
That's what happened in the past.
No, man.
I swear.
No.
My god, Osiris reveals all these things to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
You smoke too much spice, bro. You gotta stop smoking spice, guy. You gotta start smoking the marijuana.
So like during the reign of Osiris, it was very, very, very great, right?
Well, you have to keep saying the same fucking thing.
Seth, his brother, right, was jealous and he wanted to rule, so he challenged his brother, but he was unfair, of course. Ultimately, he won, right? And he became ruler of the universe. And things went really bad, really, really bad, right?
What universe?
The one you live in.
What universe?
Right now. The one you live in right now. Yeah, the one you live in. Yeah.
What one I live? What universe I live in?
But then they had
what universe?
Son, and it's like
no,
Horus defeated Seth.
No.
He became ruler of the universe.
Bro, whatever. Listen. What universe?
The cosmos created by Zeus and Prometheus and other gods together.
Cosmos created by Zeus and Prometheus.
And other gods and titans.
And other gods and titans.
Hey,
is Pegasus involved? Where's Pegasus in this, man?
Well, I know where Uranus is.
No, but where's Pegasus? You know Pegasus?
The sky?
Oh, okay, so Pegasus is just still flying in the sky. Okay.
It's helping Hercules.
Right. And where's Hercules right now?
Where is Hercules right now? Well, he's
Yeah.
gods, I'd say, probably.
Oh, okay.
They love him. They wouldn't just let him.
Where are these gods?
Olympus. They're the Olympians.
Mount Olympus.
On the holy mount. Yeah, the holy mountain.
Where is this mountain? Can we go there right now?
It's a heavenly mountain, not a mountain for men.
That's unfortunate then. So how the fuck do you know it exists? You're a man.
I see the stars every day, and it's somewhere.
So the stars are a mountain in the sky?
No, but like I see Zeus every day. Well, not
you
every
see
day,
Zeus
but
every
often.
day.
And then I see Venus. Often. You know, yeah, I see Venus. I see Saturn, like Mars. The gods every day. Often.
Just you know, it sounds crazy to us what he's saying right now.
Really love Venus.
Hold on, bro. Give me a second. What he said in like the past 20 seconds sounds crazy to us right now, but 200 years ago, before they came up with this like mechanistic worldview, where you're not really a light being, your body is just from the ground, and your stomach acid is a battery, and you got a nervous system where the electricity flows. Like before, we viewed the world without machinery, right? So what he's saying is like his worldview is that the old gods are literally in the sky, and Venus is the goddess or whatever, and Mars is the god of destruction. Like a lot of people.
I understand that. I understand. That's what Hank. I understand all that.
Yeah,
what I'm trying to say is like you just. But these are all just stories of the stars. Like I mean, there's a lot of different cultures made a whole bunch of different fucking stories about the stars. You know what I mean? He's just saying one of them. No, they're not. They're different. They're all different. They're all different.
It's all the same
story.
Okay,
tell me what the Hindus think. What do the Hindus believe? It's all about the stars.
No,
yeah,
the
Hindus.
Listen carefully. The Hindu or Proto-Indo-European in nature. So you could literally compare it with any other Proto-Indo-European branches, and you'd find tons of similarity. Right, so you can compare with Germanic, like Thor and Odin.
Oh my god!
Right? Or you could compare with Prometheus and Zeus.
Yeah, Ganesh, right? Ganesh, the fucking the elephant head and the fucking 6 arms. You know, Shiva. All those are so comparable to fucking. You know what I mean? I guess.
Wait. Do you know what Proto-Indo-European people are?
No.
Aryan.
No.
Right. You don't know what Aryans are.
Well, if you say Aryans, I know exactly what a fucking Aryan is. Not Proto-European Indos, the shit that you're trying to label us.
Proto-Indo.
Don't listen. That's you think white people came from that region. You're fucking retarded.
No.
You're fucking. Yes, you are. You're no.
White people.
No, you think there's an origin of 1 point. No. That's what you think. That's your assumption.
Do you mean?
My people did not come from there. I'm a Russian. You know what I mean? Я русский, блядь, сука. You're gonna tell me I came from fucking India? Get the fuck out of here.
Nobody said you came from India. Look at how triggered
that's
clearly ignorant.
No, that's your fucking whole thing. We're the center of Proto-Indian.
And you said that these mythology didn't compare, and you mocked them.
No,
you
they
mocked
didn't.
India.
No, I don't mock nobody. I'm mocking you. I'm mocking you. No, I'm mocking you. Clearly, you don't understand what I'm fucking telling you.
I do. I think it's
no, you don't.
It's sad.
No, it's you keep repeating stories. No, it's not. No, your ignorance is on another level because you keep repeating the same fucking thing.
Can you tell me what the word for God is in French?
Dieu. Oh mon fucking Dieu. Dieu, right.
Dieu. Can you tell me what the word for God is in Greek?
No, couldn't tell you. Don't give a fuck because I didn't study Greek.
Zeus.
Who cares? So two countries that are fucking located so close to each other that have almost nearly the same Latin dialect. You're gonna fucking start. Okay, Bog. Say God in Russian. God in Russian right now, dumb fuck. Who are you fucking testing? Well, yeah, exactly. Well, tell me what God in Russian is.
Why are you so mad? Why are you insulting
Because you're a dumb
me
fuck,
now?
that's why. Because you're a dumb fuck,
Oh.
that's why.
Triggered?
No, not triggered at all. Because you're trying to go on a fucking point that's irrelevant. And when I'm fucking put you in a fucking trap, yeah, no, I put you in a trap. What is Bog in Russian? And now you're trying to obfuscate. You're trying to fucking bring a little point. You're trying to be a little fucking snake. But once I fucking do it to you, you're trying to obfuscate now, right?
Of course I'm a snake. My God.
Yeah, you're a fucking
Here's the
snake. You're
The
trash.
wisdom.
No,
I
you're
am the
trash. You
wisdom.
ain't shit. Buddy, you're talking too much shit. That's what I'm saying.
Look at how I got
Too
you
much
all
fucking trash.
triggered and shit. Go smoke
There's
a
no trigger.
cigarette.
There's no trigger. I'm smoking ganja already. Don't worry.
Yeah, smoke
Plenty
a
of fucking
cigarette.
ganja here. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't waste my fucking lungs like you. Dumb
Don't
fuck.
smoke cigarettes.
No,
either,
it's
but I just
seriously.
assumed
Seriously,
that you
what's the word for God in Russian? If you're so fucking smart.
did.
Talking about smartness.
As soon as I like.
Tell me, hey,
said
tell me. No, but I don't want to hear nothing.
Proto-European.
Go, fuck your proto-European
he
fucking.
He said Aryan because he didn't
You're
know
like,
what it was.
hey, listen, no, hey, listen. You're like a liberal,
No,
right?
what?
You're creating
What?
new
Okay, listen,
terms.
what?
You're creating new fucking terms when old terms already exist. I don't give a fuck about.
I can show you
See,
a video
you're
from, like, the
proto-Indian of
60s.
garbage. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, go ahead. Video from 60s, amazing, amazing. Take that video from the 60s and shove it up your ass.
Oh, fucking fantastic.
What are you guys talking about?
Talking
This
about
guy's
the
talking nonsense.
the
This guy's talking about Zeus and
Proto-Indo-European.
fucking all that shit.
Yeah, it's
No,
called
I'm not
the
talking about no fucking
Proto-Indo-
proto. No.
Look, I'll
Yeah,
post it
okay,
in the
cool.
chat. Look, it's from 1957. The Indo-European linguistic lecture. Oh no, I guess I'm just making stuff up right now.
Yes, you are.
Oh no.
Because you don't know how to read. Read that shit
Oh.
again. Because you don't understand the words that are fucking written on that fucking paper. Read it again.
Indo-European?
Read it again.
Indo-European.
Yeah, you keep repeating that. Read what the fucking the context of the whole fucking thing is.
It's a linguistic lecture with Henry in 1977.
Linguistic. It's about languages,
the
right?
the type of shit that Hitler was high
Languages, right? Languages. Am I talking about languages or am I talking about cultures and shit?
on. All the languages are related, yes, but it's not only
No, they're
that
not.
the languages
I don't know what the
are
fuck you're talking
related,
about.
the myths
No, they're not.
that
Okay,
like,
sure.
those
Chinese
language-
the Chinese characters are completely legible by fucking European people, right? Languages are related.
Chinese people are not Proto-Indo-European people. What are you talking about?
I don't
Never
care
said-
about
I
what your
never
labels.
said
I
they
never.
were.
I don't care about your
Never said
proto-Indo
Chinese
fucking European
people
shit.
Or Indo-European. I never
Oh
said
my god,
that.
Indo-European. What the Indo? Why do you keep saying Indo?
Because that's the
What the
name.
fuck is Indo? That's the name. Okay, but where
Proto-Indo-European.
there's a reason why they would put that Indo in there. Why does the Indo? What does Indo mean?
Because
I can
the
tell you
word
if you'll be quiet for a
Dewa,
second.
like Dewa, literally means the earth.
Hank,
Deer
tell
and
me.
Dewa is
Shut the
same
fuck up.
word.
Hank's about to say it. Shut the fuck up. Hank, please.
So they don't want to say Aryan, right? Because if they say Aryan, then everybody would know what you're talking about. So they use
Right.
these words to hide it. So they made up this word, Indo-European. Well, Europeans
Right.
don't just come from Europe, right? They find white people in China, mummies 4,000 years old with red hair. They find King Tut's forefathers had, blonde hair, and the Buddha had blue eyes. Anyway, the list goes on and on. White people come from all
But so
over the
they
world.
say. But what I'm saying is, so they say all this stuff that you just said. Describing these characteristics of some other people's hair color and shit. How do you know this?
I think you're tripping. It's like
No, shut the fuck up. I'm talking to Hank. No, not you. Shut the
not
fuck up.
only
Nobody's talking to
share
you.
language, but
Shut the fuck up.
also
Nobody's
myths.
talking to you. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking to you. I'm talking
Like,
to Hank.
You can compare. Like,
I'm not talking to you, bro. Why are you still talking? Nobody's fucking talking to you. Hank. Please go on.
Ask the question again.
Well, now, no, okay. How do you know all this stuff? Like Buddha had blue eyes. Fucking King Tut's fucking dude had fucking blonde hair. How do you know this?
Yeah, I've looked
Or is this
into it.
because somebody said it? Well, that's what I'm saying about who said it.
Right. So you can look at this book that I have. It's The March of Titans. It's
Right, no, okay.
encyclopedia.
Slow down here. It's from a book.
Right, and it has archaeology in the book. And
archaeologists, like the ones, the same guys that agree that dinosaurs exist and shit, right?
right, but even a broken clock is right twice a day. Yeah, there is some.
But you get what I'm
racist.
saying? Well, no. You gotta get what I'm saying here. It's like they could have made up all this shit. You know what I'm saying?
I do get it, but
because
this
it's narratives that they push, right? They create their own fucking narratives. They create all these fucking things with Disney, right? They create all these cartoons, right? So that people become like this motherfucker here.
I'm very aware of the author's narrative. Very aware of it.
I'm just saying. Don't believe everything you read. That's number one. Don't believe everything you see. That's it.
Right.
The guy wasn't stopping talking, so I muted him, but he jumped out. So never mind that guy.
He's fucking retarded, that guy.
What was he trying to say?
I was trying to convince me of some shit.
He was talking about Aryans and the Aryan gods.
Fuck yeah, Aryans, the master race, final solution.
He didn't say that, but
I'm pretty sure Hitler stole the swastika, like the symbol from
India
and Hinduism. Yeah.
He stole he stole that symbol from the sky. That's the Little Dipper, right?
That's right.
The
North.
The Indians
South,
with their little Microsoft tech support things, bro. It's a vicious.
But I'm just saying that swastika is the north, the south, the east, and the west. When the Little Dipper hits it, it's just that.
Yeah, it signifies.
It's used in Hinduism like for centuries before, Hitler.
Well, yeah, because they knew the Earth was flat. If you go look into their whole thing, right? If you go into all their cultures in the past, they all knew that the Earth was flat with the firmament above, and the stars are always repeating the same pattern. That's why that pattern's there, right? The Little Dipper, always in the north, east, and the south, and it signifies the seasons. Bada bing, bada boom.
I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm just saying.
100%.
Yeah, that's true. That's 100% true.
Yeah, I can show you all the different cosmologies illustrated by the people who believed in them. I think I got it on my computer. I'd have to pull out my old hard drive and plug in like a mechanical hard drive to show you. But yeah, like you can look at all the mythologies of their cosmology. And we say myth because it's not part of the mainstream narrative, right? Yeah, that guy was drunk. He was just.
Well, no, I understand. Fucking retarded. I know. I'm okay with that. I like to burn off some steam sometimes.
Oh, I know.
Especially with all this shit going on. Fuck yeah.
Vlad is burning the steam 24/7.
Not anymore. Man. He got into it with somebody over there, and now he's burning the steam somewhere else.
Where? Who am I don't know, man. I get into shit with somebody every day somehow. I don't know, man. It's fucking stupid.
Hank, I'm telling you, bro. He's someone crossed his path, and he's gonna burn some steam right there. Right?
Oh, dude, this guy almost fucking ran me over, bro. I was gonna like rip his window out of his fucking car, bro. I swear to God. But I didn't. Obviously, I was like, no, I can't. But because he and he was just smiling. I'm sorry, he's smiling, like, bro, like he's going like how okay. So every normal driver, right? If you drive, right, when you're pulling up to a red light. And there's a crosswalk on this red light, right? And then there's a car that's in your fucking on the left side, right? And it's covering a blind spot, right? It's giving you a big blind spot, so you don't see what the crosswalk is. You only have the fucking front of the cross, right? Would you fucking keep on fucking driving through because you want to make a right on the red, right? Right? B, fucking be a normal human being and fucking actually stop at the line, right? Because it is a red light, right? So you make the first stop like a stop sign, make sure it's clear to go, then make the right on the red, right? Or is he just fucking plow right fucking right through, right? Like that's what he did. He just fucking plowed right fucking through. Thank God I saw him coming before. I knew that motherfucker was gonna do that. So I literally stopped right at the spot where he was gonna hit me. motherfucker. And then he's like, oh, that's it. Like, buddy, I don't even want to fucking get into who and what he was because it's gonna make me look a little bit more angry. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
I think you got to be careful on the server with that stuff.
Well, I know. That's why I'm holding my peace, holding whatever I can back. Because I've been on the server a lot of times, right? Just going to the other places, they mute me a lot. I get muted on this side. I know because I don't go to this server. This server is like on the bottom of my list. But then I saw that you guys create a 24/7 Flat Earth server in here, and like the channel was like, no fucking way, I gotta check this out. And you guys are live and hot in here. It's pretty good. So it's the more important people are here still.
33 out of 4,000 channels in like a week. Not bad.
Pink Floyd is in here. Like, it's not bad. See people like.
You don't know Heretic because he's kind of new from when you left. But Heretic is like a legend as well around here. So yeah. And the Vlad Derek Ross is a freaking legend. Actually.
Yeah, I got a lot of my good arguments from Vlad.
Yeah, Vlad is a pretty cool guy. I don't know this Vlad guy, but it sounds like a pretty good, fucking awesome dude. That guy, especially when Halo comes around. Oh, buddy, he just fucking once the other server got swamped with some fucking assholes, right? And then they started fucking muting fucking Vlad. Vlad just said, you know what, you fucks don't deserve me, and just left. You know, that's it. I got other shit I can do, bro. I don't need to be sitting on Discord all fucking day, you know? And progressing my life and stuff. No, I like sitting on Discord talking while I'm doing other shit. Like that's fucking one of my favorite things to do sometimes. Especially with people that are like at a higher level of intellect than most people. You know what I mean? This is the place where you'll find it. There's nowhere else.
Wait, Vlad.
Yeah.
Vlad, we have Moonbug. Moonbug, are you a bug from the moon? Moonbug.
Oh, you're trying to get something started here, Jemsy?
Yeah, since you're here, I want to guess.
Oh man, you
Just
want to get
kidding,
something
just
started
kidding.
here? No, it's okay.
Heretic, are you there?
I'm sort of here.
And we'll slice.
Yeah. What were you saying before about 33 out of 2,000 channels? What was going on there?
Well, AI posted a thing in the other server, the mod room or whatever, the mod server for this, whatever we're doing here. I don't know. We ranked like 33 out of 4,000 channels in here. I don't really understand that. I don't even know how there are 4,000 channels, but that's the screen cap he posted. Go check it out.
Oh, like traffic through the channel.
Yeah, it's right up there.
Oh, that's good. That's very good.
Yeah.
You know what though? We get like it's like a repeating pattern of the same questions from 2015. Funny.
I know. They're right back at the beginning. Yeah, it's the Wild West for Globers again.
It doesn't surprise me, my guys. That is actually not surprising at all. Actually expected.
If the Earth is flat, why are other planets round?
Yes.
Warden was saying yesterday it was like hitting like a gold mine for Globers.
This is fucking nuts, bro. It'll never change though. I mean, they have nothing, you know what I mean? So they're gonna grasp at straws forever.
If the Earth is flat,
pretend like
why
they're
don't
stupid.
you fall off the edge?
Right?
You know, like that.
Where is it? Where is the edge?
Yeah, where's the edge? Where's the edge?
But you know what? Like in real life, around I've actually I've made some really, really big, important people start thinking and questioning some real fucking important shit. Like super important people. I couldn't even fucking believe that. Well, I mean, like I do believe because for some reason, like just based on what I do and how I move around, I get to meet people, right? And like super like big people. And then I always talk about like this shit to them, you know, because I like to test a lot of the people I talk to. And in the beginning, I'm talking about like maybe 2-3 years ago when I met this guy, they were just fucking laughing and making fun, like, yeah, whatever, man, because he's not getting it, right? But I planted the fucking seed. And now, and now,
Now he's retarded too.
No, now he's fucking. He's like, he's like, because this guy's an Albanian like mafia type dude. You know what I'm saying? Like super like rich people. Like his wife drives an GLE E63. If you guys know what that is, right?
Fuck is that?
It's a Mercedes,
Mercedes,
GLE E63. It's a really fucking crazy fucking. But he's on a fucking Porsche, like the 4-door Porsche fucking extendo hatchback there. But anyways, apart from being them extremely fucking balling and shit, right? Now he's starting to say like, how in the fuck did these people? Because he doesn't believe nothing, especially after this Corona shit. He doesn't believe anything the government says now, right? And then he starts questioning the fucking satellites. How the fuck did these massive things, like he's like, I see it in his eyes, how do they stay up in the air? And he keeps going back to that. It's fucking amazing. You know what I mean? The cognitive dissonance is just wearing off slowly.
Listen this. If it's going up, why not coming down?
Right? No, but like because in his head, like, how can something so fucking bigger than a bus stay up in the fucking sky, It's not registering. I love it. Oh, it's fucking so good.
Remember the Chinese spying satellite in the US that they shut down? The Chinese balloons.
Yeah, balloons. No, but he's looking at the pictures that they show him, right? Like these big square metal pieces, right? And he's comparing it to that shit. I'm loving every minute of that. It's so good. Oh, so fucking good.
Is there bugs in the moon? Because on the backside of the moon there's green grass, right, Larry? Larry's playing the game. I remember Larry saying that there's green grass on the dark side of the moon. So this guy Moonbug is probably from that side of the moon.
Yeah, it's one of Larry's analogies, isn't it?
I remember that one.
What's that?
Green grass on the moon.
The dark side of the moon.
I like the affirming the consequent analogy about the guy's mother being a prostitute or whatever. That was funny.
Yeah, that was good.
Well, I mean, if she's standing on the streets wearing that, man, you can only assume. No.
Or she's waiting for an Uber.
Or she's waiting for an Uber to go to a bar, you never know, I mean.
It's really hard to tell what causes something sometimes.
Oh, fuck me, man. How does fucking this happen? That's what I'm saying. How the fuck did that just cause me to die?
You didn't die. You're still speaking, bro. Come on.
No, I'm playing Path of Exile, bro. It's fucking die. Hey, you guys want to hear some positive shit?
Nah.
Yeah.
No. Well, it's not positive because that was just fucking sarcasm, pure fucking sarcasm. Just so you guys understand, Hank, why I am the way I am. I mean, this is some recent events, and it's just like I'm so fucked up about it. I just have to tell people, right? I just already told fucking Jemsy in the other channel, but Jemsy, I'm gonna say it again. I don't give a fuck. It's just how much it's fucking. I hate this woman. Anyway, so listen, Hank.
It's a little bit French.
It's fucked, bro. I can't believe this shit's happening, right? I recently developed a hernia in the middle of my abdominal fucking muscle, right? Because I think I overexercised, overworked, whatever. I mean, not only did I fuck up my lower back, right? I got a hernia this summer, right? I the more I fucking lift heavier, the more it started becoming bigger and bigger, right in the center of my stomach. Right. Thank God I have a fucking six pack, which kind of holds it in.
Sweet, bro. Short and sweet.
Yeah, short and sweet, but it got to go into graphic detail, bro. Anyways, but I mean that's what makes the story better, man. Okay, just because you heard it already in the first graphic map, just let the other guys hear it. You know what I mean? It's a fucked up situation. Let me vent it out. Let me vent it out, man. Let's fucking cry.
And he is gonna want to tell his story.
Okay, listen. Then you can tell me all the stories you want. This is like not really a story. This is like what's happening in my fucking life right now, which is so fucked up. So I now have a surgery appointment coming up, right? For this hernia, right? So they're gonna cut me up and all that shit and stuff my guts back in and then sew me back up. And I know like this wicked hospital, they say it's only gonna be like you're gonna be out for like maybe a few days, whatever, but you can't lift anything for fucking months. You know what I mean? It's gonna be fucked. So I asked my mother, the only fucking person that I can ask anything like in this fucking world, right? I ask her, yo, bro, I tell her this, like I have surgery coming up. Can you come help me out? At least for 4 days or some shit? You know what she fucking tells me?
Or your sister.
She tells me to go fuck myself. My sister, I don't talk to those people, bro. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's fucked.
So let me ask you this.
Oh no.
Dick and Frost.
Oh yeah, Dick and the Frost. Yeah.
Well, I'm
let's
just
go.
gonna
Let's
say,
go.
I've had. The only reason I'm saying is only reason I jumped is that I know people that are they're fit, which I'm not. Whatever. I haven't had a hernia problem, but this, I mean, it can be a major problem for some people, you know. And what the procedure you're talking about, I have a friend that had a similar situation. He got what they're gonna do is cut you open and they're gonna put like some netting.
No netting. This is a specialized hospital. Okay, listen. I know the netting procedure. That's specifically what I'm avoiding. There's no fucking netting. I even told them no mesh. And it's literally sew my fucking hole up. That's it. No, because the mesh moves. The mesh is bad. You don't want no fucking mesh in your body.
And this for a long time.
Listen, what I'm trying to tell. This is a specialized hospital where I live. They literally specialize only in hernias. 70 years of strictly a hernia treatment. This is world-renowned hospital. I can't fucking believe I live next to it, which is so fucking crazy. You know what I mean? And they literally say, and I think they avoid trying to use the mesh to try to heal the wound. Natural fibers. So that's where I'm going that route. I don't want to have a fucking mesh stuck in me.
Yeah, he just.
Yeah, that's Helio. I'm just telling you.
I was close with him.
That's fine. Helio, I'm going through this. I know other people that got through this. I know, man. And that's what I'm saying. And my mother, thanks for telling me. My mother can't fucking help me for at least a few days while I'm the critical moments while the actual sutures like healing, right?
Yeah.
And she can't fucking. She told me, "Fuck me, man. That's crazy." My own mom's fucking nuts.
Back together, so is that?
Anyways, whatever, man. I'm gonna go through it myself. I don't care, but it's okay.
Well,
it is what it is.
You know, I'm just
fucking
saying.
bullshit.
I mean, but the plan is to take the actual muscle and suture it back, like your suture. Doesn't that involve like burning or something? Like,
I don't know, but they're gonna fucking plug up that hole. That's all I know. That's
you live in Canada, the most. So you got free health.
I had mesh before, dude. I've had a hernia.
You don't give a shit. I mean, you believe the doctors, and you get free health care.
No, it's a specialized hospital. I actually have to pay. It's semi-private. I don't go to fucking garbage hospital, man. Why the fuck would I go to her? Trust me, there's some fucked up things they do with our hernias. They shouldn't touch people in certain hospitals. They fucked up my father. My father had a hernia or whatever. But he had infection for fucking years. I don't know. They couldn't fucking fix his hole. Anyways, what were you saying about this other guy's trying to step in with the mesh?
No.
No, the other guy, not you, Helio.
Oh,
somebody was about to say they had a mesh procedure.
Yeah, dude.
Well,
Like in 2000, I had a hernia, an inguinal hernia. It's basically down by your gallbladder, right? Super
is it
common.
like what by
Most
your
men
ball
will have
sack?
I wouldn't say no. It's on the other side of your dick, dude. It's not by your ball sack. It's like above. You know, it's on the frontal, like kind of by your bladder, on your left side. Usually, I had that shit when I was probably 20, 21 years old. They put a wire mesh in there, and like what happens is you get a little split in the muscle, right, and then something puffs out, and then if
Yes.
you're eventually your intestines push through that becomes a problem. So they put something in there to hold it back. It sucks. It's not that bad. It's pretty common. It was an in and out surgery. I puked in my dad's car on the way home, but I was fine. But yeah, there are plenty of places that will allow you to sue people for that wire mesh. Like I know what you're saying. Like I see the commercials. It's not
Yeah,
it's a real issue.
it depends. I mean, if it happens when you're young, you can recover from. But when you get older, and yeah, it becomes.
Listen, I've
And I'm
had a
sure
hernia
you're a
before.
doctor, you know, also as well. Which
Listen,
whatever.
when I was born with fucking a hernia. I had a hernia operation. I was like less than a year old, and my hernia was right where like you were saying, it's where the leg meets the fucking groin, right? Right there. I still have the scar there. Right, just above, just above my. Right, I never had a mesh done there. I don't think, because all
It's
my life I never.
a congenital defect, right? Like that's what they said. I probably had it when I was born, but it took until I was 20, 21 before it split open. And that's super common. It's not like it's a very common like thing to happen and they can fix
Yeah.
it. But yeah, like you're saying, like you can have it when it's a congenital like split in your muscle that eventually a lot of men get. It's like 75% of men will have that by the time they're like 60 or something like
But
that.
it's not
among
if
among the among the
Go ahead.
among the parasites associated with hernias, filarial parasites are the most common one. In Africa and Americas, the nematode most frequently associated with hernias is Wischiaria bancrofti, while in Europe, most of the parasite hernias associations reported have involved Dirophilia spp. So you could have you could have a parasitic infection that it might be causing that stuff.
Yeah, I don't think so, man. I've drank too much alcohol in my life and smoked too much weed right now to have any parasites. I guarantee you, I have no parasites.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right, bro. You are surrounded. You're surrounded by. Anyways, that's not a topic for here, anyways. So yeah, we
No,
can
but
talk about.
I think marijuana is like a natural anti-parasitic or something, because marijuana like keeps you healthy. I don't know what it is about it. You know, if you have THC in your blood, it helps you out with antimicrobial. I swear to God, it helps you with infection and shit.
It
Well,
does.
isn't a hernia like generally just like where your intestines sort of like stick through your
Yes.
abdominal?
Yeah. Keep buying the you know the common
Lots of different hernias.
Keep buying
Worst
the
case, your
globe.
intestines push
Keep
through.
buying
It's
the
bad.
globe.
Yeah, lower
the globe stories
abdominal
about it.
hernias is where a lot of people have the major issues with. As far as I know, but maybe I don't know much.
Mine's right in the center of my abs, you know, where the top of the six pack is, right? And then there's a second six, and then the bottom six, right? Mine is right in the middle of the two. It's fucking crazy. You know, and when I like, let's say if I drink any like soda pop beverages, that gas expansion literally makes that part of my body hurt. Like a little bit, like it's not like a pain, it's like a numbing pain. You know what I mean? It's like I feel something off in that part of my body when I drink like soda and shit. Fuck. because it adds pressure inside. Like, God, that's why I don't drink gases. So I don't try not to. I avoid sodas now. It's fucked.
It's
I used to
also
love
sodas.
sodas.
Sodas also can feed the parasitic infections as well.
You and your parasitic infections. Oh my God, Gemsy.
Parasitic and also like yeast in your intestines as well.
You think I'm joking, bro?
If I had parasites, I'd know it. I'm pretty sure.
And also,
Candida, that's what I was thinking. Yeast, which is a yeast, which is a.
anyways.
Well, I don't know, man. You tell me. You tell me if I had parasites, man. I don't know. You're the doctor right now, Genzy.
No, but there's no the chance for that, anyways. Maybe in a private conversation, but not here.
We have somebody that wants to learn something about the Earth being a plane.
Nah, these people are just listening or recording flat earthers talking about shit so they can, make the videos and make fun of them.
Oh, that's okay. Let them do it. Fuck them. I say more F bombs than anybody.
I love when people make fun of me.
Hey, Helio, did you recognize who this was or no?
Jamesy, he's really good at making fun of me.
Hey, Helio, do you remember me?
Motherfucker, of course.
Who am I?
Yeah, you was the guy who was kicking it with us back in Night Crew back in the day.
Jumped in. I heard you talking about your hernia, and that's why I jumped in and started talking.
It's Vlad, bro. Helio. It's Vlad. Remember Vlad?
Yeah, it's Vlad, Deckenfrost. Yeah.
Hey, listen, Helio. Did you listen to my new music yet or no?
No, he didn't.
No, he's.
I knew it.
What, Helio? Out of all the fucking people, you should hear my.
Hey, did you listen to my old music?
Yes, it sucked ass. So at least I can tell you that, right? But now,
ass, I ain't even listened to it yet.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You have to listen to it before you tell me it sucks ass, bro.
I listened to some of it, but it's not.
No, not the new shit. Not the. Listen, I made so much progress.
Like a year ago.
Brand spanking new, man. Here, I'll send.
How's your brand new shit better than it was a year ago?
The quality changed, man. My mastering and my production's different, man. Here, hold on.
Vlad, and then I'll let you know right now. The only person that have listened to your your songs is James.
Yes, I know Jamesy. Here, listen.
What do you think of Deccan?
Listen, Helio. And this is my voice. I actually recorded my voice on this. So here, Helio. I send you this. It's in your chat. I sent you a direct message, Helio. This one, right? And then
I'm not saying it's total shit. I'm just saying it's not my style necessarily.
Well, I mean,
but you know what? You called my music total shit, so I'm gonna call you music total shit. Doesn't matter.
That's fine, Helio. But as long as you go listen to it for more than like a minute or two, you gotta at least hear my vocals, bro.
I'll listen.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so I sent you 2 tracks, right?
Rap? Is it rap?
No. This is not rap at all, bro. No.
Really? So you're singing?
Yes, Helio. I bought myself a mic, and I did dropped a little. It's a line. It's nothing big. It's nothing big.
That's cool. I mean,
but it's just the first time I did it. Okay, Helio, don't be fucking judgmental. You know what I mean? God damn it.
And I ain't saying I hate rap or anything. I just want to.
It's not rap, bro. I'm not dropping no rap beats, man. Not yet. I mean, I'll do it later if I want to, but I mean, it's not like I'm not gonna start writing raps and shit. No.
Just because Vlad speaks like a black person doesn't mean he's a nigga. Okay.
I don't speak like.
He's a Russian that lives in Canada that fucking.
That's exactly right. I'm a Russian that lives in Canada that speaks 3 languages, right? Has a lot of multiculturalism in him because he hung around a lot of people. Doesn't mean I speak like a certain type of other people. You know what I mean? God
No,
damn.
it's all good. Yeah, I'll check
He
it
look,
out. I'll check it out.
and he also
So listen,
looks
Helio,
good.
I need you right now to put on your best speakers on with the sub bass, right? Going the fucking boom boom bass, and just literally enjoy the first track that I gave you. It's you can go up to like 2.5 minutes, then it's pretty much a loop, right? Right. But then the second thing I sent you, it is a very special thing. It goes for an hour, right? And it's like an ambience piano dark horror fucking like it's really good if you listen to it because there's some parts that build up.
ASMR shit, kind of, but not like physical
It's not,
ASMR.
no, it's because like I'm telling you that my production, like the second song, that's when my production actually became way better. That first song I sent you, it's like a mix of what I used to do with a mix of some new shit I started, and now it's just yeah, just have a listen. Tell me how it is, man.
Do that. I actually need to take a break, go smoke, take a piss, grab another beer. And Jimsy's got this for me. No, I don't know.
Right. Yo, get a beer. Make sure you.
I went to 24/7 and ran everybody off there, and so I came back here, and I guess I ran everybody off here too. So
okay, that's okay. As long as listen,
my job is
as
to
long
run everybody off with a fucking live chat.
as listen,
I mean, this
Helio,
is live. Over there, it was live. And
well, fuck the live chat. Don't worry, it's live enough.
It was like I jumped in because QE was on there.
Well, fuck that guy. Listen, can you go listen to my song real quick? Yo, Helio.
Yeah, I'll listen to it. Yeah.
Okay, just put yourself on mute and do it right now, please. Please.
I'll do it while I'm smoking, but it's gonna take like 5-10 minutes, so I'm not gonna immediately come back and give you a review on it. Because I have to take this and go smoke a cigarette, you know. So I mean, it's gonna be like.
I mean, you can put on the big track, then you can turn on the long track and do that, and then this the small track you can.
You can't do anything. I have to open the browser, freaking click your link, listen to the video. I got, it takes a little more work than me just like, oh, listen to it right now.
Okay, do it. Yeah.
What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go smoke, take a piss, just like I said, and then grab a beer, and then I'll come back and let you know what I think of it.
Amazing. See you soon.
All right. It was good to talk to you again, Vlad.
Yeah, always, man. Here you are. I know.
You a crazy motherfucker. You know that, right?
I think I'm one of the craziest people I know.
Hey, welcome to the club.
Yeah. Hank, you still there?
No. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I sent you that song too, just so you know. Well, I mean, in your chat, the first one is that 1 hour like ambient horror. Like if you get, it's really good for like horror movies or like Halloween's coming up and you just want to scare the shit out of people. Just having ambient like horror piano in the background. That is a track for Halloween. I guarantee you that. Like I
455.
And the what?
The song is 455 long.
No, that's just the deep house. That's my vocal song where I have a little vocal in there of me saying one thing, right? And then it's like it's a little dance house, like it's a house song. You'll but the first one that I sent you, that's like
the hour long.
Yeah, if you're gonna go like do some shit and just have something in the background, put that on. and then at some point you'll be like, yo, holy shit, this is actually not bad. You'll get the feel of it because it's actually at 342. It's tuned to 342 hertz too, right? So yeah, I like to tune everything. All my instrumentation is tuned to 342. Every scale, the scale I used there was hold on, what the fuck is the scale? Yeah, C sharp Hirojoshi scale. And like, what the fuck is that? I'm like, yeah, me too. I don't know, but I used it. It was fucking sick.
I'm
Hey,
gonna go and definitely listen to it.
yeah.
I'll be back.
All right. Yeah, I kind of ran off everybody with my music. Fuck. Hey, I can share my screen. Get the fuck out of here. I can go tell what? Go live? No way. Hey, this is fucking bomb, bro. Yo, Gemsy, can you see my screen? What am I doing?
No, thank you. Just kidding. You're playing video games.
Yes. What game am I playing?
Uh,
How good is the
Diablo
how good is
4.
no.
Yes. Yes.
No, I have it. I can play it, but I don't want to play it right now.
Which
I
one is
mean,
better, this one or Diablo 4?
straight up Path of Exile is way better. Yeah. Diablo 4, you know what they did? Okay, so listen, and this really upsets me, and I can go on for hours on Blizzard because I used to love that fucking company so goddamn much. Like I love Battle.net, everything, you know what I mean? And then they sold, obviously, to Activision. And I was like hoping that they weren't gonna ruin it. I was one of those like, please, please, please don't ruin it, don't ruin it, don't ruin it, don't ruin it. Well, slowly but fucking surely, it's fucking ruined. And how did they ruin it? Well, there's two reasons they ruined this fucking company. One is they want to monetize everything to the tits. So it's always like, oh, last year's profits are not as good, or like, what do you call it, are not enough. So we need more profits. So every year they need more money, more money, more money. So like they need more money. Right. So they're scaling up and they don't care. And they're scaling in such a way where they're putting out a lot of hot garbage really fast. You know what I mean? That's one problem. Because they're scaling so much. They're like bringing in a whole bunch of people, right, that don't know what the fuck they're doing. That's the second problem. And they're all purple hair, green.
They're just throwing shit or see whatever sticks on the wall.
But not only that, it's the green haired, purple haired, fucking blue haired people that are all fucking fat obese that fucking don't know what gender they are, right? I mean, those type of people are hired in almost every fucking company in fucking California, right? And all they do is they fucking ruin the IP like that. Diablo 4, listen to this, the biggest fucking stupid, nobody fucking points this out. The game is about a fucking Diablo, right? The main fucking protagonist, the evil fucking guy is fucking, no, the antagonist, right? This is still,
They made it about his mom.
And not his mom. Lilith is not his mom, my guy. Lilith is it's an offspring of these people. Like it's not, and it's like, bro, the game is Diablo, and there is no Diablo. For who in their right fucking mind thought that was a good fucking idea? Like, what purple fucking pink haired motherfucker thought of that? Right?
Can you say that again? Because you cut out. You said that the character, the Diablo character, mommy, what happened with her?
Bro, it's he's not in the game.
Oh, it's not in the game.
No, the game is named Diablo, and they don't bring Diablo into the game.
Oh no.
Right? Like in Diablo fucking 3, at least they had a variation of the Diablo. They started bringing tits into the Diablo, right? Because like the girl, she took the stone and she put it in her head and she became the Diablo. The Diablo was tits. Tit would form Diablo. Okay, so that kind of is okay. So they got some transgender fucking storyline going on there, right? That was okay, whatever. But now it's just completely, they went off fucking rails. Like, okay, Diablo's a bitch now. Ha! You know what I mean? Oh my god.
All right, I'm back. I listened to 420, and then I stopped. All right, so I like how you got like the percussion is not like your typical drums. It kind of sounds like you're doing like the machine shop thing where you're just like banging like steel rods around.
I'm doing stuff, yes.
Right. So when I was listening to it, I was like thinking like what it would be like if your bass and your treble synced up and then swapped. Like, cause you had that bass line, it's like real offbeat timing. It's not like 4/4 or 3/4 timing.
I
And I
think
was
it's
wondering,
4/4.
is it?
I think it is.
It might be.
You might not. You might. It's because if you're listening, yeah, I don't know, because it's if you're listening over my vocals, that's one. You might be my vocals are off time. That's the one thing.
No, I didn't hear
And
any
then
vocals. I was listening to the horror scale.
oh, okay. Listen, that it's called generative music, right? So I can explain that to you. That's
The
the
AI
horror
makes it.
one. Huh?
The AI makes it.
Not really. It's Ableton. I don't have an AI program that makes it. I'm not doing what those guys are doing with the AI programs, which I understand, which to some extent. So mine's a little bit different. Mine is all those instrumentation, all of it, I tune myself. So all those little instruments, I create them. That's one. Number two, I do kind of play the track out, right? But here's the key. I overload it, I double track it, right? And then I randomize the velocities. You know what I mean? You know what velocity is?
In science, yeah, but not music.
In music, with velocity is how hard I'm hitting a fucking note. Like, you know, when you strum a guitar, like you can go ping, or go bang. You know, your
Okay,
velocity,
like
the
the
amount of
theory of music. Okay, I got you.
velocity, the amount of power you're giving to the note, right?
Yeah.
So I randomize the velocities, right? I make the instrument go into scale. So all the keys that it'll play, right? There's two ways I did it. It's either I made it play keys in scale at a random way, or I laid the keys out myself, random patterns, right? Et cetera, et cetera. And at that point, I made multiple tracks of different patterns, right? Like a lot of different, like sometimes just complete silence, dead silence, because sometimes I can't have everything going at once. So there's a lot of silent tracks, right? And here's the kicker: when one track is playing, I can have it go like it's just like programming, go next, right? Or loop on itself, right? That's or go somewhere else. Like it's like an if and or function, right? Or fucking, what do you call it? And I give it a percentage wise. So I give it two things, right? It's either play next, I either play other, either play random, right? Or then or repeat, right? And then there's a slider for percentage of how much I want which of which, right? So if I don't want this thing, if I can like supercharge, let's say, a track to go like really like, because you're gonna hear, if you're gonna play that for an hour, sometimes that piano will start playing for a good like fucking minute. Like it'll just go pop off. And that's not me playing the piano. I made Ableton play the piano in that way, in a random timing, but like it played different tracks in a random order. Like, but like it's I gotta show this to you, because I actually recorded me doing this. It kind of took 6 hours to do that one, I think. But like I'm telling you, that the generative music is fun, because I can literally make music for hours and it's always gonna make it sound different. It's never gonna sound the same. You know what I mean? But it's always going to keep the rules that I put in place. Where you think something's off time, it's not really off time. It's just it'll progress into it, I think. Because I haven't I've listened to it or when I started recording that certain hour there, it was already kind of playing, right? So I started recording it on a fucking on an off. It doesn't really have an intro. That's why, right? So it doesn't feel like it was introduced, like it wasn't progressed in. I should, but
I
whatever.
am a globe earther.
Oh,
Rather,
where? Who's this? Who's this?
this is me, Nage. Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Oh, are you Jamaican?
No. Why would you say that?
Well, my nephew looks like you. That's
Oh,
okay.
does he?
Yeah. Yeah, he has the same hair. And he's like 4 years old. Kind of remind me of him.
It's technically not the same hair because Nate's hair is Nate's hair and your nephew's hair is your nephew's hair, so not the same.
Well, no, he has the how do you say it? the afro, but it's like a curly long afro, not like super
texture.
nappy.
But
Yeah.
is it the same hair?
Whatever, man. It doesn't matter, man. Anyways, my nephew's half Russian, half Jamaican. That's why I asked. It's okay.
Hi, Jamsy. Oh, we got Helio Skeptic in here. We have Jamsy. These are pretty big on the 24.
Wait, hold on.
Huh?
You're a glober. You're a globe head.
Yeah.
Oh man. Unfortunately, why do you want to be a glober? It's like being a fucking Democrat, bro. Stop being a Democrat. No,
The
I'm
Republicans
serious.
the Republicans will destroy this nation. That's why I'm a Democrat. I don't really like the Democratic Party.
Buddy, what's wrong with you? The Republicans freed y'all, okay? Let's like if you go back in history, if you look at everything, the first black person in fucking politics was fucking a Republican, bro. Get out of here.
There was an ideology switch in the 60s.
There's no ideology switch. You know what Republican people stand for is freedom of doing your own shit. Please leave me alone. You know, less government. You know, don't steal my taxes. You know, no communism, please.
Leave me
that
alone
communism.
unless you're trans.
Well, leave me alone. Well, just no, but like, why do you want to bother me though? You know what I mean?
We don't. But like trans people just want rights. Republicans don't like that.
Listen. I don't need. Listen, no, I'm not. Listen, okay, listen. Don't get started because I used to work in a gay bar. Listen, I'm not a homosexual, right? But I've been around the gay village, right, long enough to know and hear them, especially when they're drunk and fucking high on coke and all that shit. They go into their fucking pedophile fucking rants. So don't fucking listen. There's a lot of fucking problem. Yes, there's a lot of fucking problem. They all admit it. They all fucking admit it.
No, they don't.
Well, you might not, but most of them do because you know how the number one way, like how homosexuality actually spreads, because homosexuals can't reproduce, right? Well, I mean, homosexuals can't.
People aren't gay by choice.
It's not by choice. I understand that it's not by choice, but somebody diddled you when you were young, and then you became gay. That is a big fucking. No, buddy. Most of them tell me that they were fucking raped. That's what I'm saying.
But
most of them.
But otherwise,
most of them, bro. Come on.
No,
You know, see, the thing is, you can deny these statistics, but the statistics are statistics, and most of them will. And then if you want to go into the whole trans rights, you know, there's like a lot of people that were like, how do you call it, persuaded into this lifestyle because they were like susceptible to a lifestyle because they were weak-minded people. They were how do you say they didn't know what to do with their lives, right? So they got involved with certain people, blah blah blah, and then made some choices and then started transitioning, whatever. But then they became detransitioners. And have you ever heard of those guys' stories? Right, those detransitioners, how bad of a mistake they fucking did. You know what I mean? And they wish they never were like. It was how do you say?
These transitioners are only 1% of all the people.
Because 40% or 50% of y'all kill each other. I mean, suicide. There's a huge suicide rate. You know what I mean? So you guys don't even make it to that point.
That's not relevant. That 99% of people
relevant.
trans affirming care right, don't regret it. Only 1%, and there's regret rates for every for any
I don't know.
disease.
I've seen a lot of I've seen a lot of the regret ones, and the regret ones were even like videos in the 80s and the 90s. They were still doing this shit, man. You know what I mean? But you know,
So-
there's a lot of like transitioning was a big thing back then too. You know that, right?
Should we outlaw
I don't know.
heart
I
surgery?
don't.
Should we outlaw
Huh?
heart surgery because there's a regret rate? There's a regret rate for heart surgery, for open heart surgery.
No,
Should we
listen.
outlaw it?
You want to
I'm not-
no. You want to mutilate your genitals? Go fucking ahead. I don't give a fuck. What I'm trying to tell you is leave the kids alone, bro. You know what I mean? Don't fucking introduce nothing to the kids. Kids, if they grow up, if they're past 18 years old and they start making decisions on their own, fucking doing that shit, no problem. Listen, kids are very influential people. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. You know what I mean? When people come in them and start smiling at them, yeah, it's very impressionable.
Then why do only
Very
1%
impressionable.
Because leave those kids alone. I mean, shit.
Let's
We've
see.
been talking about this
Why do
shit
only
50 years
1%
ago,
of
bro.
kids
Fucking A.
then why do only 1% of kids who get treatment regret it?
I don't see. You're making these statistics. I don't know about these fake statistics, bro. I don't know nothing because all this shit. There's a lot of this fake shit going around because none of this shit. Who cares?
Any questions
You know what I
about
mean?
the topic? Any questions about 24/7 flatter?
Yep, here we go. 1% on average. I'll send it in the VC.
Well, so you're pulling up some Google statistics. Okay, pull me up some fucking Corona statistics. It's all lies too, bro. Buddy, I don't
Hey,
care.
by the way, Vlad, and that new
You
song
said
is
fake
pretty
statistics at
awesome, man. I
first,
like
and then I found you a real statistic, and now you're just saying that it's not true anyway. So then why did I even bother?
Well, AP News is a real statistic, buddy. This is all biased shit. Friend, I knew you were some biased.
AP News
I'm gonna
is
have
a
to
real
mute you guys.
statistic.
Yeah, this guy's fucking left. He's gonna bring leftist propaganda from fucking leftist fucking sites and say that it's yeah, Gemsy. Hold on. He's gonna bring leftist fucking bullshit from leftist sites. Anyways, what were you saying, Helio? Were you saying my song good?
Yeah,
What'd
that
you
new
say?
song is pretty awesome, man. I like it.
Which one? Because I sent you two.
When you sent well, I like both of them, but I only got into the first part of the next video, but that's an hour long, so but I'll listen to the rest of it later. But that song, that new song you sent me, that's
With my vocals?
well, it's one phrase.
Well,
Okay,
what was it? What was it saying? What was I saying? What was it saying?
There.
But there's nothing legit. There's nothing legitimate about that either. PubMed, buddy. You got.
Let's hear.
Are you the type of kid that believes that coronavirus is real, bro?
This guy, we can talk about that later. Let's talk to this guy. I don't know why he keeps jumping in and out. What the fuck?
No, because he wants to talk about trans shit when this channel is actually about flat Earth. No, whatever.
No, what
Yes,
happened was I said that
I
I'm
listen.
voting because I don't want Republicans to destroy the country, and then you said, no,
Republicans to destroy the country. Buddy, your country's already being destroyed by Biden, bro. Well, Biden, the pedophile fucking family on top of that, bro. Are you crazy? Jeffrey Epstein Island, all that shit you don't think is real, bro? Nage.
Why is he?
I think it is, but there's a reason why we have laws against that.
Connection issue.
They what? Buddy,
He's on his phone. There's a connection issue.
what's his name? Biden's fucking son was fucking. They were trafficking children to him, my guy, and it's all on video.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm sure
then send me video or send me a.
There's a lot much
What?
crazier.
So you never seen the Hunter Biden laptop videos, my guy? Are you that clueless?
They were trafficking kids. Yeah, send it over. Just like I said.
Buddy, he had a fucking. Here's pictures of him with a girl in fucking lingerie and him fucking just boxers right him next to him, just holding her fucking hand, bro. You never seen that video?
Send it. No, I haven't. Send it.
Buddy, I'm not the one type of guy to keep these fucking videos, my guy.
Just go look for it, bro. You find it. It's all
What's
over
wrong
the
with
internet.
you? Yeah, it's all over the internet. What's wrong with you? See, you're the you know exactly who the fuck you are now. You're one of those guys.
Just put it this way, bro. Just leave the kids alone, bro.
Yeah,
Whatever the
yeah.
fuck you wanna do,
Leave the kids
do it.
alone. Exactly.
Leave the kids alone.
That's
That's
it,
it.
buddy. Leave the kids alone.
No. Remember,
99%.
Yo, leave the
Hey,
kids alone, my guy. That's all it is, bro. Why you want to talk to other people's children, bro?
Oh my
hold on,
god,
Vlad,
damn
Vlad,
guys, what
everyone
the
there.
fuck?
He keeps trying to Trump back in, but he apparently doesn't have a good connection because he keeps jumping. I'm
All right, let's
looking
talk
at
about
it.
gravity.
Okay, let's talk about
Ooh.
gravity. Have you ever heard of the Cavendish experiment?
Hold on. When we
Oh
talk
my
about
god.
the person that brought it up, tell us what you think gravity is.
Oh yeah. So gravity, right?
So well,
You
I
see,
thought that gravity was the magical force, mass attract mass, right?
yeah.
And it's
That's
also the curvature space time. I
these are
mean
the
that's what I believe. That's what
Can't
I
be
believe.
yeah.
both. I mean, we
These
know
are
that.
these are the same. When space time curves, mass begins to attract mass. So these are the
Well,
same.
based on what? What evidence do
Based
you
on
have?
for Einstein, sure, I can send you studies.
Well, well, let me state this. This is not something I can verify for myself, but I'm just saying this is my belief, or maybe at least I used to believe.
Why
Dude,
can't you verify it for
now they're
yourself?
starting to admit that it's only a belief. We're making progress.
It is so true.
All right, there you go.
All right, so give me some evidence for your belief. I mean, or why you believe it.
We
Because
have the
we're not familiar with the arguments. We just want to
You
see
asking
evidence.
me? You asking me, or you
Just
asking the
in
other
just
guy?
in
Anyone
name.
that believes gravity is a real thing, I want to see some
oh
evidence for it.
no for gravity or just for Einstein theory of
No
relativity.
evidence for gravity being real.
Oh sure. So I believe it's in the 1800s. There was a scientist named Cavendish, Henry Cavendish, who did an experiment to calculate the G constant, and this verified gravity.
Yeah, if you look into the Cavendish experiment, you're going to find out that he wasn't trying to prove gravity at all. He was trying to measure the mass of Earth.
And it still demonstrates its effects, and that's what it was used to calculate the G constant.
No, you just
Okay,
wrong.
then what was attracting the balls? What's force between them?
No, what was
Nothing.
what was the purpose of
Nothing.
the experiment though?
Nothing.
Well, actually, gravity is just a description on how things with mass interact with each other. So, in much it is in much how we can observe things and these interactions that it's real. If we can observe, it's just simple observation.
Nope.
Gravity is just a
Electromagnetic
category.
waves.
Gravity is
Nope.
just a category on how we
Nope.
observe things.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope.
No.
You can disagree. That's
Hold on,
fine. I don't think.
let's not do the yes or no.
Well, well, I mean, if you're talking about severity of something, if you're not gonna say gravity of a situation, severity of okay, there's a severity, but there's no such thing as a downward force of gravity. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Do you think there's mass interacts with each other?
No.
No.
Why not?
The answer is no.
What do you mean? Why not? Prove
Because
to me.
there's no
Well, show me a
evidence
rock.
for
Hey, hold on, Helio. Hold on. Show me a fucking rock
hold on.
pushing a
You
rock
can't-
without
I'm gonna get
fucking
louder
without
than you
fucking
can, Vlad.
throwing at each
Let's-
other.
let's keep it
Listen.
calm. Let's keep it calm.
Yeah, I know, Helio. Why are you interrupting me?
Why are you getting so mad?
Well,
Because you're saying stupid shit.
Well, let's find out why he's saying.
Okay, listen. It's okay. Listen. Magnetism, right? Magnetism exists. Okay, we all agree on that. There's some fucking things that you cannot see, but
That's
magnetism.
mass.
That's not mass attracting no fucking mass, my guy. Where's the mass coming from, bro?
No. I'm saying that in order to create an electric or magnetic field, that requires some kind of mass to create it, some kind of charged particle. So the mass is still influenced.
You're one of those guys that still thinks that there's like little electron things floating in cables when current flows.
What?
I don't know what that is. No.
Well, I mean, you just said something about electron particles. Something fucking.
Yeah. So the scientific community, like this, all of the evidence.
So what you're saying right now is you're repeating what they say.
Can you stop over talking people and just let people say what
I'm not.
Yes, you are. No.
But he just.
let him say his piece.
But he just. I just want to confirm what he's saying. He's saying those people are saying. So based on what those people said, and you believe them, okay? Go ahead.
Based on the experiments done, not what they say. Based on the experiments.
Let's let everything.
I want to see these
roll
experiments.
away, roll
Sure, yeah.
all
So
thing, and then we can respond, please. Everything roll all the way
Listening.
through. Oh shit! Well, the guy that keeps jumping in and out, but the guy that's still here.
Well, I mean, I'm listening to this guy that was talking all this stuff based on experiments.
Was that Zatkins that was talking?
What?
Well, I was saying there was somebody else that was.
I think it was Nage that was speaking. That wanted to say something, but he got overtalked.
Yeah, but
somebody was talking about some scientific community bullshit. That's what I want to know.
That's what Nage. That's what I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It doesn't fucking surprise me.
I'll find you something. That's okay. You don't have to get hostile.
No, no, Nate. Just so you know, before you start even arguing with me, my guy, I graduated electrical engineering. Okay, so before you start quoting fucking some paper that you don't know nothing about or like fucking regurgitating their shit, please, okay, please know what the fuck you're talking about.
No, I studied this, so I do know what I'm talking about.
What do you study about? What do you study?
I am a computer science major, and we took classes on this.
Computer science major. Okay, go ahead.
Electromagnetism was we learned.
No. Computer science only tells me that you know how to fucking C++ fucking go into libraries and fucking pull some shit.
I can do that too. I can do that too. But we also learn physics. It's required.
Oh, physics. Yeah, sure. What do you know about physics, bro? Have you used an oscilloscope before?
I haven't used one. I just read textbooks.
Oh. So you never actually built like a motherboard? Like I've built a motherboard, right? But have you built a motherboard from scratch? No, you haven't. Okay. So you're just one of those fucking paper guys that believe everything that the fucking scientific community tells you, right? Just like the coronaviruses, right? Just like how you can mutilate your genitals and become a bitch, right? Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So Coulomb's law, electric field lines, electric.
Buddy, I don't need you reading shit. I don't need you reading shit. Like, listen, there's things called rule of thumbs, right? Okay, buddy, I know. Listen, I know enough about electrical theory, right? It's a lot of it is still in a lot of theory mode because they still can't prove that those fucking which way is current flowing. Is it going to fucking plus to minus or minus to plus?
Minus to plus. It's minus to plus.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because that is what the theory verifies. That current.
No, the fear of it. How do you know? Tell me. Go. Tell me. Pull out the fucking paper that tells you which way the current's flowing, please. Because I had a fucking PhD. My PhD fucking electrical engineer teacher when I was fucking studying this shit. The PhD, some fucking Indian guy, fucking how he explained this shit to me. Now you tell me, right? What a fucking book tells me. You please. Then I'll tell you what I know about fucking which way the current's fucking flowing. I'm waiting, please.
Well, yeah, I'm looking for something that will satisfy you. Some kind of study.
You won't fucking find it. That's what I'm fucking trying to tell you. Some kind of fucking study. You see, you don't get my sarcasm. That's why I'm so fucking angry.
Hey, Vlad, you look at the. I got my camera on right now.
Oh shit! Is it
thing? Yeah. I
hey, what kind of microphone is that?
It's a Blue Yeti.
Oh yeah, you want to see my mic, buddy? You're gonna trip balls.
I don't even really need this, but it's fun to have.
Here's a source that shows researchers. This is a demonstration of electron flow, which is what happens in batteries, right? So when a battery is being used,
it's a demonstration. So what is it showing me? Okay.
So this is showing you electron flow. So electrons do flow, And
Okay, so
in back,
you oh my god, bro, what you're pulling me right now. Fucking words with a CGI fucking image, man. Show me the actual thing. You don't understanding what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, you're trying to show me current flowing in a fucking copper wire. Now find me a video of a guy, right? Fucking zooming into this copper wire completely in and showing me those fucking electrons flowing
wait,
through the motherfucker.
you have to think. You don't have to see something in order for it to be verified. You can experiment.
So which way do you know if it's going right or left? How do you know?
Because protons can flow. They're rigid.
How do you know which way they're going, bro? How the fuck do you know anything's flowing in there? Show me.
Well, we can detect
instead of repeating the theories, because that's all it is fucking theories, right? The shit that they wrote on fucking chalkboard and say, okay, this, right? Instead of fucking regurgitating those theories, show me the actual thing, my guy.
Okay, so we can detect current with a multimeter.
DMM, yeah, I've used the DMM. I've used an oscilloscope before. I've told you I built a fucking motherboard from scratch. I fucking took an 8080 Intel mother processor. You know what that is? And fucking wire wrapped the whole fucking thing, bro. Do you know what that is? Do you know what that is? I can program in fucking assembly language too, my guy. The amount of hex fucking debugging I've done in my life is insane. Most people's brains would fucking explode.
So then, what are you doubting?
What do you mean doubting? Show me the electrons flowing in a copper wire, bro.
Like you want a micro? Okay, first of all, why do you think that you need something with your own
There
eyes?
is not. It's not, buddy. The DMM, even if you know, do you know how a DMM is even built? See, that's what I'm saying. You never actually worked with this shit. All you did was fucking look at pieces of paper. When you're talking to an actual guy, I fucking worked for a telecommunications company too, which I don't even want to get into that shit. What I'm trying to tell you, this we're talking about frequency ranges too, which what proves the fucking Earth is 100% flat. And you're gonna talk, see, and you're some kind of fucking so-called wizard, right? That fucking reads all these theory papers. It can't fucking do nothing except fucking go on C++ and pull some libraries and fucking say, oh, this is my shit by calling some functions. I create. I'm a fucking computer fucking, what do you call it? Computer scientist. That's what you call yourself.
Yeah, you can be
fucking twat.
Hold on. Let's level
it's
this
just
out.
fucking insane, bro.
Let's level the conversation and the plane.
No, it's just I hate these posers. That's all I do. I hate the posers.
No.
Yeah, okay, but you hate the
I will say
posers.
Vlad's been in this argument for as long as I have, I think. And but I just
not even the argument. It's not even the It's not even the argument. It's just who you're dealing with, guy. Buddy, this guy wants to fucking turn his children gay. You know.
Why are you so angry?
Causing this.
Well, because a lot of sodomites in this world. That's why.
I think you're one of them, to be honest.
Not at all.
Listen,
you have a lot of hatred in your heart, and it shows.
Jesus
Christ. No. Not at all.
Causing this, bro.
You go put on your mask and get injected 1,000,000 times, okay? That's why I'm so angry. Because people like you exist.
All right, so this is Vlad's room now. And the only
no, Helio, talk. I'm hearing you. It's just people learn how to ignore you.
The only motherfucker is Vlad. He's the only one that can talk.
I'm sorry, Helio. Relax, man.
He's
relax. You're the motherfucker yelling at everybody, bitch.
I just muted him. I don't think
he's so loud. Can this just be like Hello Skeptics room, please? That would be great.
Definitely not.
Hello? Yeah, it can. It can.
Now let's go back to gravity, bro. Let's go back to
gravity. No, I don't think there's a point in going back to gravity.
Is flat. It's like if you let him go, he won't stop. And
you say gravity doesn't exist. I say it exists. I don't think we're gonna get anywhere.
People want to talk, and if he won't let anybody else talk. Come on, Vlad, you gotta let other people talk, bro.
We're past him. We're not acknowledging him anymore. So yes, gravity does exist. Cavendish, blah blah blah. What do you guys have to say?
And gravity is just a category we give to certain factors.
Hey.
Certain masses.
To certain phenomena that we observe.
It's in a force, yeah. So
A
you
whole
can. I
bunch of
feel like it's
bullshit
a
that you
yes and
haven't
a
proven.
yes.
But yeah, whatever.
Okay, so if I were
so
to
what happens
perform
if I drop an object?
they're not. They're going to. They're going to say that's not gravity. So
Well, I
if
want to hear it from him. What happens if I drop an object on the ground?
Hey, why do clouds stay up in the air, bro?
Huh?
Because they're
Huh?
less gravitationally attracted to the Earth than denser objects.
So why don't you just say they're less dense? Why do you have to say some fucking fancy new shit that
Because
you guys are
density
trying to
doesn't have a
fucking push?
Density has no direction. It doesn't say whether it goes this way or this way. Or this.
Yeah. Okay,
Gravity
so what has
provides no
direction? So what has direction then?
Gravity gives direction.
Gravity has
to
direction? Really?
Gravity
Not
gives-
electromagnetism.
God damn it! Let him say it.
He said it already. The answer is said. Just because you can't catch it and you're slow and drunk doesn't mean you fuck. He said it, you fucking
Ross,
idiot.
he didn't finish his explanation. So give him
Don't
give
even
him
give
common courtesy and stop being an asshole.
Thank
Please.
He finishes his shit. It's fast.
He didn't. You just keep talking over people, dude. You're like Darth
He did.
Dawkins, bro. You never
No.
let people finish their piece.
I miss Darth Dawkins.
I did.
I'll be honest. I would rather talk to Darth than fucking Frost right now.
So can you
don't
explain?
talk to me, man.
That's really bad if you want
Yeah,
to
no,
hear
that
Darth.
it is. It's really bad if I have to go to Darth.
Go to Darth. I don't
It's fine.
care.
It's fine.
Action.
Nate,
Why
Nate,
should
finish your point.
objects
Finish your
fall
point. Finish your point. Nate,
Do you
please.
know who Darth Dawkins is? If they would rather hear that motherfucker talk, then you're in a bad position, Vlad. Come on, man. Take a
Is
look
Vlad
at
his name?
yourself.
Vlad is here. Don't worry. Vlad's everywhere.
I don't believe you.
Suki Bladi.
That means your objection is false.
No, man. I'm only in the truth here.
He goes by whatever.
True.
Listen, hey, Helio, you know what, Helio? You know what, Helio? Listen, since you know what, I apologize, Helio. I've been an asshole this whole time. I promise. You know what, Helio? You can take over, okay? I'm sorry. I apologize. You guys can talk to Helio. I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna play my Path of Exile listening to you guys, okay? I'm sorry. I apologize. Is that okay, Helio, with you?
Hey,
Okay.
yeah,
Go ahead. You explain to
That's
them.
your
Go
little
ahead.
friend request, bro.
I just want to hear the conversation, and all I hear is you talking over everybody all the time. So
Well, that's the thing. I'm so excited. So now I'm gonna have to fucking mute Helio. Don't start me getting all excited again. So take over the conversation.
okay, well then fucking do it.
No.
I have to do it myself.
Helio is just an observer, but like you got it to a point where he has to keep yelling. So I don't think he wants to have a conversation. I think he just wants to listen.
Listen. I just Helio. Okay, increase your volume first of all, because you're low. That's
You can mute your mic. We got Gemsy in here. We can debate them Gemsy now.
Oh,
yeah,
Gemsy.
I can fix my volume. You guys continue, and I'll figure the rest of it out. Go ahead.
Thank you, Helio Skeptic. Gemsy, how do you account for objects falling?
Well, hold on, Gemsy.
No.
I don't think he has a mic. Oh, I can't. Gotta keep. Damn it.
Oh, Gemsy's there. Gemsy just wants me to fucking destroy you guys. That's why he's just not talking.
No, Gemsy is probably taking a piss, or he has a family and stuff. He's probably doing something else.
Because he can't. He's got to keep quiet.
I mean, I can get really close to my microphone while I'm working on my audio issues.
Audio issues? What's your audio issue?
Well, everybody keeps telling me I'm low, and then they say I'm high, and like.
Well, how about you just find a middle ground? Because you're just the knob you're adjusting. Just find the middle ground, bro.
I mean, the same can be said for you, man. Your mic is loud as shit.
Usually, when I find
Mine is loud.
Yes.
I can drop it. I don't care. I mean, because I don't use Discord.
Hear the words that are coming out of my mouth right now.
No, I'm telling you, your mic is so fucking low. I cannot hear you talking. When I'm talking, I cannot hear you because I'm so fucking loud. I cannot hear you talking. I'm sorry.
Hey, Helio, are you using a audio interface with that microphone, with condenser microphone?
No, it's directly plugged in. Maybe I'll
Okay,
unplug
so
it.
you got the USB.
Yeah,
You shit
but
out of
if
luck
you
then.
get the microphone, it's awesome. But
Bro, why don't you just adjust your
figure it out.
Discord
Like I said,
settings?
I'll figure it out. You guys fucking continue talking. Don't worry
Fucking
about my audio. I'm not
alcoholic, bro.
this. What? Because I'm drinking and I
Yeah,
have
you
an
can't figure
audio.
out the yeah, bro. It's because you can't figure shit out.
Really,
You're fucking
I have an
so fucking slosh. Hey,
audio
mic check.
issue.
Is this
And it's
better? Is this
because I'm
better?
drinking right now.
Yo,
Whatever.
yo, is this better? No,
You
listen.
assholes continue the conversation, and
Yo,
if you can't figure out how to have a fucking open dialogue about the flat Earth, and get the fuck out of my face.
yeah, listen. I can easily squash this debate in seconds, right? So I don't even want to argue like objects falling, looking up in the sky, fucking balls in the sky, like none of that. No. You want to know whether the earth is flat or not? Well, you directly fucking measure it, right? So you take a laser, right? You take some form of thing, right, that can get obstructed, right? But it's a line of sight thing, right? So you don't need, you can just use radio frequencies like Marconi. Marconi pushed fucking over 10,000 miles radio frequency. If it was a ball, that frequency wouldn't go right through the fucking the bottom of it. All that shit's fucking baloney. This shit's flat because it's just line of sight. Everything radio frequencies, line of sight. Lasers, line of light, line of sight. Thank you very much. It's flat.
I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Why do we see stars differently in the, or actually not differently? Why do we see different stars in the southern hemisphere and then the northern hemisphere we see different?
I just fucking told you the
No,
reason why
no,
it
you
doesn't
didn't.
matter.
I mean, that wouldn't
Yes,
work in a
it
flat
doesn't
Earth
matter.
view.
My
It does
guy,
matter.
no, I just told you this. Looking up into the sky is irrelevant because you're trying to figure out whether the
There's a
ground you're
guy in the
standing on is
northern
curving
hemisphere.
underneath your feet. Helio, shut up. You're irrelevant. All these arguments that you're trying to fucking bring in are just fucking they're not non sequitur, fucking irrelevant,
Tell me
no
to shut
logic
up again.
to it.
Tell me to shut up again.
You know what a
Yeah,
non
listen,
sequitur is?
it doesn't follow the logic. Doesn't
No,
matter.
it does follow the logic because it's something that wouldn't work with the
Doesn't
flat Earth view.
follow it. No, because you think because your
Yes.
logic is flawed, because your logic is flawed, your logic is flawed. You think it works, but in reality, it's not working. Hold on, Helio. Why are you trying to overtalk when me and this guy are talking? You just said you were gonna shut the fuck up and mute while we're talking, and now you're trying to overtalk.
You should mute him.
So I didn't mute him. Somebody else fucking muted him because he was deserving of muting. Don't worry, I have friends in here that'll fucking do shit for me. I'm trying to tell you, right? I'm trying to fucking tell you here. Looking up in the sky is irrelevant. You're trying to figure
No,
out
it
whether
is
the ground
relevant
is-
because it
No,
goes
it's
against your
not.
flat Earth view.
Because if you really wanna go and look up in the sky, then you're looking at shit like the fucking astrolabe, which is an instrument that used for navigation, used the heavenly fucking bodies, and it only works over a fucking plane. That's one. And then the compass. That other thing that fucking only works over a goddamn plane. It's all about fucking triangles too. So it only works on a fucking stationary plane. If the fucking thing, the plane was curving underneath your feet, those instrumentations would not fucking work. Period. Number one. Number two, again, I said, why are we even looking up in the fucking sky when I said we're measuring the fucking flat fucking great plane? And when we do measure it, it's all about line of sight. Again, laser beams going so fucking far that if they,
Well, you're using your
if the
observation,
Earth
which
was
is your
curving,
first
if
problem.
the Earth was curving, those laser beams would be fucking shooting off into the sky. No, but these lasers are literally fucking hitting targets over hundreds of miles. This is military fucking technology, like the fucking railgun. If the fucking railgun was not fucking if this curving fucking Earth was underneath the railgun's fucking bullet, that bullet velocity would fucking piercing right through the fucking what do you call it? The sky.
Ross, are
It
you
would not
done
be going-
rambling?
It would not be fucking hitting the target, my guy. That's what I'm saying. So you don't
Frost.
understand this shit. No,
Frost, are you
I can
done?
go on for I can go forever, bro.
Well, I'm not. I don't think you're deemed worthy of a conversation if you're just gonna ramble and talk over people.
I'm not. Listen. I'm not here to conversate. I'm telling you what it is, and that's it. You don't want to
No,
know,
because
then it's okay.
why? No, then why can I see stars differently in the northern hemisphere? In the southern hemisphere, I see different stars, and also I see the moon differently.
It's like okay, you imagine you're in a big fucking gymnasium, right? But the ceiling is a little bit lower, right? So when you look up in the ceiling,
You're just
right?
dodging.
At one point, no, I'm just giving you a fucking your perspective changes when you move from one position on a flat plane to another position on a flat plane. So the ceiling will change too. So I don't know what the fuck who
No,
painted the
that
ceiling
wouldn't
and
work.
how.
No.
I don't know. Yeah, it would. Just listen, just because you think balls are spinning around, okay, this is how I'll destroy your heliocentrism, right? So how is it the fuck come that I can see the stars, the same stars 365 days a year, right? But
You don't see the
when
same
you're in,
stars 365 days a year.
yes, you
Again,
do.
no, you
Yes,
don't.
you do. Yes, you do. You, if you go on the other side of the fucking earth, you will see those stars that move. It moves, right? So that thing, the plate above us moves. The only thing that hides it is the sun. So when the sun is in a certain position,
No.
right? Those stars are fucking
Frost, we
blocked.
orbit the
Shut
sun.
fuck up.
No,
There is no
because
orbiting.
you're
There is no
wrong. We see
orbiting. There is
the
no,
night
no,
sky
there is no
looks different
orbiting.
every night
No,
because the Earth is
no,
in
it
a
doesn't.
different spot of its orbit. That wouldn't work.
It's
We don't
not.
see the
It's
same
not
stars
because yes,
365
you
days a year.
you
No,
do,
we
buddy.
don't.
Go check it out. Go check it out. Check it out.
What the fuck is that?
Check it out. Check it out. The stars are always
No,
the same. They don't move.
actually,
Yes,
no, you're
yes,
wrong. The stars
yes.
appear
Nope.
each night to move slightly west of where they were the night before because we orbit the fucking sun.
No,
You're stupid.
The sky's moving above us, my guy.
Prove it.
What do you mean? You prove it. I don't have to. I see this shit moving.
I literally
The Earth
proved
is
you
not
wrong
moving.
because the stars,
No,
again, I would
no, you
love for
didn't.
you. Hold
What's
on,
wrong with
Frost.
you?
Frost.
Go ahead.
Look,
No.
listen to me. Listen to me, Frost.
I told you when we
I
measured
want
the
you to
Earth,
do a
it's
little
flat.
experiment. How
There's
about you
nothing
take a
looking
picture
up
of
in
the
the
sky
sky.
every
It's
night in the
irrelevant.
same position, please?
You think I've seen this a million times, bro? I've
No,
mapped
you
all this
haven't.
shit out. Yes,
Clearly,
I
if
buddy.
you clearly haven't, if you're making that
I
statement,
have. No, I have. Trust me, buddy. I have.
please.
You just don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and your mind is so fucking small. You can't even fucking put this shit together. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I mean,
You're just fucking plain old fucking stupid.
Wait,
You still
Try
believe
not
that's
to
the
talk
thing.
over you, but it's so hard when you keep rambling.
You still believe that you're fucking on a ball, following another ball, rotating around this ball, spinning on its own fucking axis. That's what you believe, right? And you still, but the stars are still up in the sky, buddy, in the same position. They move.
Can we mute him,
But
please?
they're still there. Buddy, you don't understand what you're saying. Go picture fucking balls spinning in all kinds of fucking directions, right? All of a sudden, the sky, the stars are still the same. The stars,
No, they're
Orion's
not.
belt.
They move.
What do you mean, Orion's?
Again,
All the constellations are the
no
same.
constellations. No, the
They're all
stars
the
are not
same.
fixed. The stars are
all the
not
same.
fixed. They're constantly moving.
The stars,
If you factor out the daily motion of the stars across the sky due to the Earth's rotation, which it has,
moron,
then you end
all
up with
the
a pattern of stars that never
how
change.
come, how come that picture of stars above us? How come the picture of stars above us never fucking changes? It's for
It
thousands
does
of
change
years.
though, because
For
the night
thousands
sky
of years,
it changes slightly every
Orion
night.
was there. Shut the fuck up. For thousands of years,
No,
Orion was
dude,
there. For thousands of years, Aries was
can a
there.
mod just mute him, please?
The zodiacs were there. No, the mods won't mute me. Go fuck yourself. The zodiacs,
Holy shit.
the zodiacs were there forever, my guy. The fuck are you talking about? Going to ancient cosmology, all those fucking guys, the Chinese, the fucking, they all had the same fucking stars there. The fuck are you talking about?
They're not.
They're always the same.
Frost,
The
I want you to do. I want you to do a little experiment.
I don't need your fucking little experiment.
Yes, I do. You do need. I want you to prove me wrong.
Retarded.
All right.
No, I need you to prove
me wrong
yourself
then.
wrong because you're fucking stupid.
No, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You know nothing about astronomy at all.
Does Polaris move?
Huh?
Does Polaris move?
Does what move? Polaris?
Polaris, yes. Polaris.
Yes. Because again, we orbit the sun. Yes, it does.
Buddy, Polaris never fucking moves. It's in the north. That's why it's called the North Star. The only fucking star that never fucking moves, and all the other stars fucking rotate around it. It's Polaris never fucking moves. The guiding star, the North Star, the pole star, never fucking moves. The fuck are you talking about? Stupid fuck. You know astrology, right? dumb motherfucker.
Not astrology, astronomy. There's two different
The
things.
astronomy, yeah, astronomy. You stupid fuck, same shit. All garbage that you don't know.
I thought
It does move, but it
No, it
takes
doesn't.
thousands of years for it to move.
Oh,
yeah. I think Polaris moved like what 2,000
Yeah, because
years
it's
ago.
the distance. It's
Prove
like
that shit.
433 light years away. So our viewing angle doesn't change to any apparent
So
degree
you
because
live-
the planets and its
you
orbits
live
around the sun.
2,000 years. Prove it. Prove it.
Prove what?
Prove it, because prove that Polaris moves after 2,000 years. Prove it.
All right.
Well, I can't prove it, but you know what I mean. I'm just believing it.
Yeah,
So
you guys
I
are
can't
just
prove it.
regurgitating the science community again, right? Fucking idiots.
Yeah, I can't prove it. I'm sorry.
Keep fucking reading those fucking papers. Maybe you'll find something in it.
No.
Polaris
Because if you're
never
not
fucking-
on the North
if your
Pole, the
ball is
Polaris
moving,
is in a
listen.
different location. However, it's still
Nope.
fixed on its alphas,
Nope.
even if
It's
it's
always
even if
there.
you're
No,
reading it.
it's
It's
still there.
not.
It's always
Because
there, yeah.
again, which is my point. If you're in
I'm
a different
Canada.
side of
I
the
live in
world, you're gonna
Canada.
see.
I live in Canada. I always see Polaris 365 days a year. Always there. Doesn't matter. Always
Because
in the
you're
night,
on the
Polaris is there.
north, man. That's why
Yeah,
you're.
So then why is it that if you're on the other side of the fucking ball of the sun, right? So why is it that if you take your fucking earth ball, right, and then move it on the other side of the ball sun, how come the Polaris is fucking all of a sudden in the same position, but your fucking ball, not only did your sun is moving, going one direction, pulling your whole fucking galaxy, right? And all those other fucking planets, we have all seen that jiffy, right? Where it's all fucking pulling all those planets and all spinning on each other, right? Now tell me, how in the fuck is Polaris managing to stay in that position while the Earth is making all those rotations?
Well,
Not
because
only,
it takes.
shut the fuck up. Not
No,
only
you're
not
asking me
only-
a question. I'm
not-
trying to answer your
it's not-
question, man. I'm
not
so
yet.
tempted
I'm
to
not-
leave.
No,
I can't have a dialogue with someone who just rambles.
No,
You're fucking
this
drunk.
is not a ramble. I'm giving
Yes,
you
you
fucking
are.
education.
You're just
Nobody's
rambling, dude.
drunk. No,
You're drunk.
I'm not drunk. I don't drink, you stupid fuck. That's the one thing I don't do in real life. Are you stupid? Drinking. That's the worst thing you can do in life. Never fucking drink. That's
No,
number one.
There's a lot worse things you can
No.
do.
Buddy, everybody that does fucking heroin is also an alcoholic too. Don't worry. It starts with alcoholism. Fucking moron. Anyways, what I'm trying to tell you is, right, before you fucking so rudely interrupted, because I didn't finish my shit, right?
Because you just keep rambling, dude. You don't stop.
Not rambling,
Like you
it's a lot
ask me a
information.
question, I try
It's
to
a lot of
answer it, and
information.
you
It's a
get
lot of
mad that I
information.
answer the
I don't
question.
need no. I didn't want that, but it's a rhetorical. You know what rhetoric is? It's a rhetorical question, meaning I already know what you're gonna fucking say, so that's why I continued going. You didn't have to say anything. I'm giving you a fucking lecture.
Fucking done talking to you.
Yeah, you can mute me all
There's
you
no
want.
point in
doesn't matter.
continuing conversating with you.
Nobody's gonna talk to you though.
If I come in here one day and you're actually wanting to have a similar conversation, then I'll be all guest to debate you. But there's no point in debating you.
There's no debating.
You
Who
have a
had
good night,
debate
man.
Here? Who had a debate? Who had a debate? Who had a debate? I wasn't debating, guy. I was lecturing, teaching you something, my guy. You should fucking take it.
Earth is flat.
Whatever. Obviously. I mean, if you don't know it's flat by now, then you might as well go get injected with coronavirus 4 more times.
Damn, bro.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, like, if you still think like all that shit, you know, might as well. The what is it? The moronic version 3.8 is coming. I kind of shut that down, eh? It happens. Did you guys notice what he was trying to do though? That was funny, eh? I think he's a veteran or something at the fucking Globy Academy, because he swiftly, after I told him there's no reason to look up at the sky, there's no reason to go into like theories like gravity, right? Because that doesn't prove the earth is flat or round or spherical, whatever. That doesn't prove shit. All right? So no sophistry, no bullshit, right? Straight told him, let's measure the fucking the ground we're walking on, man. Right? And as soon as I said that, no, man, look up at wide is the fucking south side of the fucking thing. Look different from the north side of the thing. Bro, fuck off. I just said there's no reason of looking up in the sky, right? And the first thing he does is, let's go back to the sky. Who the fuck? Who the fuck? Yo. Yo, Larry, you there?
Yep.
Yo,
I'm here.
Larry. How are things, Larry, man?
Good, man. Everything's good.
Yeah.
How about you? How's your dog?
You know what? At least I can say my dog's fantastic. My dog is
Good, man.
phenomenal. Yeah. I love my dog, man. She's probably the best fucking taken care of dog ever. It's quite unfortunate though, but whatever. Quite unfortunate. I still can't. You know what? I'm still fucking upset. I'm still really angry. I don't know why. I can't let go of this anger. I was so fucking angry.
I think we all got a reason to be angry. It's just, do you want to hold on to it?
Every day is a reminder, man. It's hard to let go. You know what I mean? Every fucking day, bro. It's just stupid. I mean, they turn society in such a fucking thing where it's like doesn't matter where you turn, it's fucking stupidity everywhere, and it reminds you of all the bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like still, people are fucking putting on the muzzles again. It's like when I see that shit, I'm like, holy fuck me, man. Like that's already trouble right there. Cause if people are already fucking doing that, bullshit, man. Yo, Hank, you gonna vote or what? Yo. Fuck me. Yo, Larry. You there?
Oh, I thought I was talking. Yeah. There's no point in voting because most people are Republican, except for like the inner cities, and there's
Oh,
way
so
more population outside of the cities. So either way, if I
so
voted, wouldn't matter.
it's still gonna be Republican?
Yeah, it's either way, it's gonna be
Trump,
Republican.
eh?
Um, I guess a lot of people around this area are for Trump. I
Yeah.
don't care who the president is, just as long as we don't get another war. So I don't really have a
Oh,
candidate. I've never been the left or right type. I've always
yeah.
been libertarian, and that basically means that you don't throw the first punch. We probably talked about this before, the non-aggression principle. So
Yeah.
as long as nobody attacks us, I'm completely against war. Completely against it.
Right?
And I guess that
What
makes
was
me
what was
This Zatkins guy was talking shit in another VC. He couldn't open his mouth here. Started talking about flat Earth, this, and there's no proof, and you're relying on your observation. What the hell?
who?
Zatkins. He's in the Muslim lounge now. He followed me there. Then he's like, "Oh, did you see those flat earthers?" I'm like, "Well, I'm a flat earther." So they say he's like, "Oh, you can't rely on your observation." I'm like, dude, you rely on your observation when you look at NASA proofs.
No, he just mad. He just mad that
Like
because we told him.
I can't rely on my observation when I tell him, dude, the oceans are flat, bridges don't curve, railroads don't curve, airplanes don't curve, but I should rely on my observation when I look at so-called NASA proofs. That doesn't make any sense.
Abu.
He's like, oh, you
You know,
can't. It's like science doesn't rely on observation. Well, it literally does because you have to see the evidence.
Yeah, I just want to say, Abu, he just mad because we told him leave the kids alone. That's all.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, he's mad because of what I was cutting out.
All right, the entertainment is back. What did I miss? I'm about to light up another spliff and do some more fucking Path of Exile maps. What up? Message request. Oh my god. Ignore. Yo, I'm such a popular guy sometimes. There's people I don't even know. K, who is K? Yo, K, what are you? K. Yo, K,
Oh,
you there? K?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember I said earlier, you know, well, I'm a flat earther, so.
Okay.
What's up, bro?
Okay, but have I met you before, K, or no?
Nah, I think this is the first time.
Yes. When'd you figure out the Earth is flat?
Around 2016.
2016.
Yeah.
Wait, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, bro, but I didn't know the Discord existed. You know, I'm just like the lone flat earther.
Yo, who
Just doing
wants
my own
to
thing.
debate a globetard?
I don't care. I mean, like, if you want to bring people to talk to in, sure.
Nah, he doesn't want to come back here, but you can go over there. He's in the Muslim Lounge VCs, the
Oh,
Zatkins guy.
no. I already destroyed. He left because I fucking destroyed him. He didn't want to talk to me.
No. Yeah. But like, I told him to come back. He's like, no. They don't let me talk. Blah blah. Blah. They're talking over me, and then he's
Yeah, that
saying
was
shit about
me.
like how you can't rely on your senses. He literally said, like, I gave him like some basic evidence why the Earth is flat, and then he said you can't rely on your senses, and then I told him, like, you rely on your senses for NASA, because the stuff that NASA tells you, you see it. That's why you believe it. And then he's like, yeah, well, some scientific experiments you rely on like your senses for empirical evidence, but it's like, yeah, I gave you empirical evidence. It's like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that guy's
he's a globetard.
Yeah, that's what they're called. It's exactly what they're called. Cognitive dissonance. What you gonna do?
No, the main thing was that we brought up the whole freaking gender stuff, whatever, and we just told him leave the kids alone. That's it, man. Whatever you want to
Wait,
do,
he's a
go for
gender
it.
tard too?
I think so. He started talking about earlier, but yeah.
No, I think it was the other guy. It was the black dude. The gender guy was
What
the black dude.
what was his name? Nate, right? Nate, right?
Yeah,
You said
Negs or
Nate?
whatever, Negs or NEGGS or something like that. I don't remember, man, but yeah, he was the one with he was the one that was targeting children. Yes, and we told him not to mess with children. We told him to leave the children alone. You know what I mean?
The retard is here.
I'm
Yo,
here.
Zatkins, you finally came to your senses. Welcome.
Yeah,
He left. Oh, he's
no, he
back.
came back.
He's back.
You don't have to call him retarded. He is a little slow, I admit. Like, he doesn't get a lot of things because his mind is still in the trance.
No. He thinks
Apparently, I'm in a
like all
trance.
flat earthers be retarded. So no, he
I
definitely
didn't
is.
say that. I'm not going to insult flat earthers, but I mean that's
Yeah.
what you're doing. You're insulting people, and that's
You
not
were
good.
you were saying how retarded I was or whatever to some random guy who
I wasn't
doesn't
saying
even know what
retarded.
the
I
hell you are.
didn't say that.
That's fine. It doesn't need to
I
be.
didn't say
It
you were
doesn't need to
really
be the exact
smart.
statement. It does not need to be the same word. I do not need to use the same word. I can use a synonym. Fine.
Cool.
Doesn't mean I'm lying.
Okay. Good for you.
So
Yeah, so go ahead. Tell us about your whole empirical evidence. You can't use senses, blah 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 nonsense.
Well, I don't think I didn't say that. I said I didn't think it qualifies as a test and retest since it's all you're doing is a singular contentious study.
Singular.
Yeah.
I listed you fucking at
Well, what I
least
was I'm talking about what
I listed you
he
10
pronounced.
different listen.
I wasn't talking about you, Faust. I was talking about
yeah,
Abdul.
when me and you were talking, that's what I'm trying to tell you. When me and you, I listed you at least 10 observations, my guy. 10. You know what I mean? And they were all different. I'll give you another one here. Another two. There's a thing called the Black Swan, right? And there's another one called the Mount Kanagu. All of this fucking shows you that you're living on a plane. Go look it up. I don't even want to argue, man, because I've been doing this for so fucking long. I don't argue. I tell you, right? You don't want to listen, then it's not my problem. I'm not here to argue. You can start trying to feed me bullshit.
All you did was overtalk me.
Listen, I know, and I'll still do it. What I'm trying to tell you is you're trying to regurgitate those scientific papers, those people that put on those white lab coats, right? Those people that already
I wasn't even.
times.
That's exactly what he does.
I
That's
didn't.
all you do.
I'm literally just speaking what's on my mind. I'm not using any
Nothing
studies like the other dude
because
was.
because
I don't need scientific studies.
How do you know that the Earth is a fucking ball? Listen, how do you know if the Earth is a ball then? Because nobody fucking told you it was a ball, right? If
That's the
nobody
only
told
reason he
you it was a
believes it. Yeah.
ball, right? So if this is exactly what I'm trying to tell you. You're believing them, right? You're telling me that no, it came to my mind that the Earth is a ball. Yeah, you out of your fucking mind, bro.
You're just making
Wait, hold on. You are.
assumptions.
No, that's what you just said, bro. You know what the fucked
I
up
did
part is?
not.
Which you don't. I'm recording all this, my guy.
Cool.
Yeah. You can rewind this, right? It's all on my fucking Twitch, all on my YouTube. It's all on my fucking Rumble. I got 8 fucking streams, 8 recordings of this now. You can go
Cool.
watch them all. Yeah.
I don't think I will.
Yeah, because it's embarrassing listening to yourself being fucking
Apparently.
stupid. Yeah.
Apparently.
Ah.
Yeah, he's a retard.
I'm trying to tell you. No, see, I'm not the one that's calling you a retard, though. I'm trying to refrain from using that word. But yeah, you're a little slow. I agree with him. Listen, and then K, like, yeah, then people are telling me to take it easy on you. Listen, I can, and I can't, motherfucker. No, that's funny though. No, you know, like I said, I've been doing this for so goddamn long, and I'm talking about I've debated quote unquote these terms. I hate that fucking word debate because I don't debate. I just tell you how it is. That's it. You don't want to fucking know, then I don't care. Like I would listen, right, to people that know more than I know, right? And by that, I mean you're gonna have to tell me, like you're gonna have to break down base number systems. You're gonna have to break down binary. You're gonna have to break down fucking Fibonacci sequences, fucking how the fucking whole golden ratio fucking exists. You know what I mean? You have to break all that down for me, right? And then you're gonna have to get into fucking cyclical fucking patterns. Why Freemasons do numerology and all that shit. So you're gonna have to get before. I need you to tell me all this before I fucking even start listening to a single word of anything else. You know what I mean?
No.
Well, there you go. So you don't know anything I fucking know. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No.
Exactly. You agree?
No.
Well, you just agreed with the no. The first no you agreed with. Now you didn't. Well, whatever. I don't care. But you don't know shit because it came to your head. You know, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard somebody say though. Like, oh, I just thought of it. It just came to my head, and now it's a ball. You know. Damn. The people in elementary school didn't show me this shit. You know.
What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.